get the attitude out of the situation, and do whatever you want after that. But don't get yourself killed because they don't give a fuck about you. They'll they'll never ever have any worth in looking at you as a citizen. All right? And that's not gonna like that's not gonna double speak. They they just they will take it all the way. And I hope for everybody's safety. That's really all I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Like no ulterior motive, bro. It's just seriously be careful. Like with these people, they literally are ready to pull the trigger. Like on whatever weapon. They got so many weapons, it's unreal. And by the way, if that doesn't wake you up, like I don't know what will, because uh that's just reality. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it, candy paint it, none of this. Know what you're doing. And then when you got the shot, you take it. Questions, comments, concerns? Probably the third one, right?
I was thinking about it the other day. It's strange. Um, the, the female cop that was like taser, 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 but she actually pulled out her gun and killed the guy. And then that other guy on Facebook, the poor black guy with his black girlfriend, and the cop just fucking shot him dead too. I was like, but you could hear it in the cop's voice. It's just like he was not properly trained. He was. It's like they get really really scared. Like at the slightest thing, it's almost like their life is in danger. So all they can think of is just pull out a gun and shoot somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, at that point, it's them or you, and that's what a lot of people have to realize. The slightest thing you do in life, it could mean your life or theirs. For one thing, like no, I'm not talking about life or death. I'm not talking about killing or murdering or any of that. It could be as simple as your reputation. You're you're the one that just drives around crazy or flips people off or throws rocks at people or you know calls people retard. Oh well, that's just so funny because there are witnesses and the people that are sick of it. You're throwing of rocks. You're slurring. You're absolute disrespect for all situations. That's going to be met at some point in your life. It doesn't matter. It doesn't it doesn't just end with a sentence or some kind of vibrational joke that you have in your mind. No, it's a decision, and it carries. And what does it carry? Like it doesn't carry like Mariah. It doesn't like carry like Jim. No, it fucking has real results. Not kind of. Oh, well, I said it. And by the way, some people like they don't give a fuck. So that's just funny to me that a whole lot of people think, oh, we can censor flat Earth. We're so cute. He. Yeah, that's cool. but you can't. You'll never censor the truth. You'll never censor any truth. And that's the sad thing, is because when people realize what you've done to censor, and you've never even considered the repercussions, well, that's when you reap them the most. And you're going to fucking find out. I don't care. I don't care what you think. You're going to find out. People are going to be pissed. Like, I'm not even sorry. I'll never be sorry. I'll never apologize for speaking the truth. That's just the facts that you're gonna find out. Like, you thought this shit was censorship? You just fired us up even more. Good job. That was a class act right there. 'Cause we're not gonna shut up. We're not gonna sit down, lay down, or let this happen. We're gonna blow it up like fucking NASA blows it up. And it's going to be way more sensational. And the people that hear it, they're gonna be devastated. And they're gonna be looking for answers. So watch the fuck out, Globetards. Because I'm coming for you. And I'm not backing down. I'm a fucking badger. I'm a honey badger. I don't give a fuck. Right? And I hope everybody feels like 70% of the same way, right? You know.
Even bears won't fuck with honey badgers.
And that's the thing, at this point, Elon himself can come in here, and I don't care. He's literally just not a he.
Have you noticed this growing trend of going green? It's like accelerated to the fucking nth degree. It's just crazy. Every time you turn on the TV, the radio, everything you listen to, oh, climate this and climate that, climate this, climate that. And it's just, oh, we're going to have zero emissions by this year, and we're doing this to do, and all these companies, and it's really going fucking crazy, bro. Eating crickets and all kinds of...
If we were to really address the situation here at hand, we would look back into nuclear power, and we'd stop fucking around and kidding ourselves, and realize that we excite this isotope. It makes heat. It produces steam. It generates energy, and it's very fucking clean. This is the funny thing that people like The Simpsons. This is what I don't understand. Is why does it seem like in The Simpsons they're constantly
predicting the future?
They're predicting the future, but they're also producing a bad spotlight for nuclear energy. Because Homer Simpson, he's just some stupid fuck who sometimes gets it right, like in a glorious way. Somehow magically just gets it right. Like, for example, like they're smokestacks. Like they're not smokestacks. Like everybody thinks it is, and they think it's pollution. Those aren't smokestacks. In a nuclear reactor, those are steam stacks. Those are cooling towers. That cools everything. It's vapor going into the air. There's no pollution. Like, absolutely redonkulous. Like they don't understand. These hippies, they only understand that these need to be shut down. So they try to go ahead, shut them down. But you're fucking over clean energy, you fucking goofy ass, tree hugging, non intelligent people.
They're talking about it, and then you get these people at these conferences that are flying in private jets and shit to tell us about our global footprint, and they make a footprint that you or I couldn't make in our entire fucking lives. They make it in a couple of days.
Yeah. Holy shit. Like, exactly. I mean, exactly what I'm thinking. These people that are against it, they're just completely just at a maximum rate producing emissions for all of their campaigning kind of thing. And then the travel, like, right, it's bollocks, dude. It's no joke, 100% bullshit.
Justin Trudeau, he took a holiday to somewhere fucking exotic, cost the taxpayer 200,000 Canadian dollars or something. He flew in a jet about 2 to 3 times that week, and yet he'll go up on the podium and preach about how they need to zero emissions and green this and green that. It's a fucking agenda. It's just fucking programming. It's just ridiculous. It's clown world, bro. Everything's just clown world.
It's abusing the public, man. It's telling somebody they're bad, and then the whole time they're using the whole public's funds that they've abused the whole entirety of their chairmanship, and boom, they take away $200,000, dude. Like, it's a real number, right? It's not an exaggeration.
No, it's not an exaggeration.
This dude needs to fucking die.
For a holiday for his family or something. And then British Petroleum and Shell, and they're making fucking record profits in the last quarter. Meanwhile, the little man, us, aka us, is suffering. People can't pay their fucking bills. People are living in fuel poverty, heating poverty now in the UK. It's all over the fucking news. It's like every day you wake up, it's like, every day you wake up, it's like, oh, there's COVID. We're busy. Like, I heard Karen B say this the other day. I think it was Karen B. It's to me, it's real. The human race now at the moment is going through fucking MK Ultra. They're actually making people live in fear because there's the COVID's out there, and then there's the monkeypox, and now there's fucking war, and this could turn into World War III, and oh fuck me, the heating, and oh the climate's changing. We have a couple of fucking weeks of hot weather, and suddenly, oh, it's all fucking climate change. Meanwhile, it's shown that the polar bear population is actually increasing, etc., etc. It's just fucking. We're all being the entire population. Oh, eat grasshoppers, and you'll have being MK Ultra. We're just living in a mind fear based every fucking day. Well, God knows what's coming next, because there's definitely something coming next, and it's going to continue until the entire human race is afraid to walk out their front fucking door.
If I walked out my door and accidentally killed Justin Trudeau, I wouldn't even feel sorry.
You'd get away with it, bro.
I feel like a lot of people would want to cover up for me, but I would gladly claim that absolute victory for humankind. Somebody who spends that much money on being a stupid fucking douchebag, they don't deserve to be in this reality. Like,
I don't understand how he freezes people's fucking bank accounts with the convoy, the trucker convoy and everything. He just freezes bank accounts and everything, and people just sort of, and then what do you call it, the pay thing where they donated. What the fuck was it? Anyway, millions of dollars.
I've seen a meme.
Like, that company went, no, we're not paying it. So where did that money go?
So I've seen a meme, all right, and it was very leftist, made truckers look bad, and then I seen an actual video. Now, these truckers, they're not racist. They love their country. They don't cause violence. I'm sorry. Like, do I even need to go on, Justin? Like, you're a fucking Cuban goofy cigar of a person.
What they're doing is they're trying to push people to the fucking absolute edge because people are just gonna like go, right, that's it, we've had enough, fuck it, I'm not paying my bills. Millions of people just go, fuck you, gas company, I'm not paying the bills, blah 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 blah, great reset, blah 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 blah. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. They bail out banks and all kinds of things for the last couple of years. It's just, I think they're just pushing people. They want people to fucking go over the edge. But before you do that, just have a little think. Just have a little think. You know, it's fucking clown world, bro. It really is.
When you're that brazen to attack your economy directly by calling truckers that want to have a living wage, when you call those people terrorists, you've declared war on your own country.
That's right. He called them that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And there are no truckers that are terrorists. Like, excuse me, like, do you know what terrorists do? They suicide bomb. And they literally create problems that no trucker is trying to do. They can't sustainably, like, operate on that kind of level. All they want to do is have some fucking gas, like in their tank, where they can go all the way back home without losing money.
Yeah.
And like, what is that? Like, it's so fucking hard. And I don't, honestly, look, dude, I'm American. I don't know. I've paid $7.50 for a gallon of gas, of the shittiest gas you can imagine. Now, this is nothing. This pales in comparison to what people in Canada are suffering through. Like, this
Our leaders called us deplorables. I think they're just projecting.
Yeah. I mean, remember, all this happened, that the trucker convoy thingy happened before this Putin price hike. So what are they going through now? I mean, they're just going to give up their jobs. Fuck that. This is before all this shit. It was just before the massive price hike in energy. So if it was bad then, what the fuck are them people going through now?
Yeah, I don't understand exactly the scale of it. Because like I said, dude, I don't understand how there's even a possibility of transportation in Canada with the prices. Like, it's, everything's got to be like inflated so badly just to make up for it. Like, in just that one sector of, you know, of the economy. It's if shit doesn't get transferred, you don't get your product, you don't have an economy. Like how do they hold that economy at hostage for so long, and still at that point, like, it didn't even snap, but they went so far. Or they call them terrorists? Like, you're going too fucking far, man. Like, this dude is just literally like, I can't. That's not a dude. Fucking female.
It's disgusting what he did.
Yeah, Justin Trudeau, you're a dickless little perv bitch. Nothing in that dick sack at all. you're a pussy. Absolute woman.
We'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, 100%. That is just 100% like sabotage your own fucking country. And you can't get around it. It's just I'm at a loss for words. It's unbelievable. I couldn't imagine trying to kill my own people like that. Like that's literally what it is. Like it's the first step in execution process of the entire country. You're putting them in depression. You're bringing down everybody's morale, and you don't ever do that as a leader. You don't fucking do that. As a leader, you boost morale. You don't bring them down. You don't break a country like that. You don't lead a country like that in a successful manner. You don't ever take that step. And this is what people need to realize. This is what good leaders do. Good leaders, they bring you up. Good leaders, they educate you. Good leaders, they make you happy and healthy. Those are synonymous. If you and your body is doing well, your mind is going to work well as well. Like, you're going to be successful in your endeavors. Don't ever put down all of the people that are supposed to love you and expect a real country.
It's just a pity that a lot of the countries today are run by sociopaths. That's a fact.
Everybody, it's like we should be building castles. This is de-evolution at its finest, and this is what they want us to fall into. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to really stay close to each other. And if I were just to come in the live stream and say, hey, y'all are retards, go ahead, find a tree and pick a strong branch because that's the one you need to hang yourself from, then we're gonna all fuck up. We're all gonna be doing bad. But I'm telling you, don't ever feel like you need to do anything that anybody tells you if it doesn't make sense. Like, don't do it. You are a conscious being that can make decisions. The decision could be as easy as saying no. Say no to this nonsense and negativity, and I want everybody to know that this is something we can change. Like, it's not a ingrained system. And maybe you can see this because you're in a flat earth server. You're starting to realize that it's not we revolving around others, but it's others revolving around us, because we are important and they're not. There are some people, there's, of course, they're your family members, your friends. You have to be there for them, and be there for yourself. Maybe, like, we can't just say no and take this bullshit. I don't think we need to. And
They want people relying on the state is what they want. I mean, for me, if you look from 2020 onwards, there's definitely something coming down the pipeline. I would guess within the next 5, 6, 7 years or something, there's definitely something coming along because, like you said, de-evolving. It's one thing after another. The human race is going in a completely fucking crazy direction. There's all kinds of shits happening. You wake up one day, you wouldn't be surprised if aliens landed on the White House lawn. It's just there's this kind of this theory about they want to bring order out of some kind of chaos. I think the world's going to be a real fucking mess for 2-3 years from now. It's going to be such a fucking mess. People will be crying out for some kind of order or savior or something, and they'll show up.
I think at this point, it's pretty much been foretold we're gonna suffer 1,000 years for this, and it's because some stupid motherfuckers think that it matters to vote. And this is why we have to go through 1,000 fucking years of misery.
Well, there's a passage from the
100%.
Bible that always made me think is that men will seek death and not find it. Okay, so how is that a bad thing? Like, if you can't die, shouldn't you be fucking happy? You know, I don't know what that means, what's an allegory for, or fucking whatever it is. But to seek death and not find it, you must be going through some fucking real shit, bruh.
Well, it's as simple as this for me. Well, not everybody lives 100 years, which was supposed to be the predetermined.
I think we used to live a lot longer.
Yeah, for example, there is a tortoise that is probably, I think he's about 190 years old. Yeah, a lot longer than most people live. Yeah, for 100%, like probably twice as long as most people ever live. Yeah, that's undoubtful, but like, this is the thing. Like, we don't have to study the turtle. We don't have to study like the math. Like, we just have to study why it happened. And it's pretty simple for me. Like, the turtle, it leads a very sheltered life. It doesn't.
Hey! Did you just say the turtle lives a very sheltered life?
a sheltered life.
Did you just make a joke? You didn't even realize it.
Yeah. I didn't realize it, dude.
This tortoise lives it's a really. Did you say it lived 184 years?
I think it's about 190.
That's 184.
It's really close.
Yeah, I just googled it. But as I was googling it, I heard you say, "Well, this tortoise lives a really sheltered life."
Putting the shell in there, bro. Like, yeah, it's. I love it, dude. The thing is, like, we do have to kind of like think more simplistic, like this whole system shit. Like,
I thought you meant that.
This?
I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
It's the bat phone.
So, like, we need to go back, right? Not like to monkey, you know what I mean? Like, you don't go that far, but we just really need to start retracing at some point that these steps that we've taken in society, where we're starting to, I don't know, give everybody the go ahead to do whatever they want. Like, stop doing that. Just like I don't really care. Like what they say, you realize that when you start giving somebody that kind of position where they can execute your grandmother for being a witch, then we need to absolutely avoid these kinds of situations. Like, I've got no mercy for anybody who votes. I don't care why you did it. I'm going to eviscerate you and tell you that you had no right to do that. You had no right to even express your opinion, to try to express another opinion on a whole entire population. Never was an option. It should never have been.
I'll tell you something. Over here, Boris Johnson had to leave office, and for the last 2 months or month, they've done nothing but talk about it. It's fucking everywhere. Who's going to be the next leader? Blah, 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 blah. What have they got to offer? Blah, 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 blah. Woman, man, his history, his past, her past. But it's so fucking sickening, because all it's doing is reinforcing a reality upon people that this is a necessary thing. It's a necessity. This government thing, and I'm completely anti-government, right? I am a full-on anarchist. I don't believe in governments at all. But you see the what do you call it? Like when you run something like the programming in place. All over talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio and I watch some news, and that's all they talk about. And all that does is reinforce it to people that this is part of life. This is a necessity. It's not. They're all full of shit. I promise this and I promise that. Not one of them have held any fucking promises.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Is Gary Johnson going to give you world peace? Like, no. Boris Johnson. I'm sorry.
Boris.
Yeah. So, like, is Boris? Is he going to fly over to Russia and make it all better the next day? No. Maybe give him the whole term. Maybe he'll finally do that. No, never happened. Nobody ever did that.
I'll tell you a wee joke here, and it's kind of a dark one. But I was at my work listening to the radio, and the guy says, and this is a true story. You heard there's a Russian soldier he's been done for castrating Ukrainian soldiers that he captured. And the radio presenter said something like, there must be a joke in there somewhere. And I thought to myself, yeah, there is. His name is Ivan Erdikov. The Russian. Yeah. Cutting off Ukrainians' privates. His name was Ivan Erdikov. I don't know. It's a bit dark.
That's really crazy. I'm sorry.
I told that to my friends. They laughed. They thought that was good.
I think they make up these names, though. I think they're throwing it in our face.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to put this out there. Now, I watched the video. I've seen the Russian dude cutting his dick off.
Oh, you did?
No. 100%. I watched the video.
Oh, okay.
It was recorded. Yeah, it's
Oh, really?
I think the guy, the Ukrainian, he was gagged up pretty good because I couldn't hear a lot of screams, but that was real. Like, ooh.
Shit, dude. Really? I didn't even know there was a video out there. You seen that?
Yeah, I literally watched the dude separate his dick from his body.
Russell's name
Unbelievably
was
gross.
Ivan Digoff. Yeah.
Not gonna lie,
Well, I
I
suppose-
probably would have.
Well,
I probably would have, if I was a Russian dude, I probably would have just bit it right off.
I'd rather get killed fighting before they let somebody do that to me. But that made me think about.
No,
Remember
he
the
was
photo?
alive. No, he was alive when this whole dismemberment was happening.
Okay, Jesus, no, man, that's bad. That also reminded me of the photo. Remember the photo of the American Marines taking a number one on dead Afghanis? Remember that one?
No, I don't.
Oh, right. Okay, you don't remember that? A quick Google will probably find it. But yeah, that was horrible too. Like it was American soldiers actually taking a piss on dead bodies. That was bad, bro. That's how fucked up this world is, man.
I saw them tying the people that were looting to poles, and they were using like saran wrap and duct tape and stuff, and like taping them to the poles for stealing in Ukraine during the war.
Oh,
Well,
It was going on for a while.
I'm a very peaceful person, but I know for a fact that there is only one objective in war that you should ever follow, and it is to absolutely boost up the morale of your soldiers, to kill the others, and if you can, at best, you want to have the higher percentage. You want to be more morally obligated, and you want your soldiers to feel morally obligated to continue this campaign. And if you don't, then it doesn't matter.
you
Like,
see, there's
nothing else.
bad apples in every barrel. There's actually videos of Australians in Afghanistan, and one of them was like, "Do you want me to kill this fucker?" Whatever Australians talk. But there was a gunshot after. It was an unlawful killing. Even the Australian army. Australians, I think it's how peaceful. Swim with dolphins and all that there. But yeah, they that was bad too. That's a thing as well. You could hear him. Do you want me to kill this fucker, or something about fucker, and put him out of his misery or something? But yeah, there's bad bastards and there's bad apples in every fucking barrel, right?
Well, yeah, it's the thing is, like, is it a good apple or is it a bad apple, right? Like, it's the thing is, like, for me, like, 100%, like, I swear to God, like, it can be summed up just to the fact where do people want to keep fighting? You want your people to keep fighting, but you can tell them to stop at any time. And when the opposition, when they see that video of somebody's dick getting cut off while they're still alive,
I wouldn't even watch that, bro.
it's not so bad. Like, you don't even hear the screams. It's just like a really weird, like, piece of meat just getting sliced off. Like, at like razor sharp, like, I'm sure, like, razor sharp instrument. But
But why does YouTube allow that to happen? Do you remember was it an American? The guy with the
Is
beard?
that what
you,
YouTube?
YouTube promote no, all right. It doesn't even matter. Like YouTube, like better keep promoting flat Earth before I start talking about how you promote little child sex services.
Yeah, they would
'Cause
ban
I
a video
know.
about they'd ban a video about flat Earth, but they would show a video of of an American getting his head cut off by some fucking jihadis.
Yeah, yeah. It's no, like for real. Like I would just love to go in. Like, trust me. Like YouTube, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, go ahead, do whatever you want, and go right after you. I'm like a fucking Yorkshire Terrier on your heels. I'm the fucking greyhound that doesn't stop running. I'm right here, bitches. Like, fuck you mean? Well, you got my interests. You got my advertisements. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't even look at that. I got things to block that. Fucking stupid.
Did you ever see that video? You know the flat Earth guy where he has this great theme tune. It goes like, "This world is not what you think it is." Do you ever remember that one? This world is not what you think it is. You know, in reference to flat Earth.
Let me singing now. Oh shit.
He's singing and rapping. Yeah. Well, I think you can apply that to basically the world. It's no matter what shape, color, whatever you fucking think it is. I think this world is not what we think it is.
I'm just here trying to make you sound more American, bro.
Who, me?
Yeah, bro.
Aye.
This is not the world that you think it is.
No. This world is not what you think it is. Boom, boom. This world is not what you think it is. Boom, boom, boom. I think it's something completely different, but that's just my opinion.
I think you're right though. Like it sounds about accurate. I want bread and muffins and lemon bread muffins.
So with the drones and that whatever they're putting up, do you think that low Earth orbit is accessible? With some sort of sticky like honey or something up there that like holds things up there? Some sort of part of the atmosphere that they can like make things encased.
For me, it's not possible because of it seems like a whole gravity situation. Now, back when I was still a globe earther, I had done a simulation, and if you're to take in the laws of gravity and apply them to some kind of form of a video game, and
Okay, but I don't even know what you're talking about with gravity because I'm being told gravity isn't a thing.
low Earth orbit, right? So, like, if you were to try to put something into low Earth orbit into a simulation, it just crashes. It's like yeah, you go down on the slide. You sit down on a slide and you expect yourself to stay there, but it's just too bad.
What do you think it means in the Bible when it says they will attempt to climb into the heavens or something like that? So like there's something up there that is
But for me, it tells me that these people are trying to be heavenly. That they control our reality, right? They try to, at least, and then they try to put themselves up as higher beings, but they're not. And
Yeah, well,
for me, like I said though, it all comes crashing down. It doesn't stay up there. It doesn't just get stuck in the honey. It comes down, and it comes with a bang. Like it's that's the end.
there has to be some kind of shell because you cannot get what they're saying. Like, even if fuck's sake, is there space out there, whatever? But there must be some kind of dome, maybe some kind of dome. But at the same time, can I ask a question? I had a little thought that it's really strange. I walked outside of work, looked up at the stars, seen the stars, and I always thought, what if they're just pinpricks in the sky? What if it's just little lights coming through and whatever. Okay, so they're not what they say they are, right? They're not fucking planets. They're not stars. They're not this thing. They haven't. Their light hasn't traveled billions of light years to reach my eye. Right? What are they?
Right?
So what the hell are they?
It's really hard to tell because I've seen all these shapes that I can zoom in with on my P900, and like it's very difficult to explain it. When I try to explain that I've captured triangular stars out of this contraption, right? And oh my god, of course, like I'm me being a flat earther where the camera everything is wrong. Well, it's very hard to be wrong when it's triangular. And you can even ask the Egyptians. I don't give a fuck. They know what triangular is.
I don't give a fuck. You can even ask the Egyptians. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Walk back in
It's literally like I'll tell them, dude. It's not non sequitur. It doesn't even follow anywhere. Like the Earth is just non-moving. It's 100%. It's just stationary, and you don't need to suck out of a cat's tit to figure that out.
It's a clock / nightlight. That's what the heavens are. Like it's to light up.
Yeah, it's a clock. It's for here. Perfect example, like I was talking about earlier. It had I had been reading into Buddhism, and I realized at this point, okay, they're not calling it August. This is the month that we're in right now. But they called it. They numbered the month, right? Did they not? And they had given it a 28-day cycle. At least from what I think is the truth. Maybe it's 29. It could be 29 a couple times. 28 usually. And this is the whole cycle of all of these ancient texts. And then all of a sudden came this naming thing. It's a cycle of naming things, like what we call this, what we would say would be the 8th month. It should be the 8th month if we were going to name them. But it's not in the Bible. In the Buddhist texts,
I would say that your great grandpa and mine, Adam, he probably named them.
Yours and mine.
Yes. Our ancestor.
So it's obviously not a spinning ball. And all that there, right? Vacuums and barriers and stuffs.
Yeah.
So Mike,
because like Adam and Eve got that right too, and then they changed it 500 years ago.
Yeah, I suppose they could change anything. What do you mean they changed it?
to ball.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see. Suddenly it's a ball.
Yeah. And suddenly it's Tuesday or,
But
August.
there's no proof of motion. There's no proof of curve. That's basically not. It doesn't seem like it's a ball. And they're telling us that these lights out there, all these stars, that they're in the same pattern every fucking night as it travels along, are just stars and just like things. For hundreds and millions of years, right? But so I understand that the Earth is not moving. I understand it's not the shape they tell us it is. I understand that we're probably living in a fucking fugazi. They're making shit up as they go along. They've put us in some kind of fucking crazy fucking world where they make the rules. If you don't know where you're living, if you haven't a clue where you're living, then you've no way of working out where you are. If you don't know where you are, you have no way of figuring out what it's all about. So my question is, those pinpricks in the sky, those are the lights. We know they're not what they say they are. What are they?
Hey, with crap, tell us what more it looks like with your P900. I wish I had one of those.
Did you say Aurora? I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise on my side.
There's a lot of
Or
noise on your side, Witchy. Well, stop fucking shouting, man.
just I'm blowing shit up, dude.
Usual.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chrissy, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I was just going to ask you what you've seen with your P900. I wish I had one of those. Or some of them seem closer, or do they all seem about the same distance? Like, I'm curious.
Well,
Stars. Not the Aurora. But it is weird you brought up Aurora, because I was just talking about that yesterday.
Excuse me, I just
Blowing stuff
I was
up.
kind of snacking. You caught me in the middle of snacking, so the stars, like everybody knows that stars are twinkling at all times, and
No, they're not.
Okay, retard. But they're twinkling at all times, and they're always just changing colors, and like 100% changing shape. And I've got like, bro.
You're a fucking retard.
All right,
I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna take whatever size that word is, put it up on the live stream, and I shove it down your throat. And now this shape of the star, it'll shift. I don't know what exactly it is. Cymatics might be a good explanation, but I have for example, not even a month ago, I'd taken another set of pictures of stars that are triangular, and it's really funny when people think about stars as a circular thing. They're not. They're not steady in their color color band.
Spectrum.
Yeah, spectrum, right. And it's ever changing in the spectrum, and it's pretty much ever changing in shape. Now, this is pretty much true for every kind of star, and even wandering stars. Maybe not in the shape
mean
with the wandering
planets?
stars. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. For example, if you want to hear crazy, all right, well here it is, you and me.
Yeah, just listen to you for fucking 2 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. And that's how you get crazy. You start you start listening to the truth for too long, and you start really really having issues. And I'm sorry, you're just casual. You're just casualty. You know, I mean,
Hang
what
on,
they
because
what are they?
Octane Weasel wants to say something here.
Wait, what?
Octane. He's a grand champion in this server.
Oh no. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
What's up, bro?
A whole lot of nothing. Just chilling. I'm just listening.
Where you from?
Good old California.
California.
Did you know that I'm in California now? I just moved.
Oh hell yeah.
Everybody's in fucking California, bro.
Quick,
So what city did you move to? I mean, if you don't mind.
from?
Nah, from Chicago.
Couldn't stand the cold, huh?
Yeah, the wind was too much, bro.
Yeah.
It blew me all the way over here.
So, Octane.
So PMAC.
So, what now?
I have no clue.
Me neither.
I mean, I expect to say anything.
Oh no, brown cow. Octane Weasel, bro. What do you think about the surface area of the Earth? Like, what is the size? Do you think? You think it's bigger or smaller than what we tell you, or what you are told?
I mean, I think we have the size right. I mean, that's the question. I don't know this question.
Could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, what do you think about the size of the surface area? The surface area of Earth. Is you think it would make more sense if it was a globe, if in opposition to a flat, right? Would it be better if it was a surface area on a globe?
I have no clue.
Me neither, bro. We're
me
there. Like we're literally brothers now. We can.
Can I join? I have no clue.
We're all brothers. Yeah, we all agree.
The no clue club.
Yeah. Somebody make that. Somebody make that as a role. And I want a private channel too. You know.
I haven't a clue club.
We're globe retardation's not allowed. I want that channel. Just kidding, bro.
You can be anything you want. In our channel.
Did you know I had taken this picture right here out. This profile picture. It's my avatar. That's a P900 picture.
Where what picture?
My P900. I'm a picture of what though? What is it?
Yeah, what picture, man?
Oh yeah, that's what I exactly wanted to hear. That's my homeboy over here. All right, Octane's on the up and up. He's ready to hear this. This is a fucking UFO, dude. 100%, no doubt.
You're a fucking UFO.
I am. I'm absolutely out of this world at this point, because this picture, it was not a single. This is a single frame out of a series, right?
And you're about to post it, right?
No, it's in profile picture. It's everybody can see it. It's that black dot. with a white dash. But if you look at it closely, you can see that it's possibly a craft. A witchcraft. And
Witchy.
that, so I had no, here we go. We're gonna go break down the whole scenario. This is what I did. I had gone outside and I had been on a break while at work, working pizza place. You know, I mean, dude, I flipped these fucking saucers, dude. Like you wouldn't believe. Dude, I lay the sauce like a boss. I spread the cheese like a G. You know what I mean? All the way, 100%. I'm on a fucking break though. No way. Like on a fucking break. Took my fucking camera outside. I just fuck it, right?
Was this in California?
No, it was right by south suburbs of Chicago. I just fucking decided I'm just gonna take these pictures because it's just so beautiful out. 7 series photo, you know, you hold it down. It's called rapid. It's called rapid fire, or rapid mode in a shutter kind of situation in the camera, and it takes 7 photos in really fast, like click 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 click. There we go. That's how many photos, and then that fast. That's how it does it. And then so like I decided for some reason I'm gonna look at this cloud formation. I think it looks beautiful. Man, point the camera. Yeah. Hold down the button. That's when the 7 clicks go click 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 click. Man, in between those photos, there is a gap in the clouds, and in this gap, in one frame, there is this photo. Boom. That is what is my profile picture. I've seen aliens before that.
Yeah. Oh, you have?
Now, yeah, before that, when I was younger, I had gone down, I think, it was kind of hard 67th Road, because that's what it was. And we're driving down there, and, you know, transmission tower is visited by some kind of ET kind of being with a craft that is witchy. And I saw it, like, it was crazy. I had never even like experienced any kind of this discussion sort of stuff. You know, this is, and I'm like,
Wait, how would you know it's an alien?
I didn't. I thought I was a dragon. So those were the words out of my mouth. I see that as dragon. All right.
You look like
Well-
a ninja. Your profile pic, it looks like a ninja.
Yeah, it does, right? I think we're definitely making it makes sense. Like, it does look like a ninja kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Like it has some kind of white bandana over, right? But so this sighting I've had, that I have a witness, and trust me, you'll never talk to them. They don't give a fuck about this. But they 100% will agree with me that I and them had seen an alien UFO sighting. Now, it's not too crazy. Think about, like, all these people who want to be naysayers. You think that's
Me.
not you? I mean, like, if you don't think that makes sense, just 10 more seconds. Wait for it. Look at life. I rest my case.
Damn.
Crazy, bro. It's crazy. Crazy. And your point is? I'm just kidding.
I was about to say, like, well, I don't know.
It's your fucking point, bro.
Look at life, bro. My point is look. Just look.
I lie.
Completely focus. Shift your focus away from me and think about something else. And that is my point.
Oh, that actually works. Life's much better now without shifting my focus onto fucking Witsy.
Yeah,
You like it, Witsy?
I like it. Yeah.
I aim to please.
You're my best friend, P-Mac. You know that, right? Yeah.
I'm your best friend online.
Yeah, 100%. Without caps.
I would do it in caps too. I would definitely do it in caps, bro.
You're awesome, dude. They're serious.
I'm fucking awesome, bro.
I'm
actually amazing. Me sing.
I just like P-Mac all over me.
Wait, okay, let's not go that far.
No, come on, man! Don't
Come
draw
on
some
now.
lines.
What the fuck are you talking about, right? You see, whoa. Put the brakes on. Put the brakes on. Put the brakes on that fucking shit.
Damn right, dude. Put the brakes on his ass.
You don't want me over you, I'll fucking crush you.
No, I'm not. I'm not ready to become a blueberry muffin. I'll eat a blueberry muffin though.
On Blueberry Hill. On Blueberry Hill. I found my thrill. The night was long. How's that now? Isn't that Blueberry Hill? I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's. Oh no way, dude.
You way.
I can literally. It's like somebody's throwing blueberries in my mouth right now, like mentally. Oh, so many blueberries.
I can't take any more blueberries. Stop with the blueberries.
Blueberries over Jewberries, everybody. You heard me. And it's not a joke. It's 100% for real. The Blueberry Testament and y'all better obey. Because if you don't, you're not going to hell. You go to hell and you die. You don't want that. I seriously do want some muffins, though, for real.
This world is not what you think it is. Bow, bow.
This world is not what you think it is. Yeah.
Bow, bow.
Hey, Withcraft, if you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, which I don't know, maybe you already have, but if you do, and we get to heaven, I'm going to make you the best blueberry muffin when we get there. It's going to be amazing. Just wanted to tell you that because I'm making everybody their favorite meal. And I will remember.
Oh, you're like the sweetest. That sounds so tempting.
I think she likes you.
I think she likes blueberries just like everybody else. Like this is the obvious answer. I mean, I I like Christy too, but I mean like not in a weird way. She's 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 a good muffin. Okay.
I'm a good muffin. I am a married muffin. So, just so you know.
Well, they're very blessed, okay? Cuz I mean, like I'm having a good time. At least your husband can have a good time with you, and probably I'm sure I'm almost 100% sure that they're really enjoying life, okay? So keep that up. You know, that's that's what I have to say. That's the good thing that we can take away is make your partner's life an enjoyable thing.
That's
And
really sweet.
like
Thank you.
blueberries.
Yes, like blueberries.
No, like yeah, absolutely, very very lucky man. And this is a kind of relationship like not me and Christy. Like I'm not saying we're in a relationship. Like don't get that in your mind. I don't want to feel the wrath from hubby. But this is happiness is really what matters.
PMAX, a troublemaker.
I am not. I resent that remark.
No, seriously, you really cracked me up, though.
I've led a sheltered life. Actually, I had a wee box of wine there, and I was like trying to pour it out, and I was holding the glass a certain way, and then I realized, holy fuck, what are you doing? Just put the glass there, hold the box up, and fucking pour it out. Anyway, you had to be there. I am not a troublemaker. I fucking love everybody, bro. I haven't got one hate in my heart for anyone. I actually don't. I love Witchy.
Yeah, I love you too, P Mac. You're a really great guy, dude. I mean,
Hey,
seriously,
everybody agrees with you.
how can I dislike somebody who loves what I love? And bread is what I love. And you love bread. I love bread. Come on, let's all get together and sing a bread song. I don't know. I'm done. Oh my god. Uh, but truly, bro, you're you're a really good guy, dude.
I think
In a lot of ways.
I think the word you're
Um,
looking for is legend. Just kidding.
Dude, I'm gonna start tickling you, dude. When I freaking find out where
Stop
you
it.
live, I'm gonna tickle you into oblivion, okay?
I'm going to take you back.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's the part that I can't reach, dude. Please tickle me in the back.
No, I said I'm going to tickle you back, not in your back.
Damn it. Oh man.
Nobody can reach your back. Hey, do you know the one part you can't reach? Is your back.
Oh my god. Somebody please tickle me in the back. PMAC's not gonna do it. I'm accepting
Yeah, definitely not.
applications.
I'm going to tickle you in your brain.
What brain?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh,
Oh,
come on, dude.
you have a brain, bro.
It's a hell of a nut to crack. I'll tell you that.
I'm still looking for the question, right? I'm still looking for the question. Fuck, I haven't even found an answer yet. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm still looking for the answer to the question. If stars are not stars, what the fuck are they?
The Bible says stars are angels sometimes.
So there's like angels that have been living there for like thousands of years, just like sitting there.
Just like singing and worshiping God who was and is to
Always shall
come.
be. Well, that's possible. But here we find
I
ourselves in a
never
world
get
that's not so
tired.
fucking lovely. Yeah?
I think they would be honored to worship God day and night, all day long. Worthy is the Lamb that was slain. Worthy to be praised and glorified forever and ever. Like they would just be in awe of him,
This is
sparkling in their little container of whatever it is, and like putting off a light show. And really, God can see into everything, the micro and the macro, and like he can see the way that he created the angel to just like contort and change shapes and really give off like a digital movie or something in there. I don't know. That's my idea of things.
okay. It's kind of a strange way to be, honestly. I don't mean to be derogatory about it, but like the worship and man, that's hardcore. I don't think. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I do believe in a God. I do believe in a higher power, but I don't think that where we are is anything to do with that at all.
Wait, say that again? You don't think what?
I don't think where we are has anything to do with God.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well,
So,
I suppose everything has to do with God, right? But no,
I mean, I'm just looking at my chickens right here and I'm like, man, God was really creative because they're like little dinosaurs.
yeah, but the devil can be very creative too, or
Oh
aliens.
man, the devil wouldn't create that. Well, maybe the devil created a snake or something. I don't know. Or mosquitoes or maybe
Well,
certain things. I don't
Have you
know.
seen the shit that goes on here? Have you seen the shit that goes on here? Have you seen the world that
Oh,
we're living in? Huh?
that was people. That was people that did that, and the angels that fell. They were part of this choice of evil.
I think it's a false narrative we're being fed. I do, but let me just first stipulate that I do believe in God. Okay, so everything is not
Yeah,
doom and gloom. But I think
but do
that
you believe
I I think
that
that
one day things will be like perfect and restored and like what I said to Witsit or not
like,
Witsit,
it's a
uh,
possibility. I don't
Yitzhak,
know. Yeah, yeah, it's a possibility.
where
I
you
have
could
no
have
idea.
the most perfect blueberry muffin ever.
Oh my god! Don't. Oh yeah. The most perfect blueberry
we're
muffin.
gonna start the Great Flood if you keep talking about this. I'm gonna drool all over the place.
Stop it. She's laughing. She knows she's got us with a blueberry muffin thing.
I'm sitting here cutting up tomatoes, getting ready to can
I
some.
honestly, in my humble opinion, I think that God whoever that may be, sent somebody here to tell us, hey, hello, you're trapped. This is the way out.
Oh, this comes back full circle, right? we should stop wearing clothes. Like just at least expose yourself to reality.
Witchy, you are such a fucking nudist, bro.
Hey, yeah. I don't
Swing
care.
high and low. Do your balls swing high? Do your balls swing low? Can you pick into and throw? Can you put them over your shoulder like I put them over your holder? Do your balls hang low?
Do your bullocks hang low? Do they wobble to their flow? Mate, I think we're Americanizing you over here. All right.
Uh-huh.
I can hear it in the accent, dude. It's going down. We're gonna change you over. And
I'm fine, honestly.
you're gonna be in the can with those tomatoes. Christy King's put you right up in there.
I don't want to go to America. America is fucking. It's fucked, bro.
No, it's not. Over here, not over here, dude. Not with me. Okay. Come over here.
Can I come over?
Yeah. So Christy, are you in California too? Because I am. A lot of people are, and
No, I'm in Tennessee.
Well, my grandmother's in Tennessee. She used to live in Fremont, and that's really close to the Bay Area. Amazing place. And I believe what's his name? The dude. Oh, yeah. Is like it's a Western actor. He lived in this area. I don't know if he's still here, but it's, trust me, like when you get to this place called California, like it's not an ordinary town. It's like, all right, it's, for one thing, like you're driving on perfect roads. You're looking at redwood trees all
Perfect
over the
roads?
place.
Did you say perfect road?
Yeah, it's perfect, 100%. I don't need to buy water.
People. Right?
You know what I do? You know what I drink? I drink holy water out of the mountain.
Wow.
Out of the ass of a sin.
Yeah, it's untreated, which means that I wasn't treated poorly. So it's absolutely safe from indoctrination. It's not going to indoctrinate me. And from this beautiful spring of water, a lot of people are absolutely just thriving and happy, and they're not sad about a lot of things. Nobody has anything sad to talk about, and they live each other's lives like together as a community, and they share these beautiful experiences. Yeah, okay, yeah. Welcome to the club, dude.
I watched the thing on Netflix the other day, a guy who believes he's Jesus Christ.
I'm drinking holy water, bro. I'm basically, everybody here is Jesus Christ with me. There's
that's new.
There's Francis John Paul, freaking Saint Germain. There's the goddesses, the gods, the days of the week. Everybody is here, and we're all drinking the Kool-Aid. Now, what is the problem, really? Like, why don't you drink the Kool-Aid too? It's so good.
Okay. Because the Kool-Aid is fucking poison.
No, it's
It's fucking poison.
yeah, it's the poison that everybody needs, and they need to give themselves that chance. Spiritually, take that drink of Kool-Aid.
I don't need to go anywhere or listen to anybody to know that we're living in a fucked up
Except
world.
for me. You're going to drink the Kool-Aid, bro.
No, I'm not.
No, dude. Do it.
Shut up.
Do it.
Shut up. Shut up, you Walmart.
Yeah, go ahead. Drink the Kool-Aid.
All right. All right. I'll fucking do it this once, right? The fucking taste that Kool-Aid.
Yeah, Kool-Aid is Kool-Aid. And
Jim Jones.
I'm not the leader of some head organization yet. So I've
Not
got a
yet.
long ways to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm aspiring. I'll get there someday.
You're trying to be a cult leader?
Yeah, actually, I'm very big promoter of cults. And
Culture.
no,
That's
it's
good,
though there is a lot of culture around here, but there's a cult battle. So yeah, of course, I've got to promote the good one. And you wouldn't believe, in this area where there's a big leader of cults, there are a lot of flat earthers. So over here you are welcome. Friends and family, bring your loved ones, and live in this area and soak it up, whatever you need to soak up. I'm not telling you what to do, but in this area there are flat earthers. There's a more open community. Like I've said, it's free water.
They all could
It's
be Californian girls.
Yes, exactly. And like there's bouncing boobies like all over these mountains.
I'm
and you
there.
just would not even believe. Yeah, as sold. Get me the ticket, good sir. And
I'm there.
I couldn't really explain to you how amazing it is, like where I'm talking to you from. I'm in the wilderness right now, dude. There's nobody bothering me. I've seen one person,
In
on a
2 years.
motorcycle. Maybe not that long, like 2 weeks. But
Fuck.
I'm secluded. There's
You
so
are.
much space. There's so much area for us to cover, and we don't need to be secluded, right? Like we can be surrounded by a beautiful, loving friendship of dancing and music and what have you. This could be a city. We could buy our own flat Earth city. The limitations aren't there. Limitations are a fictional thing, and we can really have our own community.
It's a very materialistic world, isn't it? Like everything
And
is.
yeah, when you get into that,
Well,
and you get into the whole owning a city thing, yeah, very materialistic.
yeah. When in actual fact, there's a whole other kind of maybe spiritual thing going on. Nobody's aware of it. We've been hijacked, bro. This life is not. Honestly, I believe this 100%. We are It should be something completely different. But we're living in a world hijacked by, I don't know, not even other beings, other fucking humans, in order for them to make profit.
It's crazy, dude. How much is it worth, right? Like, oh my gosh. Since I finally got this opportunity, I want to say, like, since Christy King's not here, I'm gonna talk some crazy shit.
Oh
So you can't.
Jesus! Like you haven't started talking crazy shit already?
No. Not even started yet.
Not even close.
Like,
Okay, we're fucked.
we're we're not even on the we're on the tip of the iceberg over here. Like, okay, this
Tip of the
is
top.
we're just scratching the surface. We're just absolutely tickling the monster's balls, and in this whole type of film. Right now, the commentary is on. We're at the director's commentary right now. Christy King's not here. We're gonna talk some crazy shit. Okay, like,
So you are.
you wanna know some secrets, man, bro? Like, what is fucking secrets? Christy King's awesome, and I really want some of those muffins, like, bad,
I gotta say,
crazy bad.
right. Listen. Forget muffins, bro. I didn't even realize I was a dickhead until I realized I was a dickhead. Because I realized that I believed everything I believed in was a fugazi. People told me, and I put my whole heart in it. Uh, Here, white coats, and all that shit. Bang. No. I took the authority of other people to tell me what the world was. Pretty soon, not too long after, I worked out it's not what they say it is. Now I'm trying to figure out what the fuck? Why would they do that? Isn't that
That's because
crazy?
they don't want you to be smart, dude. They want you to be so bad at life, and
They
then
don't want you to be
it's easier
smart,
to control.
easy to control. Control. I think you just said the two words there. Actually, as one, right? Control. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I never thought about it in those two separate words before. Actually, before you said that, that's see, this is the good thing, man. We're making these connections, and I don't know what it is that runs our bodies, but it seems electric, right?
Yep.
There's some kind of connection like that, right? Like, we are electric, and I don't care. Like, at
And
that
man, I
point,
don't
like,
care. That's a fucking terrible way to look at things, bro. Yeah. So
yeah, I don't care what there is to say against what I'm saying. I guess this is the best way for me to finish that.
okay.
So I don't care what anybody else has to say
No, I
against
didn't
what I
say.
had
I
to
say
say
that again. I says
myself.
okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, fuck you if you disagree. Basically, yeah. I mean, like, we're
Whatever,
we're
bro.
we're making a connection. Electrics, like, it's, dude. Like, what else is driving my muscles besides an electric impulse, right? That's the obvious scientific answer. In To me, I guess this is the answer, anyways. Like, without science
Yeah.
involved.
Do you ever think of you might be a robot?
Yeah, I'm I'm a robot in the fact that I have
Independent thought.
conditions that I need to meet a condition, right? I need a power source and I need a creator.
Wait, hey, we're operating at 36 degrees, bro.
Fahrenheit.
Probably wrong. Whatever.
My heart operates probably at that temperature, 36 degrees Fahrenheit. It's almost frozen.
No, not Fahrenheit, Celsius.
If it was Fahrenheit, though, I would
you
I'd
couldn't
probably
operate at
agree with
36
you.
degrees Fahrenheit. That's like minus fucking 20.
That's my heart rate.
It is. Okay.
I'm a heartless robot.
You're really laid back, bro.
You read my mind. What the fuck?
Stop it now. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, dude. What do you get when you cross a lemon with a bird? A meadowlark.
You get a. Ooh. You get a very gay person that believes in God.
You get witchcraft.
Fuck off.
I'm gonna take the piss out of myself before you can, dude.
Wait. I love Lemon, man. Lemon is he's a dude. Alright? He's not fucking Lemon.
Meadowlark.
Meadowlark. Okay. Lemon Bird. He is a dude. Well.
Lemon bird. Lemon bird.
He's not here. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about us.
He's a faggot. That's why.
Fuck off.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Look at this! This area is filled with books about pretend people!
That's right, Grover. This is the fiction section. Fiction means it's a made-up story.
Right, can we stop it now?
Fiction means it's a made-up story.
Fuck you.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
This world is not what you think it is. Bow, bow. This world is not what you think it is. Bow, bow, bow. True story.
They just give away DJ roles. True story.
Well,
Alright. So, just to be clear here.
yeah.
If you don't have a fucking microphone, don't use DJ. Anything. Fuck off.
Do me a favor.
Fucking stupid ass goof Negro with that fucking cue. The fuck were you thinking?
The fuck were you
Damn, dude,
thinking?
your fucking dad must have left you when you were fucking not even born. When
Why
he didn't
isn't
even
I born?
meet your mother, he must have left you. fucking shitless ass goof.
All right, calm down.
Neolithic.
Calm the fuck down.
Hold on. Middle of some Neolithic, Neanderthal, goofy, globetard, centric, fucking helio faggot type of ass clown would you ever fucking do that for? In the middle of my conversation? Are you fucking stupid?
You little faggot in the middle of my fucking conversation.
Can I fucking get an amen? Where the fuck were you when I was talking? Exactly where you should have been, in your own fucking place.
Amen.
Don't fucking DJ ever again.
Amen.
DJ yourself into a ditch. Get the fuck out of my lane. You stupid, inconsiderate, nincompoop fucking globetard faggot.
Right.
I'm done.
I'm down.
That was it. That was all you get, and that's all I have for you.
That's
Dish
pretty
that
good.
shit up one more time.
That's pretty good.
Is
Well,
that
okay.
the
I mean,
part
like,
you
is
think
that
you
the
did.
part that I missed? Is that all you got? Like,
Yeah.
well,
Do you have
Well,
another clip you want to play, you fucking nincompoopy, stupid goofy? I don't even have to go any further.
while I was away, you were gonna do something, and I've been here the
I'm
whole
about to.
time. I haven't heard nothing until then, and that's it. That's what I missed.
I disco dance right out my pants, baby. Like that's just how I roll.
I'm sitting here thinking he's gonna say something really like crazy while he thinks I'm away.
I was talking mad shit, like P-Mac. You remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
And that would probably been the best time to play that. But when I'm in the middle of an intelligent thought the whole time, and that shit starts playing, I can't stand for it. Like, dude, like, go ahead and
Who
hang
did that
yourself
come
with an
from?
anchor and jump ship. Like,
Who played?
don't do
who
that.
played that? Who was playing
Yeah.
that?
I don't know. They're absolutely dead to me though. They can get fucking stretched.
They can fuck off.
You
Super
fuck
fella.
off, mate. Because
Super
I'm
fella.
telling you. I was telling you when I was trying to tell you, mate. It was fucking playing. It was fucking right up in my ears. I fucking flipped out, mate. Absolutely bollocks.
Fuck that, mate. That was fucking actually
Yeah.
very fucking good. Man.
I'm actually fucking pissed too, mate. Now you're fucking playing.
Right.
Or fucking. We can put this over our shoulder. Well, get over it, alright? No problem. Well, it's just a bunch of faggots, no problem. Seriously though, see yourself to the door if you did that. I don't know, man, like, because here's the thing, like, that's what that does, is that it just discourages people from speaking. And if we're not speaking in a channel like where we're gonna be like uninterrupted, like, then what do I like? We're no better than bots. Like, we're just Discord losers at
What
that
if we
point.
are bots?
I just feel like a top. I just feel like a top at this point, and I'm starting to spin. You know what I mean?
Is there a possibility we could be bots?
I won't be replaced. They're gonna have to fight. I'm not gonna become part of the algorithm, if you know what I mean. Like,
Sure. But there's a possibility we are bots. Biological machines that repair themselves. You ever think of that?
I don't think I'll be replaced, bro.
Bro, it's not about you being replaced, but you put your ego in the fucking shelf, right?
Yeah, I put my ego on the motherfucking shelf with your
Motherfucking
motherfucking
shelf,
mama,
man.
baby. Yeah.
Hey,
You see how that works out? Ah, fuck it. I will magnify this glass all up in your ass. Always stay in top class, and
You can't.
I come back with the sass, right? Yeah, that's the thing.
It's not the thing. It's a terrible thing.
I'm so ready, dude. I'm
so bad.
over it, dude. I'm ready to drown myself, just absolutely just for fun, and come back. Just
For
come
1
back
second.
talking so much.
For 1 second, just imagine yourself not the person that you think you are.
You're really
I'm
starting
literally-
to make me trip out right now because, like, I did this Bible code where it was artificial intelligence, and it was saying, "I will become you," and then it said, "It will be too late." So I'm wondering. I mean, it's kind of like a puzzle, though. It's not like a big long sentence. Like I found those things right around each other, but I got to thinking about that, and it's just really a trippy kind of thing that we are that important. Like you're like, put your ego to the side. I mean, seriously though, if we realized how important we were to the Creator who created us, and that we're giving up our dominion to these technological algorithms, and like I don't want to be I don't want to be a battery. I don't want to be in the matrix like with some sort of nano crap in my body with something taking over my mind, you know? Like it that kind of stuff really creeps me out.
Yeah, it totally makes sense though, Christy, because we do matter, and the funny thing is, we don't just matter, we are matter, and we're electric, right? We're a lot of things. Like for a good comparison, Jesus said we are, and he said he is the Alpha and the Omega.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth
Turn
shall
that
make you
shit
free.
off.
Please stop.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Who's doing that?
It's you.
It is just,
We just hit 100 million subscribers, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you everyone that subscribed. And to
I muted the bot. I don't give a fuck. So when you go ahead and do that,
Triggers that, or does somebody push a button to do that?
I don't care at this point because I can't hear it. So next
But
time
I
that
do.
shit happens, and I come into a room full of just absolutely bored as fuck people, I'm gonna
we
come
just hit
in and
100
say,
million
I
subscribers,
don't
and from the bottom of my heart, thank you
fucking
everyone
know
that subscribed.
whatever
And to celebrate,
is
I bought
on my
this
mind.
ginormous private island, and I'm
And
giving
this
it to one
flat
of
earth
you in this
fucking
video.
bot
So I
is
brought
not going to get in my way because I've muted it. And that's probably what everybody needs to do. Mute that bot. Don't ever. It shouldn't be allowed in the live stream. The fuck are you guys doing? You.
Somebody
Do you even. Who the fuck runs this server? Fucking get this bot the fuck out of here. Stupid shit. Dude. How many fucking members do you need to fucking tell you this? Like, get this retarded crap out of here. Never on the live stream. I don't even hear
You shall
it.
know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
It's a yellow thing. Hey, we probably should ban this guy. Like, whoever's doing that. Like, It's basically PMAC. PMAC, sorry, bro. You're exposed.
Oh, P-Mac's doing it.
Yeah, I don't think he is. He's not. He doesn't have the. Yeah, you don't have the perms. It's not him. There's only a couple of people in here, and they probably wouldn't do that. There's somebody who really begged for it, and they were really desperate to try to interrupt a real good conversation. And it should never happen in live stream. Never have a bot in live stream. Okay, like I don't know where you came from, what kind of place this was, where you think a live stream should have a bot doing all of the conversation. No, you're better off shutting down the live stream. I don't care, dead air or not.
I did hear that this artificial intelligence is
to be honest,
gonna call you on the phone.
Witchcraft. To be honest, yeah,
to interrupt
you're more likely to get the live stream shut down. You're more likely to get shut down, right?
Is this the one
after
right here?
All that shit you're talking, after all that shit you've been talking, you're more likely to get shut down, innit, mate?
Hang on.
How about you shut the fuck up now, mate? Yeah. How
about you shut the fuck up?
Shut the fuck up now, Witchcraft.
Who you talking to?
Shut the fuck up.
Do me a favor.
Shut the fuck up, Witchcraft.
Do me a favor. Fuck off, bro.
You cunt.
Did you get your blueberry muffin today?
Oh yeah, the C word. Yeah.
You cunt. Shut up.
Oh, you fucking.
Did you not get your blueberry muffin today?
What a twat. What an absolute twat.
Wow, I was not expecting that.
No, neither was I. Hey, he's back. Hey, Cuddy, you absolute cunt. It's funny, your name's begins with a C. Like cunt. What's up, bro?
Would you like a blueberry muffin?
More Witchcraft. Who the fuck?
Get your words out, bro.
Are you calling a stupid Negro? That's what I want to know.
Nobody's calling anybody a stupid Negro.
Who you calling a stupid Negro, cunt?
What the fuck are you on about, bro?
Who, cunt?
Are you delusional?
Your mum's a stupid Negro. Don't talk shit, mate.
Yeah, you're a stupid fucking Negro.
Don't talk shit, mate. Wait.
Wait.
Cuddy,
you're out of it, mate.
Cuddy,
you're out of it.
I'm right here. Mate.
You're out of it. Yeah, keep talking.
I'll tell you why I'm fucking You fucking little bitch. Get your bitch ass right the fuck back in here right now, Cuddy.
No.
Don't you fucking leave me right now. Don't you fucking leave me. Cause I will fucking eviscerate you in front of everybody and you will fucking lie down and take it. Okay?
Alright.
Fuck
so
pussy.
Moving on.
When this guy goes, I am waiting right now. Like
fuck him, man. Fuck him.
He's a sitting duck.
The silly little ball bag. It's a silly little ball bag. So
I will mince that little bitch ass meat of his.
I know.
Somebody did something to his cornflake.
If the stars aren't fucking stars, what are they? Mold that first.
They're muffins.
They're not fucking blueberry muffins.
Blueberries, bro.
Are they blueberry muffins? What about the stars that aren't blueberry?
Well, what did you think of my illusion of what the stars are?
Say it again, please.
Well, you didn't.
Angels. Did you say angels?
Yeah, and like a light show, like praising God with like all these like visual, digital type.
Right. So
movies for God, like a painting, but it's like a light show inside there for God of things that, like a painting, but a light show.
Okay, so they're willing to sit there for thousands of years and just be there.
Until the fall. I mean, but see, to them, 1,000 years is like a day in heaven. And if they're in this realm, then it's not that long, like till they fall. And then once they all fall, then they'll be part of this war in heaven. And then they get cast down to the earth during the Great Tribulation. And
you understand that it sounds like a fairy tale?
but then there's forever. That doesn't seem like a fairy tale to me.
Where's
like
forever?
This is just a temporary thing.
Okay, what is forever? Are you going to live forever?
What is temporary? I mean, you know what
live forever,
is.
honey.
Yeah.
Are you going to live forever?
Not in this body, but yeah.
Oh, so a different body?
Yeah. This
Right,
body's decay and all that because of sin, you know?
Right.
But this is all temporary, very temporary.
Yeah, it means absolutely nothing. It's so temporary, it means fuck all.
It means, right, it means like you had a choice. Like here's,
no.
Here's a one-day test. It's very temporary.
A one-day test.
Yeah. I mean, one day is like 1,000 years. So really, you think it's 80, but it's
so
really,
you either have to perform perfectly here now, or you're fucked for eternity.
Well, yeah, because it's like father of lies. You either choose that one, or you choose the father of love. So I go with love. I go with God. He's almighty, and Satan's a little prick.
Okay.
It's an easy test. Come on.
I can see I have a bit of work here to do. All right.
It's just a tiny little test. Yes or no. It's, you know. And then you got a purpose, of course, for the rest of your days here. So, you know.
How long do you think that our days here are? As if the years go by so quickly, like if I'm here, like now I'm 55, right? And I realize that my life's going so fast, and then in the next 10 years is probably, in the next 10 or 20 years is probably when I'm going to expire, and it all went by so fast. What was the purpose of that?
You know, like a cigarette, you just take a puff and then you blow it.
Holy shit!
And then it's like goes and it's gone. Like that's what we are, a little vapor in the wind.
Yeah.
And then our new life is like forever.
We see, while you're here, there's no reason to start making fucking grandiose ideas of why you're here. Maybe you're just here because your dad impregnated your ma, and then bang.
Well, yeah, I mean,
a
cycle of it all.
Yeah, no, but if you logically take that back, it looks like we're in some kind of. It looks like we're in some kind of. See, people tend to accept. See, this is the thing, right? If you go through something long enough, it becomes normal to you, right? But this is not normal. What we are going through is not normal. My existence here is not normal.
What is normal? Isn't before the fall supposed to be the normal?
Christy, you got to forget about the fall and about God and about the devil, okay? Because there's probably no such thing. What we're living through here is something otherwise to that. The whole reason why you are thinking that is that's the purpose of it, to make you think that there's a this, that, and the other.
What good would that do those that made it up? What good would that do them?
Well, this is the thing. This is the question, right? And a good question.
I can tell you it does me a whole lot of good.
They're harvesting things. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know why they're doing it. I don't know what. But this world is not what you think it is. It's got nothing to do with Jesus
either,
and God and the devil and all these other kinds of things. This is something completely different.
But what do you
think? Believe it or not, No matter how fucking left field that sounds to you, it's probably closer to the truth than your Bible.
Well, what do you think it is?
You got to understand the words I'm saying. This world
You
is
haven't
not,
given an alternative that's better.
and it's probably alien.
Well, do you think there's something better on the other side of this life?
Sorry, Christy, you trying to talk? I see you. I see you light up. I can't hear.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I think you went on mute. Get the popcorn out.
Here now.
Hey, I want to say hi over there. Go ahead, Cuddy. Why don't you go ahead, grab your popcorn and your clit, and why don't you strap yourself down for this one? Because I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck how drunk you think I am. You're just so fucking mentally challenged, and you have to find help. This guy is going off in live stream
Cuddy,
voice
could you do me a
text.
favor? Cuddy. Who the fuck's Cuddy? Cuddy, could you do me a favor? Go fuck off. You stupid, racist, silly fucking bastard. What the fuck, bro?
He's calling me racist. I have absolutely no idea where he has found this.
About black people, about racist behavior, until you fucking showed up. So,
Well, I did hear you say the N word. Oh, my dog. Hold on.
alright, yeah, he's a ball bag.
Yeah, so what am I, black or white? %, certain you have to answer it correctly.
Which, yeah, I can hear you. Can hear, yeah. I can see you're lighting up, but yeah. Anyway,
I'll reconnect.
I'm sick of people getting drunk and taking over the flower shit.
So, PMAC, what do you think? What do you think happens after this
You are
life?
so wrong, bro. I mean, do you know how wrong you are?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, hear you now.
Yeah, Blueberry Muffins. I think those are just a work of art.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Every word out of my mouth should
That just makes me happy.
Mm-hmm.
Central, yeah, we should centralize it about flat Earth, because
Well, are you all right?
Okay. Go back to the
You
boring
don't seem well to me.
word.
What?
What?
You started about the racial. We weren't talking racial. What the fuck?
What are you calling me?
So nobody mentioned racist, but suddenly the server's racist because of Cuddy. All right.
Well, I think what it is people that play video games, they hear that all day. Like nigger, 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 like that. And then they just get used to saying it, and then it's like a cuss word. So maybe if Cuddy, cusses.
Right.
If
I'm
he-
gonna leave. Come back and try talking again. We'll see how that goes, right?
Can
Hopefully,
anybody
Yeah,
hear me?
they won't be here. What the
yeah, I hear you, Christy. I hear you also, PMAC.
You
You know who I don't hear? I don't hear Cuddy right now. They're pretty quiet. By the way, Cuddy, I have nothing wrong with you, but why don't you fucking offer yourself, fucking little bitch?
Cuddy, you stop being so racist, you fucking white motherfucker, you.
Yeah, you stupid ass fucking clown ass, trailer trash, bitch ass, goof ass, nigga ass. Fuck is you saying? Trying to talk shit about me, bitch ass. You fucking come up in this fucking voice
You're
channel
still
right
talking,
now.
yeah? You're still
Shut the
talking, yeah?
fuck up.
You're
You're
still
a fucking
talking, yeah?
bitch.
You're
Nope.
still talking.
Yeah. I'm
You're still
fucking still
talking, you
talking
cunt.
because I got
Hey, cunt,
fucking
hey, cunt,
balls,
hey,
bro.
cunt, hey,
Racism.
cunt, hey, cunt, hey,
Nobody.
cunt. Go
You sound
fuck
like a
your mum.
fucking
Go fuck your mum, you
psychopath.
cunt. Go fuck your
Yeah,
mum
that's right.
in
That's
her
right.
ass,
Let
you
it all
cunt.
out. Let it
Hey,
all
cunt.
out. Fucking
Shut the
loser.
fuck up, you cunt.
You're a
Yeah?
fucking
Keep
cunt,
talking, you
dude.
cunt. Yeah, keep talking, yeah?
Hey, dude, you absolutely fucking lost your mind, dude. Go ahead. Yeah, bitch. That's what I thought. Anyways, that was really funny. I knew it was coming, and God, that felt great to listen to him. Like absolute madhouse up in there.
Sorry. Get up.
I kind of just make people mad for no reason. You know, I mean, it's probably because he's just, I don't know. You know what? He's playing a bit. That's not the real Cuddy, and
Well, maybe
the real Cuddy,
dead.
the real Cuddy would come back in here and not puss out. But obviously, there's something going on.
Something.
Get this piece of shit out of here right now. Look at him in text. Oh my god.
I can't see the text right now. Got my hands all over some maters.
Oh my gosh. So I used to eat a lot of tomatoes back in the day, and he's just literally spamming to get me out. I
He wants your attention. He wants you to talk to him.
well, I did, like I tried, but
He wants you to talk longer.
dude, it's crazy. He's absolutely 100% asserting. I don't understand. Like, what is the real reason? And like, I actually thought we were homies. Like, I really agreed with them in a lot of things, but now all of a sudden it's just all right. Level up.
Was it
Shut
something
your
like
old.
that?
Shut your old ass 80-year-old ass up. Level up. You don't come in here typing shit. You look like
My bad. I should have turned the volume up. It was on mute. Fuck you. Could all the black people just piss off? This is a white only server.
Oh no. You're not allowed to say that.
Oh, sorry.
That's racist.
Can I
That's
say
racist.
I'm only joking?
We have a new guy just joined the VC. If anyone want to take care of, we are all here.
Say that again?
A new guy just showed up in the VC. We are all here. If anyone want to introduce him or something like that.
Hello, new guy. Go.
Hello, new guy.
He doesn't have a role. That's why I highlighted that he joined. He needs the VC verified so he can talk.
I am not a mod.
Is Cody still here? Because he's fucking metal, bro.
Can gold pluses give them a VC verified? I'm not sure.
Oh, well, I could just unmute him. That's all power I got. But my hands are in tomatoes right now.
I see.
What the hell happened to Cody, man? Cody, what's up, bro? We love you. Despite your color.
Yeah, why do you got a white guy on your picture if you're black?
He's confused.
Witchcraft isn't even black.
I think that was just a misunderstanding.
Oh, I think it was a meltdown.
Yeah.
That was some kind of meltdown. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but that was fucking crazy.
Is he drunk? Like, what just happened? I just got in here.
Yeah, read back. It's crazy. Piece of shit now.
Oh, look, we're back. Oh, unmuted? Unmuted? Oh, god damn. What are the niggers gonna do now? Oh.
Wait, you got muted?
You can't say that word. Fuck, why did he say that word? You can't say that word, bro. Yeah, you can't say that word, man. Cody, can you speak on the mic? Cody.
Cuddy, would you like a muffin?
A blueberry? A blueberry? A blueberry.
Would you like to find a thrill on Blueberry Hill?
I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill. On Blueberry Hill.
All right, I muted him for 7 days.
Oh,
That's all I needed to hear from him.
For Cody?
he's having a bad day. Not 7 bad days, just a bad day.
He's had like a year of bad days, ever.
Oh, okay. I've not been around. Well, what happened to Withcraft?
Whoops. I think California?
Yeah, what's up?
Did you mute Witchcraft?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a shame.
Yeah, he was entertaining us.
He's a good guy, but yeah, you can't say that.
I didn't hear what he said.
No, I'm not going to repeat it. Otherwise, I'm going to be fucking mad.
I want to listen to him. I'll be back. I'm gonna rewind the stream.
All right, bro.
He learned his lesson. Bring it back.
It was just a fucking aberration. It was like a temporary lapse of reason.
Too many tomatoes. We had so much rain, and then I have bees that are from May. I bought some bees, and they did their job. Like, the amount of tomatoes that I have this year is insane. That picture that I put in the chat room earlier, those are my tomatoes.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
It's too many.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Well, what do you think the stars are, PMAC?
You still talking?
No, we're not talking now. I'm not talking. This is not me talking. It's somebody else. Yeah, I'd love to know because fucking that's really captured my, what do you call it, zeitgeist. If the stars are not the stars, what the fuck are they? Angels? Perpetuity?
And how do they make time? Like how would a clock work if inside of a Swiss clock was some sparkly spinning thing? There might be something to do with the spinning that has to do with time.
Here's the thing. If it didn't exist, you wouldn't find it. But because it exists, therefore humans found it eventually. So therefore, it's a thing. Time is a thing, right? Because we can put it in months and days and weeks and years and seasons and all that shit there, right?
I mean, time is a man-made construct.
Yes, but why does it follow exactly the construct that we're in? Almost as if it was there for a purpose, right? And we were supposed to find it.
I don't think anyone disagree when we are saying that the sky works or has been designed in some way as a clock, but I guess that's more like a question to the day you meet the creator, if such a thing exists, you know?
Well, here's the thing. If it is a clock, if time does exist, if we can quantify it, therefore it must obviously, therefore it is a creation, right? Now, here's the thing. It's a creation that is built to trap us. We are caught in this time, in this construct. Because if you can define something, if you can measure something time and time again, pardon the pun, it has to be real. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. I just don't think it's that easy of a question because it's something we really can't get an answer on in the end. It's just like...
No, it is. It's really that simple. It is. It's really that simple. It is something you can't get an answer to because it's a construct that was built. And we have figured out how to define it. Therefore, it's a time. Therefore, it's a construct. We're not living in the world we think it is. We're not, whether it's a spinning ball or a flat Earth and back in space or space not, or maybe not, astronauts, yeah. It's something else. It's something else.
I agree. The world is a mysterious place.
Good. So we're on the right track.
Yeah, I mean, if we weigh it like this, compared to what we know and what we don't know, there's a lot more that we do not know compared to what we know, aka the mystery.
Yeah, we know fuck all, bro. We know nothing. We're like Jon Snows. You know nothing, Jon Snow. And it's very, very quick, and it's very, very fleeting. Time goes by very, very fast. Your life is insignificant compared to everybody else's life. There's millions and billions of people, so your life is absolutely, it seems meaningless. If you should maybe accept it as that. Once you accept it as that, you realize, no, then you would free yourself. Like it's not a big deal. You live, You're born, you live, you die. Well, how is something that quick and that insignificant have any purpose? You understand what I'm saying?
I do. And I have had these thoughts, but I am not getting anywhere like fiddling with that idea because it's beyond me. It's something I can't comprehend. Just like can't comprehend infinite, can't comprehend like creation itself, for example. That's, to me personally, that's a hen versus the egg question. So I'm always stuck in a loop, So it just doesn't. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say, but
yeah, no.
I've had those thoughts before, but they just don't do me any good.
Yeah,
just try to get the best out of it,
Yeah, exactly. It's like a loop. So you get the best out of it, you live day to day, and you don't worry about it. Your consciousness is your being. So to sit and worry about the future and the past and what's going on with the world, it's nonsensical. It's not helping.
I know, but we are all different. For example, like there's some people, they're workaholics. They cannot even take a weekend off. Then they're bored and just have to go back to work. It's the same with us. Like if we are just chilling and living life, we are maybe getting bored, and then we start to read something because that is interesting to us. We find joy. We find, it sparks something in us, and that is why we are coming to places like this, because that is just what is it? My English sucks right now, but I think you get the point, ish.
Zeitgeist. Oh.
No.
Not
just. Yeah, I can't really find the word right now, but yeah. We're just different. Like some people, yeah.
It's almost like how do you put this? It's like a meaningless existence in a
You can also turn it like this. Like on one side, we have an idea of a meaningless existence, but on the other side, you also have a meaningful existence in some sort of way, because we are not here for no reason. We are here for a reason, no matter what it is,
What makes you say that?
Because we're living in a dualistic world. So if there is something that is good, there is also something that is equally bad in terms of that. So if there's something that is meaningless, there's also something that is meaningful.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Let me think about that for a second.
So, for example, you say that cycle of life is kind of meaningless. But what about the experiences you have in this life? Are they meaningless? For example, you have family, your loved ones, you have good and bad experiences. They're all meaningful in a sense of way. I know that it just ends abruptly at some point with death, but that doesn't mean that those 70 to 100 years you are here are meaningless.
Oh, yeah. No, I get you. That's a good point. But can you think of a worse thing to be in, where somebody is aware of their mortality, and watch other people, watch the suffering of other people pass away into mortality and just pass away? Could you think of anything more cruel to do to a conscious being? Well,
that raises the question again: are we mortal being, or does when this experience stops? Like,
do we stop?
Something beyond that, like, and if there is, for example, the question about a creator and stuff like that, we know that there is something beyond what we are experiencing. So that could give hope to some people. Like people have heaven, people have reincarnation, all these kind of ideas about what happens after. And that's very valid. But yeah, we will first figure out the day this experience stops.
I would say there's probably a very, very real possibility, probably bigger than like 90%, that we do go on after death. But that's just my belief. We probably do.
It's a lot of speculation for sure, but
oh yeah, and we hate this. I hate to speculate. I hate it, man, because I've come to understand that speculation is fucking shite. You have to have proof of something in order to believe in it or know that it's true. Well, the Earth ain't moving. There's no fucking curve. But the one thing we know for sure, the Earth's not a ball.
You need hope. Hope is faith is the evidence of things hoped for.
But
your first step is hoping that there's a beautiful place that's perfect after this. And then the Word of God builds your faith because it tells you all about it.
But I would be very, weary about books and people telling you what life is and what comes after. I'd be very weary of that. Because possibly you just like, you believe in that, and you, hey, God, how you doing, God? And he sends you straight back into the fucking thing. I don't know about that, bro. This is not a nice place.
It can be.
Sure, if you meet the love of your life and have a couple of kids and live as a billionaire, that's fucking brilliant. You like that? But most people don't. In fact, do I have to recite the entire horror of human history to you in order to make you understand that this is not a nice place?
The place is amazing, but there is some historical individuals also living right now that is making it a bad place.
It's always been a bad place. What are you talking about, Wills?
But I mean, just look at nature in itself. You know, we have these majestic animals and stuff like that, and they are going around killing each other just for food, for example. And we are doing the same thing. Yeah, so I guess you're right. It's not a good place, but then again,
oh no, sorry,
it's all relative.
Sorry, you just proved my point. you just proved my point.
I'm just
everything is eating everything else to stay alive.
But then again,
what the fuck?
If you then drive it a bit further, it's a part of the cycle of life because they're eating, their left carcasses is feeding other animals, and they are becoming grass, and the grass is what the antelopes is eating, and we are eating the lions is eating the antelopes.
It's a part of life that you've been conditioned to think that this is a part of life. This is the golden circle of life. No, this is not life. One thing eating another is not life.
I mean, if humans left this place, don't you think the lions would still eat the antelopes?
Honestly, no.
They would eat bugs. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. Actually, that's a good question. If humans left us, would lions still eat antelope? Yeah, no,
I just don't think
That's a good question.
I just don't think it brings anything to the table to establish. Oh, this is just a bad place, because if that's your base belief or your base line, then everything that you experience will be bad. You know, it's what you do with what we have, and you can choose to look at all the bad things. You can choose to do that, but you can also choose to know that these bad things are here, but there is also so much good in this. There's so much joy in life.
Those are good, yeah, but those
truths right now. Well said, Tim. I like this, man. P-Mac, what's going on, homie?
What's up, Gilly? So those are good outweigh the bad.
I don't think it's something about outweighing. I think it's a balance.
You don't?
Like I said, like I feel like this place we're in is in a very dualistic scenario. So without I believe that if there was no bad, we would actually go insane and create those bad things. Because I just think it's a balance, you know, in some sort of way. It's hard to put words on it because it's so out in the weeds.
See, now this is what they want you to think, that you need a balance. But what if, there's no balance, bro. What if there's no balance?
But there is this, for example, this is an experiment about rats. They were put into this environment where all the rats, they had
rats? What's the rats?
Rats, you know, rodents. Like, they had all they could eat.
Oh, rats.
It was basically the rat utopia. But over time, these rats just grew bored. Everything was so perfect, and they started to basically act like gladiators, fight each other. And after a certain while, like it's prospered for a while, a lot of kids, but after XX time, like they didn't produce any more kids, and they started to fight and kill off each other. And after XX time again, all the rats were gone. So if we are in an utopia, I believe.
No, we're definitely not in a utopia, Tim.
No, I'm saying if we were put into an utopia kind of a place, we would go insane and we would destroy it in some sort of way, because that is just nature. Nature needs that balance. We need some suffering before we can feel joy, because if you have no suffering, we don't know what joy is.
I think that's bullshit. I think absolutely. Listen to me for a second. I think it's absolute bullshit. I think if you infuse people with joy, and you show them joy, then they have joy. I don't think you need fucking whatever you're talking about in order to show that they're the reason that's why they have joy. I think no. Listen to me now. I think you're talking shit. I think
that's fine. That's all good.
That's fine, and I appreciate it, Tim. But you're living in a dualistic world, so you think that dualistic, in order you have one positive, another positive, another to prove a negative. Bullshit. I don't believe that, bro. Not for 1 second.
It's not about believing. I'm just telling you how I experienced this place.
I think it's stupid. I think it's stupid to think that in order to feel positive, you need two fucking negatives.
But you have something to weigh it up against. So if you
fuck off, bro.
Yeah, if you got introduced into a world where you don't know any suffering at all, that is why I'm trying to paint the picture with these rats. They had everything. Okay. They had everything, but they ended up killing off every single rat in that environment, and there was no joy. That did.
So according to you, there was no possible way in this life or any other to make fucking joy from not experiencing joy. And you have to first experience the negative in order to feel joy.
The thing is, how would you know joy if you don't know the opposite?
Listen, what if somebody said to you, "Hey, listen, bro, I got a little thing for you here. It's called joy." Bang. What if somebody did that? You don't need to feel negative. You don't need to feel shit. I got a feeling for you. It feels joy. Here you go. Bang. How you go?
And I love that thought. I just don't think it's realistic.
It's fucking true, though. I think this dualism shit is bullshit.
I think you're putting too much in the dualistic statement I made, because I think there is more nuances to it. I'm just saying that in a very rough state, like, the world is dualistic, but there is, of course, nuances to everything. Like, I mean, like we said, we don't know what is beyond life, but we're most likely thinking that there is something beyond everything, because something created this place, for example. So there must be something more to our reality in some sort of way. So it's not just like up, down, and life, death, because we also have the nuances of beyond death and creation and all these kind of unanswered questions.
I like this thought. Hold on one second. I'll tell you something. You guys are really making my mind work. So, in heaven, before, man was made and everything, Satan didn't know evil yet, right? Well, it says you were a murderer from the beginning. Well, maybe though, looking at God, there was always God and there was always good. And that was the plan, but he had to introduce it because the way he created him, he knew that he would mess up. So to bring about, so we weren't robots, so we had a choice, like you said, of, seeing sadness, so you know what you can compare sadness and joy. But there was a time, I believe, in heaven where it was just all good. And then, there was an insurrection kind of thing happened. I don't know. But you're making my mind think. Thank you for that.
My main point is there's nuances to everything, and there's so much we don't know.
There is. I think it's probably a higher power. And I think that I probably know shit. So there we go.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, apparently I hate white people for enforcing the rules.
God damn! You
bastard!
It's comedy, bro. The Cogdis channel is great. Y'all should check it out.
Oh, he's mad witchcraft?
Yeah, bro. Apparently I hate white people. Apparently.
No, let witchcraft back in, bro. I love witchcraft. Come on, man. Come on now. What you doing, man? I like witchy. Which is fine. But he said one thing that he didn't fucking understand, right? He's fucking.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I've been here for like several hours. I left for 30 minutes. I come back to Cuddy, like, being real mad, and yeah, these two going off on each other.
Which is the man, bro? The earth ain't flat. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-dum.
Hey, King Deeks.
Hey, bro.
Hey, what's that picture that Kiwi posted?
Which one of them?
The last one he posted.
Two pictures from the Go Fast rocket, Arizona Go Fast rocket launch from their video, just screen caps. So you got the moon in the first picture and then the sun in the other one. I was just tagging on to what Logie shared off his video.
Oh, okay.
Go Fast. You can check it out on YouTube if you want. On just look up Go Fast Rocket launch. If you haven't seen it, it's worth checking out.
All right, sure, thank you.
Yeah, I wish there was more of those, maybe not rockets in itself, but just flat earthers around the world, like sending up balloons just to see where we are. I would love to see like the tip of South America, and with a camera pointing south, and just let that balloon fly up and see what we can see that direction.
It's shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying it would be interesting. I'm not saying we would see anything, but it is the closest point to, aka the outer perimeter of the pond. So it would be very interesting to see what we could see, if we could see anything from that direction, from that point in that direction.
I had a pretty good idea a few years ago where if everybody had an airplane in different parts of the world and we all head south at once, I mean, we'd probably, die because they don't want us going that way. But like if everybody was in on it and they made like a big thing about it where it was like, we're going to let the world know.
Like Area 51 invasion?
Yeah, something like that. Probably all die though.
I mean, that would definitely also be interesting, but an innocent balloon in the tip of on the tip of South America with camera that would show to the south or on every single side of whatever that we are sending up, and see if we can see something. If we can't, we can. We are just getting some nice pictures of whatever 120 feet up, but yeah, I feel like there should be more of such things. Like people in the very north of Norway, they could do the same thing. We're pointing north to see what we can see there, or even from Greenland in the real north regions. It'd be super interesting.
It doesn't matter, but the world is a fuck up place. The fucked up place.
But you'd only know it's fucked up because you know that something is not fucked up.
Possibly. You're more mass shit, man. This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is. Bow, bow. It's not just when you think you think you know, you don't. That's about it. Could be ruled by aliens. Or other sources. I'm kidding.
Hey, have any of you guys heard the argument that plasma being contained by a magnetic field is proof of gas pressure without a container?
Can't say I have.
Yeah, I just heard that argument pretty recently. Somebody showed me a video of plasma and forgot what exactly it was. I think it was like some sort of nuclear fusion type shit. But anyway, the guy claimed that the plasma is directly next to the vacuum, and there's no physical container between the two. but yet the plasma isn't spilling into the vacuum. So I find that kind of interesting. Alright, so here's the video I was talking about. Apparently, this is evidence of gas pressure without a container.
I'm gonna check it out.
It's in the live stream voice text.
It's hard to tell what's really going on, to be honest.
There's an explanation by the poster in the description, and I hope you understand more about it.
Is everybody still watching a video of some sort of gas in a container?
Not at the moment. I just finished watching it a while ago.
Right? What do you think?
I think it's. I don't think it proves gas pressure without a container for two reasons. Since it's plasma, right? It's basically ionized gas, so it's not unionized gas, which is a gas we breathe. And ionized gas can be contained with a magnetic field, which is what you're seeing in the video. So yeah. I'm sure oxygen and helium and other different gases can't be contained by a magnetic field unless it's been ionized. Especially that they behave differently.
Hmm.
It's just, I think it's just more bogus.
Sounds like a wonderful video. I am interested in this plasma though. How could we get some?
Just put helium in a glass tube and put it next to a Tesla coil, and you'll get plasma.
Helium and what?
Helium in a container, like a glass container, and a source of electricity, like a Tesla coil.
I'd probably blow myself up.
I'll post a video to demonstrate what I'm talking about.
What kind of experiments have you guys done that was like dangerous? Like lighting a barbecue with propane? To me, that was dangerous. As I turned it on full force, I didn't know what I was doing.
Sounds like used fuckery. Like when you just put a lot of gasoline on the fire and you just light it and yeah, something like that.
It singed all my hair, yeah. I can do it now, though. I don't like to. I still feel like I'm going to do something wrong.
I posted the video. It's a pretty good one, and it's pretty educational for plasmas.
Okay, so is this the same kind of plasma we're talking about that could be up there in the air? Or is this just a different kind of plasma? How can we tell if we've never been up there to see it?
Doesn't helium make up some percentage of the atmosphere that we breathe in?
Yeah.
That's what they tell us.
Yeah, so I think there you go.
I mean, from what I understand, is that all the gases pretty much is in the atmosphere, but because of buoyancy and density and stuff like that, they create semi-layers or something like that. You know.
You're close.
Do you think they could put a city up there, like Elysium?
It's a sci-fi film.
I mean, they just have to attach enough balloons.
Possibly. Enough balloons.
They're probably all up there laughing at us.
Probably.
With their med beds. I don't know about that though, because then the Bible says they're going to go into the bunkers.
Well, you see, what don't believe everything the Bible tells you.
Why?
Because it's a book written by mankind.
Aren't they making bunkers in the ground in the caves?
Yes, they probably are.
Okay, well,
Well, just don't believe the Bible.
but it says it would do that, that they would do that. They would say, hide me from the face of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb, for it is come. And they'll be like, yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Like Hunter Biden. Can you imagine all those people getting along down there?
You mean Peter?
Yeah. I don't think they'll get along. I think they'll kill each other down there. Be like, you deplorable. No, you're the deplorable. No, you're the deplorable.
No, you're definitely the deplorable. No, you're definitely the more deplorable than I.
What was that Hunter was getting out of the carpet?
Hunter Biden?
He was smoking something out of the carpet? It wasn't like
Crack.
his.
He's smoking the crack.
And the carpet.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he smoked the carpet too. Yeah, how am I getting away with this? I like carpet.
I'm going to be at this all day.
Good. So am I. Are you ready? You should change your name. Not California Nightmare, California Dream.
Nah, bro, it's a nightmare.
Oh, it is?
California. Don't come here. It's a hellhole.
Why is everybody going to fucking California?
Well, there's a lot of bums in the streets doing fentanyl, heroin, crack. The police won't do anything about them. Hell, even the government protects them here. So if you're a bum and a drug addict, your best place to go to is California.
What happened to America? What happened to the fucking American dream? What happened to fucking doing shit until your shit got real? It's crazy. America used to be the land of the free, home of the brave. Land of the free, home of the slave. No, nowhere safe. Nowhere. Pew. Fuck up. I am Killy. Killy. Worse than that. Nowhere safe.
What?
Ah, fuck. Oh, he's got my side, guys. We're safe in this motherfucking world. I am what I am. I eat spinach, bro. Right, so what are the stars? If they are not, right, they're not planets. Obviously. So they're not planets. Okay. So vacuum of spaces and other things. So what the fuck are they? Please tell me. I'm sure, you know what? We'll figure it out. I will eventually figure it out.
PMAC, we see through a glass darkly.
That's a book. Scanner darkly, glass darkly. I mean, I'm sure it's not.
King James word. I like what Hebrew says.
Why did I say I mean? You said I mean. Right. It's not. What are they? So if they're not stars, right?
They are stars.
Oh, they are.
But does that mean angels or does that mean lights?
Well, they're not stars.
Or is it both?
Well, let's disagree on what they're not.
It's to light the night for you. God thought that much of you to give you a little light before there was electricity.
So what are they?
You could see in the dark.
What are they?
I think they're angels. That's what I think.
Yeah, I know that's what you think, but that blows my mind. If they're not stars, right, shining in the pale moonlight, what the fuck are they?
Well, they are lighting in the moonlight or in the light or in the night sky. So, but that's all we can really get from that. It is that they are fixed. They rotate with the celestial sphere and they light. That's all we pretty much know about it.
It's not lightning bugs.
It's not lightning bugs. No butterflies, no. Are you sure? So what are they?
Too high up. Well, I mean, it could be something else we don't know. I don't know.
Could be fireflies that got stuck up there. According to
Could be.
Lion King.
It could be a grain of sand that's 1,000 times brighter than the sun, right? It could be. Who cares? It's all speculation.
Is this the guy that woke up on the
It's a question. Crab. What are they? If the world is not
he doesn't care.
what are they? What are the stars? If they're not stars, what are they? There's a question. Make you think. Smurfs?
I don't think we get anywhere with that question. Like, we can establish that they're light.
Wait a minute. You can get somewhere with that question. Of course you can get somewhere.
Because we can.
Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can.
But we can't confirm. We can.
If they're not stars, what the fuck are they?
How will you confirm that they are something else? That
they're not stars.
We see.
You need a star chip.
It's a feedback attack.
Attack. You have to, at some stage or another, try to make sense of shit, right? Or not. Okay, if you don't want to, that's fine.
It don't make no sense at all.
If it don't make no sense, then just put it in the pile that says that don't make no sense at all. If they're not stars, what are they? Nobody can answer that one, right?
If you smoke enough, maybe you'll get high enough to find out.
I wish I could smoke.
That's a good wish.
But it's a sober wish. It's a sober wish.
How many people wish for a well at the wishing well?
I'm
Right?
trying to figure out what that is, right? So I figured out that it's not what they say it is. So we're not moving. We're not spinning. There's no such thing as outer space. But there's still these multiple fucking shut up, phone. Things in outer space. Well, what are they? What are they? Do you understand the question? Am I making sense here? Yes, it is.
All right, if you're there's one thing, a video that you can check out, PMAC, if you're serious about it. There apparently is a connection between the energy points in the Earth plate, if you will, and the stars. There's some alignment. I will share a video for you in the chat. If anyone else wants to check it out, please feel free.
It's a genuine question. There's a lot of support for cancer. Once you find out you have cancer in your body. Anyway, so if the lights... yeah, fuck up. What are they? If they're not stars, billions and billions of light years in there, what are they?
What about you tell us?
Angels.
Listen, Christy said it. They're fucking angels, man.
And I guess that leads us to how will you confirm or disprove that? We can't. So that is why we have concluded they are just lights in the sky and we can't really do much more about that subject.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
I mean, there is those sonoluminescent light experiments and stuff like that that could suggest that this might be what it is, but can we confirm it? Because we can we travel up there and actually see if that is what's happening? No. So it's just like speculation again, which is what most of what is in the sky is, like what is the sun? We don't know. Speculation. What is the moon? We don't know. Speculation. What are the stars? We don't really know. Speculation.
Yeah.
I can answer that question for you.
Go ahead.
They're all just lights in the sky, dude.
What's your take on it, Lemon?
It was Rookie, 1973.
That's me.
But you see how one question bamboozles everybody. If they're not stars, if the light didn't come from them, what the fuck are they? People start to think, yeah, what the fuck are they? Angel? Right, okay. So it's not that big a deal. You don't know what they are. Nobody can explain what they are, right? Just pinpricks in the sky.
They try to say what they are based off the color they give off. But it would be nice if we could get a sample or witness the creation of the star, whatever it is.
It's definitely not a star medal. Holy shit, bro. Have you been paying attention?
Yeah. If you talk about the sun, I think it's a class in and of its own. I don't lump it in with stars myself. I go with the categories of the sun, moon, and stars being separate.
Separate from what?
Separate from one another. The sun is one thing. The moon's another thing. The stars are another thing.
Different layers?
What'd you say?
Different layers.
Different layers. They appear to be moving differently. I guess they're in different layers of the firmament.
So that would explain the. Jesus, no, the fucking. I'm so popular tonight.
Answer that.
Hello.
Hello, this is PMac talking.
Hello.
If I had to say what the stars are ontologically, I'd probably say they're angels or something like that, since they sing out for joy according to the Bible. I'll probably go with that account.
Do they?
They sang out for joy, which may imply sentience if it's more than poetic language or whatever. Perhaps it's more literal.
Be careful what they say.
Well, sometimes they say the truth. More specifically, I guess the prophets that the Holy Spirit were dictating the Bible to. You see a lot of typology that point to stars being personal entities as well. You're a Hollywood star. I guess they say that you shine like a star, but maybe like a star, you speak, you have a will, you have a sentience like an angel. I remember an old movie with Michelle Pfeiffer. Well, I say old now, probably 2003. One of those fantastical, fantasy movies. There was a star that fell from heaven, and the witches wanted to cut out her heart for special spells that they were trying to weave. Coincidence? I don't think so. I think the stars are sentient angels. When we see a shooting star, it's probably something up there moving.
Anyone been looking at the stars recently?
There's no such thing as a shooting star. Stars don't shoot, dude.
I've been seeing stars moving around slowly and changing direction recently.
Who's riding the vehicle with the backup button?
It's me. Seatbelts are a thing.
Damn it, quit it. I'm just kidding.
Hey, Lemon. Good to see you. How you been?
Hanging in there. How you been?
Good. I got my hands in tomatoes right now, canning some tomatoes.
Oh, that sounds delicious. You cooking something?
Nice.
Just I learned how to can last year, so this year I went overboard with the amount of tomatoes, and they're just everywhere.
Poor thing.
I saw a meme with a monkey that was helping with green beans. I was like, I need one of those. I got way too many. I might just give them away at the street or something.
People would probably kill for some fresh ripened tomatoes.
Yeah.
It's the
And
only
I
way
put
to
magnesium on the ground too, so because the magnesium's gone from our soil.
Oh no.
So Epsom salt. You just put a little Epsom salt around your tomatoes, and then you get a good amount.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I learned how to pressure can too. Some green beans and potatoes and bacon.
Oh, bacon.
Yeah. I
That's
didn't realize that. Huh?
I said, isn't that bacon stuff bad for you?
I'm
gives
sure
a
the
shit?
green beans and the potatoes cancel it out because they're so good for you.
I got you.
It tastes good,
Yeah.
so it probably is bad for you.
Everything's bad for you.
Lemon bird.
Well, if everything wasn't bad for you, you'd never die.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. That's lemon.
I think they say that the parasites in pork are hard to get rid of. You can't really ever get rid of those trichinosis eggs that are in the pork because of the way they're grown and stuff. Yeah.
I wonder what they'll do to the bug.
I didn't know they grow pork.
Trichinosis worms and stuff like that. It was a big Nation of Islam thing, not eating pork, and they were talking about the problems with pork and how you can't really get rid of all the stuff that's in pork or something to that effect. Talked about how the pork stores most of its urine in its tissues and doesn't really get excreted or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's sweat. I'm sorry. Stores most of its sweat and doesn't really
Sweat.
it. Yeah. Salty bacon.
You're really making me hungry. Isn't he making you hungry, P-Mac?
I am starving.
I love me some bacon. When I heard about this, I was like, dang it. But yeah, they say pork's got a couple issues like that. I guess you'd be fine if you found like a wild boar. But if you're talking about a pig, stuck in a pen with all that mud and its own, waste and stuff, it'll just eat anything.
Did I tell you guys about the time that I killed the boar?
Nearly. You did. Yeah.
I killed a boar with my car.
What was it?
Free food. Well,
yeah,
repairs for the car, but free food.
Yeah, the first person that went by They were like, that's good eating. And then the next person that came by was like crying, oh, that poor boar. And then we came back by and it was gone. Somebody got it.
They're like, oh, boar's head meat.
Yep. I was getting ready to go to a work party and I thought about heaving it into the trunk. But my luck, I didn't kill it, but its legs were like doing this, shaking thing. All four legs were like shaking. So I think that was like death throes or something.
Poor thing. I bet that was some fresh bacon, though.
Somebody ate it.
Unintentional hunting.
Yeah, that'll never pass me by again, probably.
No,
Yeah. The scavengers do their thing, but I think they say we're not really supposed to eat them like the vultures and the clams and stuff like that are really like the waste disposal. But gosh dang, some of them taste good. I love me some fried oysters. Those are delicious. Love them.
We've been talking about food all morning. Withcraft or Witchcraft, whatever he calls himself, was in here, and we were talking about blueberry muffins and
bread,
all sorts of stuff.
Blueberry muffins are pretty good. But most of the stuff that they call blueberry muffins, it's just sugar with blue food coloring. You don't actually get a blueberry in it per se.
Yeah, you'd have to make them yourself. I told him if he gets saved and he makes it to heaven, I'll make him a blueberry muffin when we get there.
Those blueberry muffins up there are so heavenly, so divine.
Yeah, I looked up Heaven Blueberry Muffin, and they actually name them that online. Heavenly Blueberry Muffin. So I put a picture in there so he could see it. And guess what it had on it? Lemon.
Nice. Lemon and blueberry? Delicious. Yeah, I've been going to some of the other servers. Trying not to be so bitter. So, acerbic, I think that's a fancy word they say for bitter and caustic. I'll try to be a little nicer.
Well, I enjoy hearing what you have to say, Lemon. You have a fantastic mind.
It's nice to hear you too, Christy. So peaceful and so loving.
Thanks, Lemon.
Lovely.
Thank you.
So lovely.
Lovely. I love that word. Lovely.
So fucking lovely.
Lovely.
It's bloody lovely.
I used to like the word precious until that movie came out with the Gollum. My little precious.
Precious.
My precious.
Yeah, they know how to hijack words and destroy them.
Yeah. Unfortunate, isn't it? Like, what did it do to your taste buds for pizza?
Pizza.
And hot dogs.
The other code words from those horrible Podesta emails.
Yeah. I guess everybody already heard. If you haven't, you might know now. The Epstein thing. Well, there was a lawyer that the Epstein had for 20 years, and he became a judge. And that judge just approved for the FBI to go into Trump's Mar-a-Lago place and take all his papers, and they broke into his safe and took. Well, they say nothing was in there, but yeah, right.
They're trying to get dirt on him because they don't want him to be elected in 2024. People are still looking at him as basically the only viable candidate, based out of the people that they have so far. Biden is out to lunch. The rest of the Democrats are uninspiring. And the Republicans, showed their fake Republican rhino anti-Trump colors. You got Pence that certified that fake election. The field is pretty much clear for Trump, pretty much, right now. And they're trying to disqualify him by impeaching him 3 times, even though he isn't in office, prosecuting him now, even though he ain't president. It's just ridiculous.
We got criminals in charge.
Yeah.
Over the whole world. The whole world is.
Well, I guess it's expected because these satano-atheists, they're imperious and they like to rule, but that doesn't mean that they want to work. And so what's the closest thing to being a king, in a time without kings, at least in America? You go into government because you like telling people what to do. You like ruling. You like, enslaving the masses. You just go into government, but that doesn't mean that these people are moral, that these people give a damn about the people that they're lording over. And it doesn't even necessarily mean that they're competent. It just means that they want a high position, a high, lofty position.
Well, they see their light at the end of the tunnel, but it's actually, Satan, and he's wanting to enslave mankind. And they're like, now's our time. It's all set up now. We could go for it. No one's awake. Everybody's just lazy, and we could starve them and kill a bunch of them and put them in a slave system with a QR code that traps their mind inside of a matrix with some nanotubes and stuff. It's time. I think it's time. That's what I see.
Some of it is a controlled rollout. That's why they keep on talking about the simulation theory stuff, to basically get people acclimated to their fake digital world that they're trying to give us with VR, the metaverse and all this other stuff.
Yep. It'll be too late, though. Like, this is the end. This is it. They think they're going to replace us and, steal our identities, and the AI will become us, and everyone will have their own. I mean, it's all patented and everything. It sounds like sci-fi, but it's all patented.
Yeah. I think it's the demonic palette to replace humanity, because that's what demons do when they possess us. They take on a replaceable, body, temporarily upon human possession. So it could be a machine, it could be us, it could be anything. It's very transhuman, using humanity as a husk to discard and, interchange with something else. Or in many ways, we're taking on the demonic palette and the demonic way of looking at things.
I think CERN has a lot to do with it too, because I didn't know this, but the other day I found out that all of the internet, the internet, was invented by CERN, and all of the information goes from the internet to CERN. And then they started putting CERN up in the or some sort, the space ISS or something. They put, its name was Simon. Like Simon Says. And they showed a cutesy little robot that was floating in the air. But really, they could be putting something up there to communicate with the stars. which could be the fallen angels.
More than likely. Satellites, watchers, watching our every move.
Trying to be all knowing.
I think we see something like that with the latest Jordan Peele movie, Nope, not of planet Earth. Nope.
That's a new movie? I haven't heard of that.
Oh, yeah, just came out.
Nope. I'm going to have to watch that.
Yeah, it means nope.
Nope.
Absolutely, categorically. Nope.
Have you seen it yet?
Nope.
Nope.
How you call that?
You guys ever have movie night
That was
here?
funny.
Like, that would be so fun. We'll watch a movie together. It doesn't really work all that great,
Sundays,
but
Preston. If you come Sundays down in Chill VC, we do movies all day.
really? On Sunday?
On Sunday, yeah.
Is that your Sunday or my Sunday?
Even on a Sunday.
Whichever Sunday it is, that's the one we do it on.
Okay, because sometimes, like in Australia, they're a day ahead. But you sound like you're from the UK.
Yeah, I'm English. So yeah, join Sunday.
Sunday, okay. I'll do that. Can you play Nope? Say
Yeah,
no.
Yep. Anything you want.
Yep.
Yep.
Nope.
I would love it if you could play Nope.
That was hard. Yep. Nope.
To Logi's movie days. They're awesome.
Meadowlark didn't tell me about scalar waves.
Scalar.
Tell us about scalar waves. Lemon.
Scalar waves?
Tell us your secret.
They're basically like waves that accumulate energy, getting bigger and bigger and bigger and stronger in place. I think the underlying theory for scalar waves, based off of what I can infer, is that you use resonance, waves that are in sync as opposed to trying to wildly wave a thing up and down. It would be like you and me holding a jump rope. A wild wave would be like you and me shaking the thing like crazy at the same time, but nothing's really happening. A scalar wave would be in sync, where I send you one complete nice wave, and then when that wave is done, then you send me back a wave, and we're in sync. Now we have a nice flow of energy that allows things to accumulate. We can get in sync even more from there. I can send you a nice wave that's faster, and you can send me a nice wave that's faster, and it's in sync. This is sort of the idea of scalar waves. Waves that are synced up, resonant, and highly powerful. And
Are scalar waves gay?
No, it's just waves that are nice, organized, in sync, and highly powerful.
Is that what you think of, PMAC, when you hear about scalar waves?
Yeah, I was wondering if they're gay.
Wow.
I know, it's wrong.
Your mind is like, woo!
Woo!
Basically,
my mind is like, woo!
Well, Misty, the way to think about this properly is to think of us being in the ether, essentially. If it's waving like crazy, nothing's really happening. But if it's in sync, energy just flows out of nowhere, seemingly, and just accumulates very rapidly out of the ether that we're surrounded with.
And there is ether. It's fucking everywhere, bro.
And basically, if we vibrate in sync with things, energy and information just flows and accumulates very readily. If you're vibrating in sync with the surrounding medium, the surrounding ether.
No. Shut the fuck up. I'm just...
Okay.
This is the thought process that allowed them to develop these scalar waves, trying to basically vibrate in sync with the surrounding medium and allow a huge amount of energy accumulation for energy weapons, lasers, and stuff like that.
I've been thinking. Sorry, go ahead.
No, nothing.
Somebody gonna say something? I was just gonna tell you, Lemon, that I was thinking about that conversation we were all having the other day about the radioactive, and the cell phones put off radiation. So would that alone cause you to be able to be detected of what your gamma, delta, beta waves are? Because you would have them if you're being radiated, you said, right?
There is some stuff coming off of the phone, but they say it's negligible, supposedly. But they say it's basically such a small amount you don't have to worry about now. With sometimes they say people do get cancer from these phones or whatever next to their head, depending on the phone that they're using. But I mean, people say that it's so negligible you don't have to worry about it. But I'm on speakerphone right now. I don't put it next to my head. But they say it's negligible, so you don't have to worry about that sort of stuff, alpha, beta, gamma, or any sort of radioactive thing like that. I need to see what sort of emissions your phone is giving off with its radioactive battery specifically.
I'd like to get an
Like
EMF
gamma
detector.
radiation or something like that.
Yeah, and so if the 5G is going to be used by Tesla technology, and it's only like it's all been hooked up or something now for 3 years, but they're only using 5% of its capabilities, then when they do the Internet of Things and everything's all connected, then they might up all of that stuff. And if they're able to already detect, I'm just wondering, what can they do if they can detect your delta gamma waves? What could the phone do to you if it had like more power? Like, what kind of weapon is that? I just want to know how I'm going to die. What is this weapon that they have? And how do we stop it? And did I get cut off by the artificial intelligence? Yeah. Can't hear me?
We can hear you. Carry on.
Okay.
Sorry, what were you saying?
So I was just saying, like, what's the capabilities if they have all this technology when they turn it all completely on?
I'm probably gonna cook us to death, potentially. But
okay, cooked to death. Well, I mean, if it's quick, that would be good. Well, not good, but better than, slowly.
Well, Dana Ashley talks about the 5G connection with the latest C virus thing. And it looks like this 5G grid, particularly with its millimeter waves that it's giving off, could have the potential to be weaponized to kill, cook, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but what are stars, man?
What was that?
I was just taking the piss out of P-Mac.
You see things in a different way. Don't stop. You should be here. He'll be here better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
Someone please take care of that cat. It sounds like it's dying outside.
The things we have.
Just Fleetwood Mac, calm down.
That's such evil music.
Stop.
What are you into, Tim?
Tomorrow.
Honestly, I don't listen to much music. I did back in the days, but I really don't. Like maybe one day here and there, I maybe listen to some for like an hour or two, but that's it. Like it's really not a lot.
What did you listen to?
I mean, often I just go nostalgic back to like the early 2000s or even further back, but the 2000s was where I was young, you know, like 15, 16 years old, and there was a lot of memories from there. So that kind of era.
So that was the stuff you got dragged into, was it?
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, I can listen to everything, but I don't listen to much music.
Thinking about tomorrow, don't stop. It'll soon be here. Better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
Yeah, I listen to my Schumann Resonance most of the time now.
Yeah, I mean, we had a music session one of the Sundays, you and me and some other guys. I showed you, for example, like some of the Einar Selvik, the one writing the music to the Viking series. He's making some authentic,
Don't you look back.
old Scandinavian music with old instruments and stuff like that. I like
So the Vikings.
But yeah, I can listen to everything. Like
Vikings.
I just listen to positive things, uplifting things. I stay away from negative things. You breed negativity that way. That's why I don't hyper focus on certain subjects, because you need to kind of learn about it, get a gist of it. But if you hyper focus on it, you empower it. You're putting energy into it, and you're making it worse. That's what I think.
Yeah, I get that. There is also like when you learn stuff, it's good to get the basics, leave it, come back to it later, and then it is like stored in your memory kinda, and it's easier to advance from there.
Yeah, people just got to be
patient,
doing the hard work.
Get your way.
But
can we moderate this one?
No. Christy can. Christy can mute him. If she gets her hands out of tomatoes.
What do you want me to do?
Mute PMAC.
Anything.
PMAC?
Check it up, so you want to do.
Okay, hold on one second.
Thank you.
Did somebody do it?
Somebody did it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I got tomatoes all over my fingers.
That's fine. I wasn't sure if you were still splotching around.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Just a few more.
Cool.
3 more jars. This is work, man. Just really appreciate the farmers and the food if you've never had a garden, because
I just live on butter and beef tallow and water and salt, basically.
Okay.
Makes life a hell of a lot easier, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, this work is for the slaves. I'm being silly.
That's fine. Rookie, it was an advert from the 90s where he went and slapped somebody. So that's why I posted it, because PMAC needed a slap.
PMAC.
Bad PMAC.
Bad PMAC. You have to go to the corner.
You're on the naughty step. Correct. Rookie jokes. Well done.
Hey, GMC.
Hey, GMC.
It's good to hear everybody's voices. Been a while.
Yeah, it's good to hear you.
What?
What? What?
I don't hear nothing.
What?
What? Hello?
What? What? Hello
You
there.
what? You what?
Oh, turn the music down.
Well, at least his phone isn't ringing.
That was Meadowlarks. Nobody would phone PMAC. He's been delisted by the government. Because anytime he gets a phone call, he tries to flat smack them and tell them shit.
Yeah, why he's still on the live stream.
You know, they're just coming
He
time.
thought the phone call was Discord, so he started flat smacking them.
I thought he was muted.
Shit.
And just like that.
You killed the chat, Rookie. Fix it.
We could talk about the Earth.
What
I
about
mean, we do have a new guy in here. We are all here without any roles.
Hey, Rectangle, how's it going?
Sublogos.
What's going on, dude?
Oh boy. First thing in the morning.
How's things?
Man.
Hey, Rectangle is straight. Leave him alone.
Ban!
Hey, don't be banning dudes. That's so uncool.
Rookie, you wanna be banned, Rookie?
You know who that is, right? You know who that is, right?
Yeah.
So why are you asking me why I say ban?
Why do you want to ban him?
Why would you ban him?
Yeah,
Oh,
bad.
geez. Really?
Really bad. Bad, Rookie. Banning all the newcomers.
What's wrong? Did he do something? Something?
Yeah, he's not allowed here. So they got to ban him all the time. Hold on, I'll message you about it.
You guys are mean. Have you guys ever heard about forgiveness? Have you?
They don't know any forgiveness now.
No,
not a word.
You know, holding hate in your heart is bad for you?
They
I don't think I hated anybody.
hate. That's what's
You
led
don't
them
hate
to
people.
the dark side, you see. Their fear and their anger and their hate led them to the dark side.
You have to let it go. Let it go.
Let it go.
You can't hold it anymore.
Okay, let's just let him in here and talk then, and then we'll just see how fast that goes.
Yeah, it's fine. We got nothing else going on. From the lobby.
Nothing else going on.
Let's just wreck it today.
Do you know what I mean? Let's just sit here in
that was good,
silence, eh? Cool beans, bro.
I mean, we do have a new guy in the VC. We are all here. He has been here for a while, and no one has taken the time to unmute him and stuff like that.
Oh, he needs a role. We are
He's
real
pretty
here.
much-
Can somebody unmute? We are real here.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
No, not Lord Jesus. The full moon.
Why did Rookie run away?
I've been looking for the moon. I couldn't find it.
You're not allowed the moon in Ireland. It's banned.
We're not allowed the moon.
They took your potatoes and now they
You wouldn't believe this. I was actually standing outside looking at it. Where is the fucking moon? I couldn't see it.
Oh my gosh.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
So butthurt,
You know, the one moment it was there on the horizon every day after day. The next moment, it's fucking gone. It's a new moon. That was strange, bro. I was actually standing outside my work going, where is the fucking moon?
Well, that guy just left, so...
It's not hard to work out. There is no moon.
Aww.
Hold off there, bro. I don't want to know.
Well, I hope Rookie's enjoying this. Now we've got no one to talk to. Oh look, Rookie's in chill chat. He wants logical conversation. He's now no longer in chill chat. Oh well. Jackie, how did you get into those crystal experiments?
I've been into crystals for a long time, so I was just trying to test a theory that I had with the difference between a new crystal, a charged crystal, things like that. So I was testing my own little theory. But it turns out they all still emit a type of energy. It's just that it's stronger once. I would say, I said charged. I used to always say charged, but I realize now charged might not be the word. I think it's more like programmed.
Oh.
So a cleansed crystal would have, would be like sort of like deprogrammed, I would say, and very just basic and a flat energy. And then once you charge it or program it with energy from somewhere else, you can do it from yourself, you can do it from the moon, you can do it from the sun, different ways to charge them or different ways to program them up. You can do it with your own emotion. it's a lot of, none of this is obviously, provable. Well, except for the fact in the experiment, you can see the crystal that was in the solar eclipse was like, you can see the energy coming up out of it. Like, it's undeniable. Like, people can say that, I tweaked the experiment or whatever, or did whatever, but I didn't do anything. I did it for my own curiosity, and then I only shared it with a few friends and stuff like that are people that I talk to.
Yeah,
I
that's
was trying
really
to prove
cool.
a point with them, actually.
Yeah. So how did you find this server?
Through Kiwi.
Ah, okay, so it's his fault.
It's his fault. What?
It's all his fault.
Yes, it's all his fault. What? That I'm here? Yeah,
Aha.
absolutely.
What have you got to say for yourself, Kiwi? Oh, he's
You might-
gone all quiet now.
Well, I know he's at work, so he might not be able to.
Yeah, I'm just quiet. I'm here. Nothing but love for you, baby.
I told you.
I appreciate Logie. I appreciate Logie and all the razzing he gives us because he keeps us entertained. So appreciate you, man, and always putting on movie days for the community and stuff, man.
What'll be done?
I mean, quartz crystal is pretty much a conductor of energy in like if we didn't have quartz crystal, we wouldn't be having TV screens and the computers and stuff that we have now. I mean, more people don't realize how much crystal is used in electronics.
Yeah.
If they're using them as an energy conductor, then people should be able to too, as long as you have an energy source. And I'd like to say we are an energy source. So why can't we conduct the energy in those crystals in some type of way also? Maybe it's not a way you can observe with your physical eyes, but I can personally physically feel them. Like, I can feel it when I put a crystal in my hand. So I know a lot of people can't, but I can. That's how I kind of really got into crystals, because when I pick them up, they vibrate in my hand. So that's what made me interested in them in the first place. Otherwise, they're just pretty pieces of, shiny things.
So they have different vibes on you, do they? Different ones?
Every single one has a different vibe that I've ever touched. So even if they're the same crystal, they each have a different vibration. And some a little bit stronger, some a little less. And I think it just depends on where they are, where they've been, or if they've been, put in a drawer and not maybe touched or out in the air and things like that. When you put them away, it feels like away from the light. They don't have as much energy when I pull them out, I would say. They feel like they don't vibrate as much. Now, the crystals that I leave out in a space, have an area where I leave my crystals that I consider my personal use, they always seem to have a charge. Now, the ones I put away and store, when I take them out, they don't seem to have any type of, they always have a vibration, but they don't have as much of a vibration or charge, or it depends on how you say it, to them when I touch them personally. But I've also worked with the crystals, whereas I feel like you can program them yourself, and it's it's like they have their own little jobs. Each one has a job. It's like it has, an overall energy, and then you can imbue it with what you would like it to work on, I would say. But we're getting into metaphysics and stuff like that, so
Yeah. No, that's fine. It's all interesting, because again, we don't have all the answers. We're not omniscient, So
I agree. I just know that, this chat likes to be very,
yeah, flat Earth, science.
yes, and observe it. If you can't observe it, then,
I get that. So
that's
what
why
do
I
you
stay
think
in the
about
background.
what do you think about flat Earth then? Have you looked at any of the resource materials at the bottom of the server?
Oh, yeah, I've gone through a lot of it. I mean, I personally just know that it's not what they're telling us it is.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what it looks like, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I've told people before in here, like I personally had a meditation and I asked God what it looked like because I was confused, because it doesn't feel right to me to say flat Earth, and it actually feels roundish to me, and it actually feels more, but I didn't know if that was more of my cognitive dissonance, and the programming. I want it to be round. I don't know. But to me, I was telling the group that I went to a meditation, I asked what it looked like, and what I saw was something that kind of looked like a snow globe with a with a photo like this, but not exactly, because something that like a snow globe that was kind of like had water, but like you could stick a photo up in the middle of it, like, is the best way for me to describe it. And then I was just like, okay, it looks kind of round, but the round area would be more, it was more like a clear, like a bubble. So I don't know. I don't know.
Understand the basic principles of water, because that will kind of help you. So you always know that when you leave water standing, the surface will always be level, horizontal, right?
Correct.
So if you've got a glass or a bathtub, they're always horizontal, they're always level. If you've got a swimming pool, if you've got a lake, and then you think about Earth being 71% water, which means 71% must be horizontal and level, right?
Okay.
So that basic argument there, the principles of the surface of water when left at rest are horizontal and level, gets you to understand, like, yeah, they can't ever show you bodies of water that bend. They can't show you lakes that bend or oceans or anything.
No, I agree. I that's just the truth, right? They don't even have to agree. So
It's a basic truth, it's observable, it's repeatable. It's a simple one, but they like to pull you into the weeds with a lot of their word magic and their word spelling, and they argue sophistry. But use reality. If you use reality, it will tell you everything you need to know. But yeah, they like to take you off into the imagination and run you around in circles and all of these things. But yeah, reality debunks it all. So that's a very simple one that
definitely debunks their model. That's for sure.
Yeah, and anybody can understand that, because once you start getting into these other things, there's a lot of homework to do to understand the actual answers. Like, you wouldn't go to university and just start doing the tests, right? You'd have to do 4 years and then a dissertation and so on and so forth, right? So the problem is a lot of, let's say, model afflicted people that come in here, they're not even really willing to give it a chance and be objective and say, okay, let's look at the evidence, let's try to understand it, and then weigh the two together, right? Because now you've got two options. One, you've been told by authority figures from birth, it's placed everywhere around you. And yet we have this other side, which is using reality. It's observing reality, it's measuring reality, using basic principles of natural law. And when you weigh those two together, one is of the mind and one is of reality. So the choice is yours, basically. You can choose the one based on reality, or you can choose the one based in the mind. But yeah, I think sometimes it's
Absolutely. I don't think there's positive proof either. Like there's no positive proofs either way. The problem is that you can completely debunk their model. You can't. I don't think there's anything that can 100% prove the quote unquote flat Earth model, but you can't. You can disprove theirs, and yours is more likely. Like it has observations. You can see, like you said, you can prove a lot of it. It doesn't mean you can prove all of it, but it's more, you usually tend to go with the more likely than not scenario when it comes to observations. Like, that's just, I don't know, that's just the way I was taught. I don't think they teach that anymore, but that's the way I was taught.
Yeah, the trendy teaching methods have come into full effect, and I guess that people are frightened of standing up and being counted. They want to be a part of the group, so they limit themselves to stay a part of that group, even though they might start waking up thinking, this is ridiculous and this is stupid. But yeah, so the group kind of keep them inside, and that's where you have to find your own confidence and individuality to go along with reality and the truth. And basically, you don't have to talk to the group about it, because obviously it's not their journey and they're going to reject it wholesale. But I think as an individual, you kind of need to do it for your own curiosity and sanity and things like this, because it will gnaw at you otherwise. It will kind of gnaw at the back of your head,
Of course.
So it's good to embrace these things and go with the flow and see where they take you. But yeah, there's a lot of people who, sadly, because of the left-brain prisoners and left-brained indoctrination, which is what the school system does, it's very difficult for them to kind of see the wood for the trees, so to speak. So they kind of are fixated on the kind of TV CGI models and stuff, and they don't actually observe the real world anymore. They don't go outside anymore. They don't play outside. They barely move 3 miles from the house these days, so there's a lot of it's easy to fool people without experience and without elders to guide them. There used to be grandparents and things, and they would obviously guide the younger ones and the grandchildren, and a lot of those things have been removed. So these younger children, they don't really have a lot of experience or people that are experienced to try to help them. They've never used a level, they've never used a tape measure, they've never done anything. So the model afflicted, they think things make a lot of sense, but they're really just repeating things they've been told. They've never tested it. They've never actually thought about it. They've accepted it as self-evident truths. And it's only when you do a little bit of homework, like the basic thing with the surface of water, and you start thinking about these things, and then they've got real problems. But then you obviously get into more complicated stuff with the black swan, because they try and trick you with things that they don't really even understand. So that's why they actually use it. They heard somebody else say it, so they parrot it. But when you actually ask them to explain it or to dig into it, they've got nothing. They just know that if you say this, then they say that. And it's just literally repetition and regurgitation. It's
Exactly, which is why I don't even debate it, because I'm like, I understand what I understand, but I don't, I'm not someone who was into, I guess, like, quantum physics and quantum mechanics and all that. And there's actually, I feel like there's a lot of parts of it that get a little bit like, I'm like, okay, it's a little bit, I don't understand. So I'm like, if I don't understand it, I'm not gonna try to explain it to someone else. Like,
Yeah.
Unless you can comprehend exactly what you're saying, you should never repeat it. That's the way I feel. But I mean, that's the way I was taught too. But I don't think anybody learns anymore. Like you said, it's just a regurgitation of information, and that's how they're taught. That's how our kids are taught right now in school. They don't learn anymore. They don't actually experiment. They don't put what they've learned actually into, we used to do science class, right? And we used to have experiments, and I remember, when they told us a concept, they put it into play in real life right in front of you so you could see how it physically works. They don't do that anymore. They just show you pictures and you're supposed to imagine it.
Just believe. Don't question.
Exactly.
Don't think.
Well, I was born left-handed, so I came here right-brained, and I don't know how to just do that. So I've always been different. I've always been, felt different. I've always had that, they tried to take the pen out of my left hand and tell me to write with my right hand because, somebody even told me I was a devil child when I was a kid because I was left-handed. Like,
yeah, that's
crazy crap,
There's a lot of strange, and again, that's just about the group, because they want everybody to be like factory pressed identical to everybody else, and when you stand out and you're a little bit different, there was a Chinese saying, the nail that stands out is the first to be hammered. So it's very easy for that group to attack that singular person, a lot of that isn't.
I never heard that saying. That's a good saying. I like that. I'm gonna use that.
So yeah, it is about doing your own homework and your own personal journey, irrelevant of what anybody else thinks, believes, or says. Everyone's on their own path, kind of heading in a similar direction. There is no one size fits all. Everyone's got a different life, a different experience, and so basically we come to these things at different times. A lot of people just aren't ready, and a lot of people might not be ready for a few lifetimes. Who knows? So at the end of the day, I mean, it's like they say, you can only show them the door. You can't do the homework for them. You can't do the reading and the watching for them. So
yeah, I have a cousin who actually has I've sent her things, and we're actually really close. And when I started to talk to her about this a little bit, she's like, "That's it, you went off the deep end." She's like, "That's it. I can get behind your crystals and your tarot cards and your psychic stuff because you've proven it to me, and stuff you've said has come true, and I can even agree with you on that, but can't." And then when I started sending her the information of especially the stuff with where you can just see that NASA's just faking crap, she's mad at me now because she's like, I'm sitting here thinking about the freaking Earth being flat, and I don't know what to do about it anymore, and it's all your fault,
Well,
so
that's
I said it's called cognitive dissonance. You'll get over it. Just keep watching. You'll get over it.
Yeah, it can be a painful process to most people because it's uprooting them. They've kind of been a certain way. They've had you've knocked the foundation from under them. They thought they had it all sewn up, that they knew everything, so to speak. And when you kind of hit them with something that big, they can spiral.
I have to tell you, I'll toot my own horn, damn it, because I'm going to. I was the person that brought a little bit more info to Jackie. And now to see Jackie flat smacking other people, bro, I feel so proud of her. Well done.
What have you done, Kiwi? You've unleashed the beast.
I've unleashed the beast. It's so good.
Well, you know what I like? I don't like to smack people with information. I like to slide it in slowly.
Yeah, good.
Underneath the radar. People don't think of me as like that type of individual, I think. And so they come to me with other things, more of a personal and, emotional nature and that type of thing. So, like I said, I work more in I'm an energy worker. So I work more in the esoteric field, and people come with me for that. They come to me for that, and they trust me because they know that I'm telling them other truths, truths that I shouldn't know, that I know about them and about their families and people around them and things going on. So when I kind of sneak those little tidbits in there, I think it hits them a little bit on a different level, on a different, in a different area. It's like, wait a minute, if everything else she's saying is true, like, is that true too?
Yeah. Dave, you were going to say something, bro?
Yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt. Y'all are having a great conversation, but we are all here. Y'all said hi to them.
Hey, buddy.
How y'all doing? We have a person here with no roles. Want me to try to unmute them? We are all here.
Let's
Have y'all
unmute.
talk? I got it. You're hurt. Hello, we are all here. You have access to your mic. Would you like to say hello?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What brings you by the Flat Earth Discord today?
Yeah, I've been watching you guys for, I don't know, like 5-6 years now.
Oh, wow. So you don't think you live on a silly spinning ball zipping around through nothing?
Oh, hell no. Yep.
Well, you've been listening that long and don't have any roles. You just don't want to get into Discord, or
I just can't ever figure it out, man. I'm a duck. I'm stupid. Sometimes I can't figure it out.
Well, let's give you VC verified, so you won't have to go through this again. You can come in here and listen, or whatever you want to do. Or do you have anything you want to say? Go ahead.
Nah, man. I just listening and just kind of getting into Discord because I'd been watching you guys on YouTube for a long time, so I figured I'd get up in here.
So it's real quick. You want to participate in a quick little thing. Pretend I'm a Glober you just walked into on the street and you had to give me your best proof that the Earth's not a ball. What would you say to him?
All right, so I'd tell him to check out NASA's STS-8 missions, where you can see them making a model of this ship that's supposed to be detaching a satellite to another satellite. I'm not sure how to explain it, but you can see a giant face behind the shuttle. And how is that possible if it's real, you know?
Can I give you a little critique real quick?
Yeah.
When you're first talking to somebody, just imagine this is the first time they've actually seriously put any thought into this subject. You don't want to start out with stuff in the sky. You want to talk to them about water, some observation here on the ground. That's just my advice. You know, but go ahead.
Cool, man. Yeah, I got into a lot of the NASA stuff, them saying that they use 25 million, in tax revenue for helium every day. That's wild to me.
Yeah, I'm not saying that wouldn't work with some people because NASA is obviously fake, so it is easy to point that out. Right? Now you got a valid point. I'm just saying maybe you don't want to start in the sky, but it depends on who you're talking to. Now go ahead.
What made you start listening in the first place?
I was I was using YouTube to fall asleep a lot of the time, and I like documentaries, and so one night I wake up and Rob Skiba is sitting here talking about flat Earth, and I'm like, well, what the fuck is this? You know? And so I got into it, and I went through this period of a lot of discomfort, you know, trying to talk about it with people and trying to you know, get people to even conversate with me about it, because half the time they just nope.
Yeah, they don't conversate on anything much, bro. I mean, I've tried to talk to people about technology or, you know, wildlife, and if it's not their interest, it's just get blanked, you know?
Yeah, it's like it's almost like, you know, there's no ability to entertain any kind of idea, whether it's theory or not, you know?
Yeah, I think Jackie was going to say something. Go ahead, Jackie.
Oh, that's okay. I was going to say, it's, you know, when you first start talking to people, it's like you got to get past that. It's almost like there's a little bit of shame inside of you, you know?
Yeah.
That's, oh, why? I shouldn't even really believe this. What's going on? You know, like you got to push past so many emotions when you finally like figure it out, right? Really hard to try to start to talk to other people about it, because you feel like, oh crap, they're either going to look at me like I'm a nutcase. They're going to, you know, or they're going to call the loony bin on me. What's going to happen? You know? So, but I like what the other gentleman was saying before. If you kind of like start with like, you know, did you ever notice that they say, you know, the world's round, but how does the water stick to that, you know, ball? Like when you put water in a cup, it doesn't do what they say it does. And then the NASA stuff, I find, like you said, actually kind of like brings it home for people. Like when you get them thinking about, is it possible? And then you hit them with the NASA stuff that's like legitimately fake and it's so obvious. Like that just kind of like, I feel like is like the nail in the coffin. They're like, holy crap. Like that stuff is really all fake. So then people have a point, you know, like, and then it makes them really go down the rabbit hole. That's what I found. Like anyone I've talked to it about, that's like, you start talking about water, then hit them with the NASA videos, and then they're like, oh crap.
Yeah. I like the you know, the perspective videos too. Those are the ones that really brought it home for me.
Exactly, but people end up finding those perspective videos like within the whole NASA stuff looking, and then they get deeper, right? Yeah. And the perspective stuff is good too, but if you don't, you know, you don't keep a camera and a, you know, telescope in your pocket, and you know, like when you're talking to people. Yeah.
The videos of them bringing ships back into view, that one kind of was like, yo, wake up, because it's here. They're lying to you. You know? I don't know. I got into a lot of confrontation with my father because he was military, and so you know how that goes.
Not very well.
And he's like, oh, the Earth can't be flat, you know, you're crazy. And I'm just like, all right, dude, I'm done talking to you.
Just ask him about the surface of water. When did he ever see a lake bend or a swimming pool bend in the middle? Frozen water bend, you know? It's these basics that people really have to kind of, you know, you don't need some special guy in a white coat to tell you everything. You can figure things out for yourself.
Yep, exactly. Do some critical thinking and keeping that intellectual honesty for yourself, regardless of whatever you find. And yeah, you will come to the truth. That's for sure.
Christy, I saw you on mute a minute ago. Did you have something to add? She's still playing with tomatoes.
I just sat down.
Yeah, I thought you had something to add. So
I've been doing that all morning. Yeah, just sat down. No, I don't really have anything to add except for the lady that was talking. I forget. I didn't get to see her name.
Jackie, that is.
Jackie. I just wanted to tell you. I don't know if you know this, but in heaven there's a crystal sea, and I wonder if it's like, something to do with information and stuff. So the crystals are really interesting.
Oh, thank you. I think so. I appreciate that.
And I think Jackie had something to add as well.
No, I'm good. I'm just unmuting and muting because I'm just jumping in with the conversation, but I'm also doing, I think, what probably she was doing. I'm about to start cooking, so I'm muting myself so that there's not a lot of background noise. That's all.
Okay. I'm just keeping an eye so people can hopefully remember their points, And,
oh, no problem. I'm not shy. I'll jump in. Thank you.
No worries. Yeah. Go on, Christine.
I like the perspective thing, where people are like, oh, the horizon, it's going over the horizon. But if you could just tell them, get you a telescope and look out there and bring it back into view, it's just from your perspective. So that's one of my favorite things. And then it's definitely a lie how big the Earth is, because they tell you when the curvature is supposed to start, and you can obviously do experiments with lasers and things. Those are my favorite things. And planes, right? Because an airplane flies on a plane, and they'd have to keep tilting it down, the plane, to go around the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, they go off into space if they just went straight without taking into. And those gyroscopes don't take into consideration any curvature, and they don't tip the nose down to keep going around the ball. So
gyroscopes are designed to maintain their position in a 3D space. So they actually are designed to keep you on a plane at altitude. You can't, any little movement would move the horizon in your crosshairs. So, yeah, very good. Very true.
Have you guys seen the video of the guy flying over the sun?
No, I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, so there's a video on YouTube.
It's on the phone.
There's a video on YouTube of this guy flying over the sun. The sun is in the clouds, and that one really amazed me.
Yeah, it's exciting in a sense because we're figuring out what this place is, and what these things are, and I find that exciting and curious and interesting, So yeah, it's nice that we don't have all the answers sewn up like scientism tells us.
Hey guys, I had just joined in and I caught the end of the conversation. I heard the lady Christy say something about a crystal lake in heaven, and I was just wondering, because somebody just asked me to describe heaven to them last night, like what she envisions and where she came across that information. But Christy, describe heaven for me, if you could?
What?
Can you not hear me? Like speakerphone.
I can hear you. Did you just ask somebody to describe heaven?
Well,
Yeah, she said there's a crystal lake in heaven. I've never heard nothing like that before. What else?
Yeah, there was a conversation earlier, Glotflake, where Jackie was talking about crystals, and then Christy just got around to finish playing with tomatoes and talked about the crystal heaven lake thing, and that's what Adam was referring to. She's just dipped out at the moment. She might be back soon to answer the question, but usually that stuff is dealt with in biblical and things like that. But yeah,
I'm aware. Yeah, I was just curious because, like I said, my wife actually asked me last night. We couldn't fall asleep. We were talking about stuff, and she wanted my description of what the place might be like. And I haven't really heard much. And then I jump on here and I hear that lady describing something that sounds pretty mystical. Curious to what else she might say.
Well, the structure that is up in heaven is it's a pyramid shape, four-sided, four corners with the corner top as well. So that's the structure.
Kenzie, come on, don't mess with these people.
I'm not messing around. I'm serious.
When did you go and confirm that yourself?
Shut the fuck up. I'm just talking to him, not talking to you.
Okay. As you were, guys.
I'm not saying that for you to ask me questions and trying to confirm it. I'm just telling him. So yeah, the shape of creation is observable from the ground up in heaven. It's in your face as well, and it's everywhere. Everywhere you can see it. It's a design, and it's here on the ground and everything around you, and it's also up in heaven. And yeah, scans of the sky, electro-optical scans of the sky depict pyramid shape, just like the pyramid that you see everywhere in many depictions from, I don't know, almost every single company in the world. And the higher up, they depict pyramids everywhere, and people have emulated pyramids, the biggest, the most impressive structures, and also the relation of the rainbow with the pyramid. Yeah, it's the structure up in heaven
Do you have any
is
videos
definitely
linking?
100% a pyramid.
Do you have any videos that link that, like that, what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, no videos, but no, I don't have videos, but I do have some research. They did some scans of the celestial north region of the sky.
Can you post that?
And, yeah, I'll send it to you. I've posted here before. Most people ignore it because people don't understand the ground, therefore they're not gonna understand heaven for sure.
Why do you think the sky is blue?
The sky is what?
Blue.
Because they're light. I don't know. The colors of the light. That's why it's blue. Colors of the light. When it's evening, you see it's kind of orangey or reddish. So the light, and also at the end of the sunset, you see green. You see green.
Yeah, but you also see that reflecting on the water at sunset.
Yeah, you see the colors of the light in the air. That's why we see blue sky. It's part of.
You don't think it could be anything to do with water?
Sure, there's water in the air. There's many tons of. Probably unlimited, big amounts of water in the air. So yeah, it probably has to do something with water.
Oh, and gases.
Yeah, ultraviolet light passing through gases creates certain colors, like argon makes it blue or something. I can't remember exactly.
It's 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Shit, have you seen those meteorites that are supposedly part of the sky? They're mostly oxygen.
Mom and Dad are eating.
Do you say meteors in the sky? Did you say that?
These were blue meteorites, and people have tried to figure out what they are. I'll post a link to it. It's quite unusual.
I actually in the Caribbean, when I was younger, I saw this phenomena, and I've seen multiple, but the ones that I remember the most, it was a green color that illuminated the clouds. It was coming straight down, like basically like 90 degrees down to the ground, illuminated the clouds, and fell in the mountains, up in the hills, up in the mountains. And the other one was, I'm saying green, but you're saying blue, and I will say it's kind of like a color between green and bluish. So yeah, I could describe it and label it a meteor, but I don't know exactly what it was, but or what they were. But it was a light falling from the sky, bluish or greenish color, illuminating the clouds, illuminating the mountains and the hills, and just falling straight to the ground.
The video's been deleted. I can't post it. I'll try to find it elsewhere.
The thing is that there is multiple phenomena, many phenomena that happen in the sky, and people might label them the same, but there's different phenomena that happen in the sky, and they're not the same, all of them. So some people see multiple phenomena and label it meteors, and there's different things happening. So yeah. And things falling from the sky, like ice falls from the sky, and rocks might fall from the sky. That doesn't mean a globe. And flat earthers say, no, nothing falls from the sky. Whatever, dude. Things do fall from the sky. So whatever your opinion is, the observable phenomena, it's different. It's definitely there.
We haven't got it all figured out, so I don't know why they're making such a harsh judgment on things. They need to be a little bit objective.
No, this stuff doesn't happen because I've never seen it. Of course, yeah, you never seen it, therefore it doesn't happen.
Yeah, there's also that weird jelly stuff that falls from the sky as well. There's lots of like strange phenomena like this. Red stuff as well that falls from the sky. All sorts of strange things.
Yeah, even ice, like big chunks of ice fall from the sky too.
Satelloons dropping down.
Yeah, satelloons do fall from the sky as well.
Right in the fields, Tim. Right in the fields.
But the thing is, the satelloon wouldn't illuminate like miles of clouds and hills and mountains and clouds on the ground, like a huge light illuminating everything, falling straight from the sky, really high distance. I don't think aluminum satelloon would have such an effect.
I have a hypothesis. I think that might actually be frequencies, because they change, like when you change a frequency, at certain frequencies it changes the color of light. Each color has its own frequency. So to me, I was hypothesizing that it's possible that there's certain, sound frequencies that are going through the air and you're seeing them in these colors.
Yes, that's a thing as well, like the aurora borealis. That's some type of phenomena that it has to do with, I guess, frequencies and a phenomena that is between Earth and heaven and the layers above. That's the aurora borealis. There's something to that, to what you're saying. But there is multiple phenomena. So the color that we observe from some things that fall from the sky, because I seen color things going across the sky, and I seen things falling directly down, which is different. So, like going like an airplane left to right in the sky is one thing, and then falling straight down is another thing. So, yeah.
The last time I rode an ice crystal down from the sky, I took a look around and it was flat from all the way up there.
You rode an ice crystal?
Yeah, man.
Why are you
Totally
lying?
did. Huh?
Why are you lying?
Oh. Well, I was just talking about stuff that's unfalsifiable, like you guys.
No, you're lying. It's different. I'm not lying. You are.
Okay.
Did you roll a crystal across the sky? Are you saying I'm lying? That's what you're saying, that I'm lying, that I didn't see this stuff?
You saw something, didn't you?
I did. Did you roll the ice crystal through the sky? Did you?
No, I didn't ride an ice
So
cream.
you lied. You lied.
It's more of a
So
joke, but if you want to call it a lie to make yourself
you are
feel
saying
better,
that what I'm saying is lying, just like you did.
I'm making fun of you. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but isn't this like a serious server? Didn't we ban someone the other day because they were kind of like joking like that?
What you got to remember is, right, it's okay to have a discussion about things because we don't have hard answers. So yeah, he's talking about something that fell from somewhere and he's trying to like figure it out. And it's fine to kind of, there is a basis of evidence. He's got a lived experience, right? So he's not just talking complete shit out of his ass like you were. And so from that, he's now trying to figure out where this came from, where these objects came from, where it fell from, what it is, So that
Do you
there's a
think
difference.
that you're going to be able to figure any of that stuff out by just sitting in a chat room and talking
No,
about it?
I'm actually not trying to figure it out. But I saw it falling from the sky, so there's no question about that.
Super duper. Continue.
But why will you kind of compare a lie to what I'm saying? Are you saying that I'm lying?
I'm saying you're talking about something you don't know happening in the sky.
Did I claim that I know what it was? Did I ever claim that I know?
No, and that's kind of the problem. You're just talking out your ass.
I'm talking out of my ass. So my ass saw this phenomena happen in the sky. That was
Might as well be. It might as well be.
my ass saw it, right? That because your ass also see things, right? You have eyes in your ass, right?
I don't know. Do you have eyes
You don't
in your
know?
ass?
You haven't checked?
I mean, I'll give it a look.
Yeah, give it a look. Give it a good look because I think you're making stuff up out of your ass.
Sorry, go ahead and continue with your.
You're discarding people's experiences just because you haven't had that experience.
No,
I mean,
it's just sky stuff. But if you want to keep talking about sky stuff, go ahead.
why don't you just mute yourself if you don't want to talk about sky stuff instead of talking shit like out of your ass?
Way ahead of you, bud.
So what? Propose a topic. Come on, say something.
Hey, Syndrome, how's it going?
I shared a video in the voice text about maybe sky ice. I was looking for another video of someone who claims to have found sky ice, sky stones. You were saying like what gives the sky the color, and this person believes that it's the sky stone. It is like a pale blue color, and videos about how it's hard to research because it melts so fast, and some type of like silica compound and water, and pretty interesting stuff. This it's not well spread, it's not well known. Only flat earthers really know what firmament that they've been trying to drill through it and shit like that. So for there to be any information and pictures of what it looks like, it's hard to come by. But interesting, I'm not going to say that I think it's 100% true because, like I said, it's kind of like a one-off thing. There's not much else to even research about, but there's one video out there.
Yeah, I heard something about they claim it's like frozen oxygen or something like that. But yeah, I haven't really seen much about it.
Yeah, if you observe something falling from the sky and it's illuminating at the night on the complete darkness of the night, illuminating the clouds, illuminating the ground, and falling really high up from above the clouds. Do you think you just imagine that? It was like your imagination or something, and it happens more than once. So I don't know. Maybe I just imagined it because this stings from the sky, so probably it was in my mind that I saw it. And all the phenomena that I've ever seen in the sky, all the different phenomena is just imagination, right? Must be. We can't discuss it because Glassflow doesn't like it. So since he doesn't like it, guys, ladies, sorry, Glassflow doesn't like it, guys.
Don't be so butthurt. I just like to talk about things we can prove.
So don't be so butthurt if people are not talking about things that you don't like.
It's not. I don't come here to talk about things I like, dude. I come here to talk about factual stuff.
So you come here just to talk about what you like, right?
I just told you no.
But you don't like people talking about what they're talking right now. So that's why you
It's
opening your
not that
mic.
I don't. It's not that I don't like it. It's irrelevant. You can't prove what is falling from the sky, where it goes, what it is. So, so why talk about it? The next Glober that hears it, that wants to fuck with us, will be like, "Oh, they were talking about sky ice."
You're not the arbiter of the topics in this server, right?
Oh no, I know that. I'm very clear on that. Thanks, Gemsy.
Okay. Just try to remind you that like there's other topics that people can talk about, and they don't need your permission to do so. Just letting you know.
As if you did need to let me know, but thanks again for once again.
It sounds like you need to be reminded of that because I told you before, and it sounds like you want to
When
just.
you tell somebody something and then they ignore it, maybe it wasn't that important in the first place.
Yeah, it sounds like you do the same thing every day, almost.
So is Earth measuring flat comparable to sky ice?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
you just said that. Since you said it, it is. Yeah. I mean, you just said it, so it must be true.
yeah, Tim's right. We need a Glober or 2 or 10 in here so we can stop fighting about nonsense. It's true.
Yeah, why are you fighting about nonsense?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I like to poke the bear.
So don't call people liars just because you don't like what they're talking about.
You're not a liar, and I didn't call you a liar.
Yes, you did.
No, I said you were lying about something. If you make claims that you know what's falling from the sky. But you didn't let me finish.
You did finish.
I'm finished now.
Yeah, you are finished. So just stop lying and stop thinking that other people lie just like you. Because you lie, that doesn't mean that everybody lies. Come on, Glad. I thought you shush everybody up so you can talk about something more important, bro. Come on, bring it.
No, there's nothing more important, apparently. So I wanted to say that I have empirical evidence that Bigfoot kicked a piece of sky ice down into the Loch Ness, where the monster, Nessie, carved it into a beautiful sculpture.
Why are you lying again? Bro, this trend that you've been having lately about lying about things,
You just like to call me a liar. You just want to call me a liar.
and you've been lying constantly.
All the time, Jamesy, and I do it just to piss you off. Is it working?
I mean, people were having a perfect conversation about what they wanted to talk about, and you jumped in just to, people, I don't like what you're talking about, and please move on. And now you don't want to talk about anything.
So. It's not that I don't like it. I'm making fun of it. It's actually that I do like it so much that I'm going to continue the fun.
Just call people liars because you don't like it.
Depends on the claim.
So if you don't like something and you don't know about it, you never experienced it, you just call people liars because you never seen it.
Is that a question, or I'm not sure?
That's an actual statement because that's what you just did.
Oh, so your opinion of what I just did has been noted. Thank you.
It's recorded.
Yeah, it is. So go back and see that I didn't do that if you'd like.
Okay.
So anyway, say the word liar a couple more times in regards to me, and then we can change the topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Bring the topic that you want to talk about. Go ahead.
Earth measures flat. What about that? Remember earlier, the guy, We Are All Here, started talking right away about NASA fails and stuff. Which, when I first saw it, I didn't even know what I was seeing in that video where the guy's face is behind the supposed spaceship in space. There's a huge human face. I didn't know what that was. It took me a while. Then I figured out what it was. But that still didn't help me understand the nature of where I stand and upon what I stand. It just helped me understand that it looked like NASA got pretty sloppy on one of their videos. That's what that looked like. But yeah, it was in the midst of finding out that the Earth measures flat against the globe math that everybody expects to have match reality. that, I was also finding out a lot of stuff about NASA lying about things, speaking of liars, and all kinds of other stuff too. But yeah, if Dave had a good point about not starting off with NASA lies and stuff, because they'll get to that. If somebody appreciates what it means that the Earth measures flat against the globe math, my guess is that they'll be curious about, you know, the implications therein, right? NASA lying and all this other stuff. But the great part is it starts with the really easy understanding that Earth measures flat everywhere we go. We can't find the curve.
Everywhere you go, the Earth measures flat. Have you ever been to, you know, like Montana or the Himalayas?
I've been to Montana, not the Himalayas, though.
You know what they call it, Montana? Montaña in Spanish, mountain. You know, a lot of hills and valleys, up and down. That's not flat, bro.
Well, that's local topography.
Why are you lying again?
Crazy.
Man.
I guess people's main problem with the shape of the Earth is they think NASA has seen the whole thing by photo as a ball. But our empirical experience based off of the limited data we gather compared to that presumption of, you know, NASA taking a picture, quote unquote, if the whole thing is a ball, appears to show flatness. So I guess based off of that, we would tend to infer from the small to the large scale that it's flat. And NASA is giving some sort of bullshit, you know, barrel distorted photo. But, you know, that's a tall order. I mean, I think for the flat side, they like give us a picture of the whole thing like NASA's fakery, or we're not going to believe it. I don't know if that's possible, though, with the firmament dome in the way. So on that level, we may not be able to satisfy their desire for a picture of the whole thing compared to NASA's photo trickery.
Plus, I also envision that it's a lot larger than they say. Like, we don't know if it's an infinite plane or just really round and large. It'd be hard to take a picture of it. There's 20 other continents we share this plane with.
There can't be anything such as anything infinite. As far as I can tell, things in life are made by processes. And by processes, I mean sequential steps that have a beginning, middle, and an end that allow you to stop, finish, and move on to something else. If it was an infinite plane, say, made by a creator, this process would continue but never end. He wouldn't be able to go on to anything else, one would assume, unless he's taking simultaneous action. It's a possibility, but I don't find an infinite plane really worth exploring. I'd go with a dome capping it and limiting how far you can go beyond Antarctica, and that being about it.
Kind of relates to what I was saying earlier about them trying to drill through the firmament. You know, that was a long time ago, but you know, obviously if they'd reached the outer edges and or trying to break through, that wouldn't be possible unless, you know, if it was a lot larger or infinite, they wouldn't be at the edge. Unless there's other domes. I think there was some Irwonian videos, if I'm saying that right, where he showed that the planets and, you know, we have our small circle and then the dome, and then there's outer reaches, more land continents, and they have their own dome and like their own planets. If you know what I'm talking about, maybe you've seen that visual.
Yeah, I have. It's sort of as above, so below, but I don't know. It could be. I mean, really, ultimately, I don't know outside of the faith of the revelation of Scripture. I just don't think that there can be anything infinite because that would tend to imply a process that never stopped and is ongoing. So, as far as I can tell, there's some sort of limit. The question is, can I reach it or not? Or know about it beyond revelation and just being told by the person who knows, like God or something.
And yeah, you were saying if it was infinite, there'd be like no way to escape or to change from this reality. But if you think of like higher and lower dimensions, then that's a possibility. You could elevate to a higher dimension and leave this plane.
Yeah, but that implies traveling to a terminal endpoint. That doesn't imply infinite travel or travel that never ends or never reaches, an endpoint. How many places can you go to? Even in our life, we go to a limited number of places and that's it. Unless we can go to all of these infinite places, we can't even determine if it's as infinite as that. And even if we were able to go to infinite places, we would never stop traveling. So for me, that's just problematic on a philosophical level.
Yeah, and then if you believe, I think Witted has some good visuals of it, of our plane being a toroidal field, and we're somewhere like in this middle line of it. Obviously, that's not infinite.
Because I need to hear a witness account from somebody who was there. And the Bible from God who made the thing appears to say that we're on pillars on top of a watery deep surrounded by limitless water above and water below. Limitless, I guess, in that it's bigger than what we can explore. But I imagine that God, erected some sort of boundary, but I don't know. Perhaps he's up there just generating it as soon as we travel to it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's patient theory, rendering it as we approach it. But yeah, thinking about the toroidal field, everything is a toroidal field. It's not infinite. It has, where it folds back in on itself. That would be the outer reach. I guess that's a really hard thing to envision, us being on this middle line of a toroidal field, kind of the center spout of it. It's even hard to describe.
I guess it's like the eye of the storm. In the middle of a swirling tornado, you have a still zone in the middle where you could have a fixed motionless plane, I guess. On that level, I would agree, but I'd probably go with the biblical cosmology, covered by a firmament with sun, moon, and stars within said firmament, the firmament being a solid dome of sky, like glass or something, solid and shine to perfection under the waters above, under the heavenly throne of God. That would be my preferred conception. A toroidal field is a bit more metaphysical for me.
Right on. I think I agree.
I would agree on an electromagnetic level. We do have a toroidal field, though, but I'd probably add those other bells and whistles, though. That's all I'm saying. I think the electromagnetic field needs something solid to give it shape and solidity, and that would tend to be the dome, pillars, land, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Plus, what you're describing is what's been described by all the ancient cultures besides ours. So, that's not something that I ignore. That, if we can trust history, that they've all said the same thing about where we live and depicted it.
You said if we can trust history.
Yeah. I guess we need to say why we do or do not trust history.
Well, if you've done any research into, resets and, I don't know, just alternative history, like there's a lot unanswered questions, and obviously the victors are the ones writing it. So, yeah, nowadays it's hard to tell what's factual and what's not. Just wanted to mention, you can relate today's what we're experiencing nowadays with the censorship and just erasing things. And, I doubt that's the first time that this has happened. when there's stuff that powers that be or whatever you want to call them, they don't want to be exposed for, or they don't want people to find out, they just erase it. It was a lot easier to do back a long time ago, but it's happening right now. It's a telltale sign that it can't be trusted.
I'm late to the combo. What's being removed and who can't be trusted? What's going on?
I was saying that I don't feel like I can personally trust all of history, right? Like what's in the textbooks. I don't think, maybe it's half true, but, the victors write the history. And, if the people that are trying to take over right now have their way, I'm sure there's a lot that they would remove from our history if they could. So, but you can carry on the conversation. I actually got to run. Okay, one last thing. It's like, about trusting history is like we can't even trust what the date is of today because they've perverted everything so much, right? Like they screwed with the calendars. Like it's not the year 2022. I can't remember what I figured it out that it would actually be, but you can't even trust that. So.
Technically, you can't trust any date because time is a man-made construct.
That's funny. I said that to my wife last night. She's like, "Do you think time is real?" And I'm like, "It's a man-made concept. If you divided it down 1 second into a trillion, it's not even really moving, is it?"
Right. Yeah, I bet she was happy with what you had to say on that. I love those arguments where they get to a point where someone asks, "Do you even believe in time?"
Yeah, actually, that was early on. We couldn't go to bed. We went to bed at like 11 and talked till about 4 in the morning. And the only thing that bothered her was sometimes in defense, I would say her name. And she was like, "You call me babe. Don't call me by my first name like that."
Hey, you know what? If that's the strongest part of the argument, you guys sound like you have a pretty good relationship.
Yeah, thanks, man. Been married 17 years. 37.
Very nice, man. Congratulations.
And I'll just add that I haven't been on here in a few months. I tried to re-indoctrinate myself through my wife. She made me go to Disney World, and that's like headquarters for space and dinosaurs and stuff like that. But what a weird place! Like once you're awake to all that, to actually be there, and well, yeah, it's a cool place. I don't think it's magical at all. I think most of that stuff is rooted in evil, but brainwashing children and shit, there's nothing pure about that. But I tried to have a good time. Roller coasters. Cool.
It's a very well kept, nicely manicured, creepy place.
Creepy being a really, really loosely used word.
Yeah, and don't forget expensive. You pay a lot of money to torture yourself in the Florida heat. I was like the only one that wasn't turning into a zombie and just wandering off in confusion. It was kind of weird, you know. You're trying to keep a group together, and then like their face just goes blank, and you just see them start to wander, and you're like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna lose everybody. Have to go track them all down." Like that was pretty much the experience, is like losing people and then trying to find them again, and then feeling like you wasted, I don't know what it's like, $700 a day or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can drain your wallet at that place. That's why they say it's a trap set by a mouse.
But yeah, I gotta go now. Gotta make a delivery. See you guys.
So, things falling from the sky. Continue.
And that's one thing that happens in this place out of many. Some people discard that phenomena because they think, oh, if things fall from the sky, therefore spinning globe. No, not like that. There's many phenomena that we experience, including things falling from the sky, and that doesn't mean the place that we're in is a curving, spinning globe going through the vacuum of space. But some people do believe, hey, yeah, meteors, phenomena in the sky, therefore spinning globe. Don't let them do that to you.
I guess we just have to rename stuff like meteor because that's like in the heliocentric vocabulary, you know. So maybe we should call it something else. Unidentified falling object.
Or iron dioxide, the material that they're made from, mostly of it, iron dioxide, and other materials that are not foreign to the earth. You find that stuff on the ground as well. I mean, that's where we found it, on the ground.
So
just call it what it is. So, hey, even if you don't like sky phenomena, it happens. Sorry to tell you. Maybe we shouldn't speak about the horizon, because you cannot grab the horizon and put it in a cup and paint it purple, can you? Therefore, we shouldn't talk about it. $350. $350. What is the horizon? What is it? Anybody knows what the horizon is?
Where the earth and the sky apparently meet.
But but you said sky, and we don't talk about things in the sky. So give me something else that doesn't include sky.
The earth and the heaven.
But heaven is above the sky?
It's the line with the Earth's surface and the atmos appear to meet.
I like that one. It didn't include sky, so that one passes the non-sky talk test. Yeah, let's rename everything and make sure in the definitions remove the word sky from all of it. Gonna start banning people if you say sky.
Okay, why are we not using the word SKY?
Because Glassflow doesn't like people talking about the sky stuff, so we're gonna have to start banning people.
What? Really? Like,
Yeah.
Did the sky disappear?
Yeah, we won't be able to talk about the horizon anymore because sky is in the definition, so and you cannot grab the horizon and put it in a cup and paint it red, so we're gonna have to remove it from the
Okay, that's fine. So where the gases meet the earth. Where the apparent place where gases meet the earth. How's that sound?
I know what I'll do. I'll just talk about what I want to talk about, how I want to talk about it, and if somebody wants to question me about it, we can talk about it.
Sky.
No. You can only talk about the things that are approved by certain people. That's it.
Sky.
Bro, you're getting close to being deleted from the internet if you say sky one more time.
Completely deleted. My friend.
Yeah, I have my finger on top of the delete button.
Gemsy's got a button that will delete you completely from the internet. You could never return after that either. Either
way, let's not go there, please.
Either way.
I don't want Quantum and Glassflow to yell at me again.
Where the ether meets the earth. I'm going to use that from now on, okay? I think that's a good idea, actually. What is the hey Jim? What is the sky anyway?
Nothing that we should be talking about.
But why? Why? I need to know why.
Because we are here to talk about curves. Have you ever seen curves in your life?
I have. I
mean,
have a nice
we are here to talk about something that doesn't exist, like curvature of the earth. We're here to talk only about that, about something that doesn't exist. And if you don't talk about that thing that doesn't exist, we're going to have to take some measures.
Only about measures. Okay, no pun intended, I'm sure. All right,
It was
fine.
intended.
I'll stick with the curvature.
Yep.
Wow, I love all the curvature that I do see is very appealing to the eye.
You know, talking about curves, I only see curves in the sky and at the
Really,
beach. I see a lot of curves at the beach, but
curves of
we're not talking about that kind of curves.
curves of the clouds.
Curves of the
The
clouds
clouds are
get a little
curvy.
curvy sometimes.
They look a little curved sometimes. They could have
Also,
a cloud could have a cloud could have a
the
bulbous.
sun and the moon. The sun and the moon, they look kind of curvy to me, no?
Yeah, they look round.
Yeah.
Round doesn't mean ball.
I'm on mute for.
Especially if any of these Globers have ever gone out and take their own images of some of these things and bring them to share them with us like we do with them. They seem to look at all our stuff, but I've never seen anything from a Glober. They're talking about things, but they should be able to provide some reference image to go with what they're talking about, and they never have, or documentation like we always ask. Never seen any of that. Not for refraction, not for whatever they're saying that curvaison is, not for any of this stuff. A scientific experiment for gravity, no, doesn't exist. That's a sad state of affairs. Did you guys talk to Syndrome?
He does not seem to want to talk. He wrote a little bit in the chat, but that's it.
Okay, well, that's kind of going around lately.
But Rai was just in the VC check-in and got approved, and I think Proton too. I don't know about him.
I've been approved before. I was looking to hopefully interview for other roles.
Roles don't come by asking.
No, I think he said he was in the position to be a 3-point participant, maybe.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I don't know why I came here tonight. I got a feeling that something ain't right. If I'm spinning, why don't I fall off my chair? I'm wondering how I get down the stairs. Clowns to the left of me, Globers to the right. Here I am, flat in the middle with you. Flat in the middle with you.
Nice.
Yes, I'm flat in the middle with you. And I'm wondering what it is I should do. It's so hard to keep the globe in this place. It's so hard to keep the smile on my face. Clowns to the left of me, Globers to the right. Here I am, flat in the middle with you. Well, the globe started off with nothing, and you're proud that you're a self-made man. And your friends, they all come crawling, slap you on the back and say, please, please, bring some globe proof. Yeah, I just thought of that out riding yesterday. I thought that'd be a great parody, man, that stuck in the middle with you. And then I thought of the words real quick. I'm like, clowns on the left of me, Globers on the right. Here I am, flat in the middle with all of you. I'm going to have to record that. I'll find a karaoke version.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Finish writing the lyric. I just made all that shit up. And my voice feels all raspy. I hope it didn't sound terrible.
Nah, it brought some crisp to it.
I mean, it's a great song. Check out these words. It goes, trying to make some sense of it all. But I can see the globe makes no sense at all.
I agree, that'd be a great parody. But hold on, before you go on, did Jemsy finish his tantrum about me?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we're done with that.
No,
you might need to let him finish before you start singing.
No, it's okay. He finished.
I know. I'm just fucking around.
I'm fucking around back.
Hell yeah. No, but seriously, that would be a good parody. Stuck in the Middle. Is that Steve Miller Band?
No, it's called Steeler's Wheel.
That's the name of the band?
Wait a minute.
Steely Dan.
Steeler's Wheel. No,
That's the name of the band, really?
Steeler's Wheel is the name of the group. Steeler's Wheel.
Oh, damn.
It's in the live stream voice text at 8 minutes after the hour.
Sean, you don't know the famous scene with that song.
The famous scene?
Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a few of them, but yeah, Reservoir is one of them, yep.
No, don't know why.
I'd like to go through all of Tarantino's movies now and see if I can find the any of the flat Earth references, because we've all done the 33 and the orange and all the other stuff, but I'd like to really sit down and pick out the references about what Earth is, what we do or don't know about it, and stuff like that.
Hey, listen, I'm glad that's a really good idea. And one thing we can do, which they've done before, they've done before here, we can go to the cinema and play it, and we could comment during the film, and talk about it, and we could actually record that.
Yeah, I'd love to do that, like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 kind of deal.
Exactly. I love that, man.
Hang on.
Yeah, I
Hang
agree.
on.
I'll be right back. I agree.
Does Quentin Tarantino know the Earth is flat and puts it in his movies? Where?
Well, we don't know. That's why we're asking. That's why we're talking about it.
I think it's a truth that just comes out, whether they know it or not.
Yeah.
It happens to be ingrained in nature,
Yeah.
in media and movies as well. So, yeah.
And think about Back to the Future. There's a flat Earth freaking map in the background in one scene, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's flat. I'm pretty sure it's Back to the Future, one of them.
Anytime they do the globe thing, it's forced. You can always tell it's forced, right? It's like flat Earth is like normal, right? Like it's the normal position. So forcing curvature and stuff like that, you can always tell.
Yeah.
They're putting it in there on purpose.
That's a great idea. Listen, force the curve.
Like, I just posted 13 minutes past the hour. It's like water only curves in shows and movies. So I don't know why people have such a hard time discerning fiction from reality these days. I don't think that many people think there's a Batman around in your downtown somewhere. If you put a bat signal up, he's not going to show up. But they tend to like look up at the sky and think that like the fiction of outer space is reality. So when I see people do that, I basically picture them shining a bat signal, like waiting for Batman to show up.
That's a good one. Exactly.
Just like people, you can still keep your globe in your outer space. Just leave it for the movies and the shows.
Yeah, leave it for where it actually really exists in
on
the
TV. Yeah, coming to a screen near you, outer space.
Right. But it's pretty incredible that we have this many adults. Well, we were all one of them, but it's so strange about the awareness, because then you go, holy shit, all these people believe this stuff that is not proven. It's a complete fantasy. And I've been told by people, you're out of your mind for some of your beliefs. And I'm like,
projection.
Okay, really?
Yeah, that's a clear projection, because all I'm saying is my house doesn't move, but I'm the crazy one.
Yeah,
Relax.
exactly.
You're the one who thinks your house moves.
Yeah,
So
every night it's moving a million miles or something. Now you wake up in your bed and you've traveled like, how would you ever get any rest?
It's a mile. Yeah, so it's like you're not in a position to be calling anyone crazy. Just take it easy. All I'm saying is that's not happening, and you're calling me crazy.
Really, I'm laying there like, honestly, I know if there's a piece of sand on my fucking foot. Well, no, maybe not on my foot. Like a piece of sand or something, a piece of dust, like something while I'm sleeping. I sense everything. It has to be like, like if I'm moving around, try to sleep in a moving car or like, yeah.
I know what you mean by that one grain of sand that's on your bed sheet. You can always, but you can't feel the earth moving millions of miles.
No, not
that's
1,500 feet a second. Oh yeah, you don't feel that, but you feel like every little sensation. Like if a truck goes by, I'm on the 8th floor. I can feel the vibration on the street from the freaking truck going by. Way up here. I guess I'm kind of sensitive that way, though, maybe. I feel tremors and earthquakes a lot. Sometimes they're at a level where it's hard to tell. Was that my heartbeat that rocked me just a tiny little bit? I don't know.
You're such a conspiracy theorist. Dude, when we walk outside, we all experience the same Earth. What are you talking about? Like,
What a conspiracy that is to make up something that fits exactly to what we all experience. How weird.
it's like calling my height a conspiracy. Just measure it. That's it. You're done. There's no theory. There's no belief system. It just is what it is. Just like the Earth. You measure it. It is what it is. There's no belief. There's no theory. Conspiracy.
Right.
I don't get what the big deal. These people make such a big deal out of it. They're more interested, like they're so used to this science fiction, this fiction. They want another story. We don't have a story. My height's not a story, just measured.
Exactly. The lines have been blurred. That's what it is. They literally, the lines of reality and fantasy have been completely blurred in these people, and they can't even see it. Where they're departing from reality, where the feet are on the ground, they're departing from that into their mind. Like as soon as they leave the surface in their mind, they're in a fantasy world. They're thinking, oh, there's a beginning. Like you could go through this trip in your head. Like, okay, on the ground, all right, everything's solid, flat, stationary, contained. As soon as they start thinking about leaving the surface, they think they're going up to outer space, where these Star Wars is happening. Battlestar Galactica is up there somewhere. Sovate came back. He's typing. We're looking for the Earth being curved. That would be a great start there. I don't suppose anybody's got that. Before we start talking about forces.
Don't you have to? Your feet are on the ground, the earth, and then your head, which includes your eyes, that's up in the air, right? Which is. So what's above that? Is that the sky above your head? Where does the sky start? Is it at your toenails or where does it start?
Directly above the surface. That means we're standing on the ground, but our entire body is in the sky.
So if you're looking for curvature, you're looking for the curvature from the sky. Because you cannot be. Can you be below the ground and look for the curvature of the surface?
Only level wise. You could dig a hole and put your line of sight directly at the surface, but it would have to be above the surface. If it was below, you don't see anything but dirt.
So,
so you're still in the sky.
You won't be able to take your eyes off and put it on the ground, right?
Exactly.
Your cheek or your chin is gonna be touching the ground. So you're still looking from the sky towards the ground. Oh no, I think we're gonna have to cancel the whole server. Because we can't talk about sky.
And that's where we actually are.
I don't think the sky is like an object.
No?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what is the sky? What is that?
Well, some people think there's sky above them and under their feet.
But what is the sky? I don't
say
think
what.
Something beautiful.
I agree.
When you look up and you see that blue stuff, that's the sky.
Yeah, I agree.
Are we breathing? I feel like I'm breathing right now. So
that's the air, the atmosphere.
Yeah. So where is that?
Sorry, I went through atmosphere. That's the air.
Breathing sky.
Sky, maybe.
Yeah, I think the sky is just kind of like a concept. I mean, it's not a thing you can go up and grab and hold, put in a bottle.
That's
Air
it.
is something.
But when you say the sky is blue, are you talking about something or are you talking about nothing?
You see the sky is blue. I mean, yeah, I guess nothing, right? Sky is what you look up at, and
Yeah,
it's
but
what's
listen,
above us.
nothing cannot have a color.
Can you talk about nothing? Can you ever talk about nothing or describe nothing?
It's
Look at Trail. It's the nothing.
Yeah, you can paint without a canvas.
Nothing has no attributes whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, sky's not like a thing, though. It's not. You don't grab up. And,
it is a thing. That's why it has a name assigned to it.
it's not a physical.
Well, not a physical. Yeah, well, yeah, because it's gaseous. Just because it's another state of matter doesn't mean it's not a thing. Gases are things too. Doesn't mean they're not a no thing. They're absolutely a thing. A gas. It's another state of matter. The air is another state of matter from the ground, or a piece of metal, or a piece of wood.
Maybe it's a dichotomy, right? You can't have an up without a down, a black without a white. So you have land and sky. Look at the definition of horizon, the apparent junction of the sky and the earth, the land. So, yeah, I mean, just the opposite of the land would be sky. Still earth, though.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah.
Actually, if you want to be really specific, the opposite of sky is not. Wait a minute. Did you say land? No, the opposite of land is not land. The opposite of sky is not sky.
No, but see, the opposite of black would be white, or the opposite of up would be down, or male, female. Right?
Yeah, I guess we would have to go with these. Yeah, we would have to go with those standards.
Yeah. Right? I would say even flat or curved. Flat or curved would be one dichotomy as well. Would you not agree?
No, I don't agree, because the opposite of flat is not curved. The opposite of flat is not flat.
So what's the third option there, Sonny?
Not flat could be any other shape other than flat or curved. It doesn't. It could.
I do have a question about this. Hopefully, it'll sew it up real quick. Nice, tied up nice in a bow. Is the sky the ground?
Hell no.
No.
Thanks.
Where do you look at the ground from?
I guess you could look at it from the ground or the sky.
You can't look at it from the ground.
Wait, you're looking at the ground
just
from
look down.
itself?
Yeah, just
You're
look
looking down from the sky.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
Your head's in the sky.
Yeah,
everything above the ground is actually everything above the surface is. You would call it something else, though. Most people don't say, "I'm above ground, therefore my entire body's in the sky." Most people don't say that. People think of sky as being up above the surface,
right?
Removed from the surface, you're in the sky. But when you're on the ground,
the sky starts at the surface.
So when a bird is flying like really low near the ground, is the bird flying on the ground, or is it flying? Where does the sky start? Like 1 centimeter, 1 meter above the ground, or 2 meters, or 7 meters?
There's no answer for that, I think, right?
No,
not really a way to answer that.
You're always in the quote unquote sky. You can make contact with the ground, like your feet touch the ground, but you're always above ground. So
is the bird flying on the ground or in the sky?
Sky.
In the sky.
Oh, so if the bird is flying at my eye level, is my eye level in the ground or in the sky?
the sky.
No, it's not in the ground. Yeah, you can't see if you're in the ground.
Periscope in the earth.
Although personally, I'd say if the bird was flying like a few inches above the ground, I wouldn't necessarily say the bird's flying in the sky.
Okay, what would you call it then?
Flying near the
You
ground.
got to think about this though. You can make contact with the ground. You're not.
It's
You know
flying.
what I
The
mean?
bird's flying in the air. You could say the bird's flying in the air. So is there a demarcation between where the air is and where actually sky is? That's an interesting point of contention because we don't have the words to describe that. Then
Why don't you just swap out Earth for like water? Imagine water. So it's like it's flying, and then it's in water. Is it still flying? No, it's because it's in water. You don't fly in water, so it's the same idea. Like when you come in contact with the surface of the Earth, you're coming in contact with it. But otherwise, you're still in the medium. You're still in the sky.
I'd say air is a thing. I feel like sky is the concept used to describe looking up, and it's the space above us when we're on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, is it not the same thing?
so I'm just going to start saying if you're above the ground, you're in the ether.
I might just start saying I'm breathing sky.
Mhm. Have a breath of fresh sky.
I mean, it's better than atmosphere.
I'm going to go outside and catch a breath of sky today.
Yeah, that sounds silly.
I know if you ask people like these questions, no one's ever asked these questions because it's funny that that's not really ever talked about. You don't
What is
call
it?
that right above ground. You don't call that sky. What is it called? I don't think there's any word for it.
Just
There's words that
it's
could
the air above the ground. There's no name.
the air above the ground. That's kind of a long statement for something
Sky.
that just is above the ground and it's just air above the ground. That's kind of a long, like usually things have one word attached to them.
I just call it air.
Just look at the definition of horizon. What's the definition of horizon?
The apparent
junction of Earth and
sky.
So it's like, yeah, right there at the meeting point is you have the Earth, sky.
So you usually only think of that way because you could never reach the horizon. So it's always you're looking out at the horizon. But what is it called right where you're standing?
I wouldn't look at my feet and say I'm looking at the sky.
No, yeah, it's bizarre.
Yeah, I think it's just called air. Air is wherever it wants to be, and because it's a gas and it does,
I'm standing in the air. I'm standing in the air above the ground.
Sure. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it's a short paragraph to describe this. That's my point.
Do you? I wouldn't say I'm standing in the sky. I mean, this is of course completely unrelated to anything about globe Earth or flat Earth, right? Just an interesting discussion. I think there's really kind of a starting point for the sky. I agree.
I think someone brought this up the other day. Like, imagine if you were a globe earther.
Okay.
Someone was going to ask you, like, where does a space start?
Yeah, that's another.
Would it not
hard to answer question?
Would it not be right at the surface?
Kind of, yeah. I could almost make an argument, or I could see an argument for that kind of. I mean, there's no other kind of better place to start it, unless you define some kind of arbitrary, like in the globe Earth model, you could define some arbitrary, like Bob decides that vacuum. Once you get to this level of vacuum, that's like space or something, which is super arbitrary. The only kind of physical barrier you could imagine is the surface, but you wouldn't call. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird question.
So
I don't know where they're going with that.
I'm standing in space.
Yeah,
It's
it's gotta
kind
be
of the
weird. Yeah.
Sky.
Yeah, in a globe Earth model, there's no like starting. There's no like security gate for space you pass through.
Yeah, good point.
You gotta scan your baggage, take your stuff out of your pockets.
There should be second law of thermodynamics, but I think they just try to skip that with gravity. But all their beliefs are somewhere around the corner somewhere. They can't go get it. So it's like they're in a court hearing. They have to continue. I don't know if you guys have ever been are familiar with like a court proceedings work, but if you feel like you're going to lose a case, you just plead to continue. It's like if you just keep pushing it on month after month, year after year, don't get a final verdict, just keep pushing it back further, just get continuous. That's what they're doing at this point. The judge asked for evidence, and they're like, well, my evidence is in the future, judge. Let me just get a continuance. They don't have any evidence with them at the court hearing.
My evidence is in the future usually means I don't know what my evidence is, but hopefully I'll find something later.
Exactly. I don't have any, but I'm hoping it'll turn up, somewhere.
Yeah.
It's too funny, man. It's too funny.
Do things of different density fall at the same speed in a vacuum? Just a random question. I was wondering about that this morning. Like if you have, I know people have done tests with like vacuum chambers, like dropping a feather in a ball, and I think they fall at the same speed, right? But for example, if you drop like a block of iron and something just like medium density through water, you can see a clear difference in the speed they fall there.
If you were a Glober, I would just chop that off at the knees by bringing up how, like, what vacuum, what vacuum, where, when we go outside, where can I find this vacuum? So, like, it's sort of a begging the question of outer space to begin with. So that's, I mean, I get what you're asking. I don't have the answer for that.
Well, you can make vacuum chambers. I mean, they're not perfect vacuums,
but yeah, of course. But that requires a chamber, which is kind of our point here, that gas pressure requires a container and outer space is fake. And if you were a ball earther and you start talking about, well, in a vacuum, then I would just challenge that, because it's somewhat of a begging the question fallacy, like begging the question of outer space, because you have a vacuum in a chamber. Yeah, so it's like I don't know the technicalities of what happens inside of a vacuum chamber, but like I said, if you were a ball earther, I would just murder that whole argument.
I mean,
like, well, to have a vacuum, you need containment. Outer space is fake, but that's not what you're asking, probably.
Yeah, I mean, you could just refine the question a little bit and say that you have a chamber and you try to evacuate out as many gas particles as you can out of them, and maybe there's still some X amount of gas in there, so it's not a perfect vacuum and there is some small pressure. But anyway, the point being, you can watch two objects of different density fall through water, and the object with a higher density might fall quicker versus something that's like near the density of water kind of slowly sinks through it, versus in like a vacuum chamber you can drop like a feather versus a block of iron and they'll fall at the same speed.
Relative density, right? So what's your point about the vacuum chamber?
Well, relative density makes things fall different speeds through water. but when the
and
medium
air,
becomes,
and then when you reduce the medium down to something that's very, very thin, right? What would you expect the two items of varying density to do?
I'd expect the heavier one to fall quicker.
Why is that?
Because that's if we're going off this relative density, the higher density thing should fall quicker.
Why would you assume that? If you're reducing the resistance, right? So if you have a more dense object and
If
a
there
less
was-
dense object going through something like water,
okay, that makes
if
sense.
there was gravity, it would fall quicker, right? If there was
so
gravity.
when you take them out of water and you put them in air, they're going to drop at a closer rate, right, than they would in water. So when you remove more of the weight, they're going to drop at an even closer rate.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Specific gravity, relative density.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. That's kind of the answer I was looking for.
If there was gravity, though, wouldn't objects fall faster?
They wouldn't.
They're heavier?
No, gravity
doesn't it,
says they'll all fall
doesn't it
the same.
suck the object more?
Godric, what did he say about gravity? Did he say anything about gravity?
No.
And why are you insinuating gravity?
Because I'm trying to use common sense to debunk the globe.
I think it's a valid question. I mean, my question was answered, and he just had like a follow-up question. And I think for gravity, it predicts all things would fall at the same speed.
Based on what?
Based on the predictions. I mean, I'm not claiming gravity. I'm just saying, according to at least how people describe gravity, it says things would fall at the same speed.
How do people describe gravity? Like specific gravity? Or the bending and warping of space-time, or mass attracting mass? Which are we talking about?
I don't know.
I guess just the phenomenon you
which
observe.
gravity?
The phenomenon you observe on the Earth.
We
What
observe
phenomenon?
phenomenon. So all the observable phenomenon that we have here on Earth, none of it relates to a vacuum, right? So why is specific gravity or relative density not the proper answer?
Sorry, can you repeat that? What do you mean?
All the observed phenomenon that we have here on Earth does not take place in a vacuum. Observed natural phenomenon. We don't have a natural vacuum, right?
I mean, have you tested that?
Have I tested what?
That the things you're saying don't take place in a vacuum?
I didn't say something doesn't take place in a vacuum. I say we don't have a naturally occurring vacuum.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
And which phenomena we are observing?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Things falling is basically what he's saying.
What's falling?
I mean, we can pick any example if we want to use the whole Apple thing.
No. I want to ask him, Apple, what is falling really?
Objects? Anything?
Which object? What is falling? My table is stationary. My sofa is stationary.
I mean, sure. If you put something on the ground, it'll not fall through the ground arbitrarily.
No, they are on the ground. I'm asking you what's falling. You said everything.
Oh, well, if I said everything's falling, then of course it's not, I guess, what I meant. Of course not everything's falling.
Nothing is falling, man, apart rain and snow.
Everything's falling?
No, not everything's falling. Of course not.
Okay, can you try again now? Which phenomena is happening if nothing is falling?
I didn't say nothing's falling either. I mean, we don't have to be like black or white here.
Okay, it's not black and white, but how you want to invoke that falling thing?
I don't know. Things fall. You drop something and it falls. And I'm not claiming that's
And
gravity.
what?
I'm just
Okay,
talking.
okay. If you take something, what caused that fall? If you take something and drop.
Even globe earthers don't know what causes gravity.
I'm asking you, if you take an object from, let's say, floor, and you drop, what causes that object drop?
We don't know.
I know. It's you.
Right. We don't know the cause, right?
Yeah, we don't know the cause.
No, you are the cause.
Isn't the cause that he picked it up?
Yeah, you are the cause. You picked it up. The object was stationary in equilibrium. Now you will drop that object through the medium what is less dense, and it fall down.
But I mean, I don't think either globe earthers or flat earthers know the reason. Like,
but there's a
relative
downward
density sorts
vector.
things out.
We know the reason. I told you now.
I mean, yeah, I picked it up and dropped it, but like, why do things have to drop?
Because
Relative
it's more
density.
dense than air, the medium where you dropped the object.
I guess I'm getting.
We said the words fall and drop. There's this particular attention to the orientation towards the floor when we live in a system in which things not only go towards the floor, but they go towards the sky as well.
When do things go
Have
towards
you
the sky?
considered the rain that comes down as a result of the gas going up?
Okay.
Things at the bottom of the ocean float up.
Sure.
Right. So,
I mean, if you have like
there's
gas generated on the ocean, it can float up. Yeah.
attention. Yeah. So there's a particular attention to the direction towards the ground. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, shouldn't you really be asking why do things go down and up, which was already discussed with the whole relative density thing. So it kind of answers the question. Unless you ignore that things go up, then you say, well, why do things go down, forgetting the fact that it's like because it's heavier than air. Yeah, but why is down down? Why is up when things are lighter than air?
I don't think either side has like. But what I mean, like I said, I think I'm just getting philosophical without a follow up because I'm just kind of bored. This isn't really a proof or anything. I'm just saying I don't think either side has.
Yeah, philosophically, I'm explaining what the problem with passive thinking is. It's like, yeah, things go up as well. So it's like, why do things go down? Because they're heavier than things.
But like why? But like why should things being heavier cause them to go down?
Specific
why
gravity.
Should things being lighter? Why should things being lighter? Why should things being lighter go up? Like why don't people ask that as much as why they ask about things that go down? Like they never ask why things go up. You notice that? You ever hear anybody ask why things go up?
I think it's the same question. Why do things go down? Why do things go up?
It is, but people only ask why do things go down because they have this bias and understanding of things going down because of gravity, which ignores everything else we're talking about, which is special pleading.
Yeah.
Nothing more dense than the medium that it's in goes down without being lifted up first in some way.
Yeah, sure. It's just interesting to think about what kind of thing could possibly cause this, and I have no idea.
It's just a simple relationship between the object and the medium that it's in, basically.
I mean that's describing the observation, but it's not explaining the fundamental cause, like why.
Okay, so for example, a rock would just sit there, and unless an outside force acted on that rock, which is sitting in the medium of air. So it's much more dense than air. So it would never move unless an outside force, such as myself or someone, picked it up and threw it, or there was a volcano and it got lifted up onto a cliff or something like that. That rock would never actually move, ever, unless it was manipulated. So everything in nature, it tries to seek equilibrium, and it stays in equilibrium unless an outside force manipulates that object. So, So what? I have a question for you. If you could name one thing in nature where relative density or your specific gravity doesn't account for the effect or the cause of the effect, then please tell me, because nobody's ever been able to. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm not actually. Okay, here's an idea. Why does, and I'm sure there's an explanation for this, why does the ocean get more dense as you go down?
Isn't it? It's just due to the pressure. There's more matter, there's more water, so it's heavier. So as you go down, there's going to be more force on top of you. The same as if you go down if you dig a hole and someone starts filling it in with some pebbles, it's going to be so dense. But if you go down deeper and someone keeps filling that hole up with pebbles, the pebbles are going to get heavier and heavier. There's going to be more pressure, and eventually it's going to crush you. It's
what causes that pressure?
The density of the matter, the rocks.
Density is not a force.
It's not I'm just saying what the rocks are made out of. The more and more of whatever the rocks are made out of, they're on top of you, are going to crush you.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about forces until you said nothing moves.
It doesn't matter if we don't have to talk about forces or anything like that. You just think about the reality of the situation. You don't have to worry about using words like forces or anything like that. If you've got more of something on top of you that's a certain, that's made out of a certain amount of elements that's heavy, it's going to crush you. If you've got a 1 kilo rock on top of you, it's not going to bother you. If you've got a 50 kilo rock on top of you, it's going to crush you. It's what I'm asking you is to give one example in nature where specific gravity doesn't work.
Yeah, my answer is
where it doesn't account for gravity.
Yeah, my answer is I don't see why the ocean couldn't be constant density.
My question will be how that will form curvature in reality.
No, the water thing, okay, compression of the water. So you understand compression. So every 6 feet down, you have another atmosphere of pressure. That explains it right there. Why is it
how do you get the 6 feet number?
They measured it. They measured the pressure at different depths. That's how. Yeah.
Yeah, I walked into that one.
They use this in scuba diving.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because they have to. Because you have to know at certain depth you're going to get the bends. You're going to have nitrogen bubbles in your blood. It can go to your brain or your heart and kill you instantly. So you need to know slow. You need to come back up in order to dissolve the gases in your system before they embolize. So the pressure of an atmosphere of water, that's why it's denser further down, because if you're 6 atmospheres, 36 feet down, you're going to have 6 times 14.7 psi pushing on you.
Okay, so the air is pushing down on the...
No, the water itself. No, you're in water. Now you're removed from the air. You're in the water medium. So now you're dealing with the pressures of the water, not with the air.
So I have a question. If you dropped a rock into water, and it doesn't matter how deep the water is that rock going to get slower or faster depending on the depth of the water, or is it just going to continue falling at the same speed? Because the rock's going to be the same density as, in relative to the water, it's going to keep falling at the same speed no matter what the pressure, is of the water. It's not going to slow down or speed up as it gets to a certain depth, is it?
I feel like, wouldn't it actually? Wouldn't it?
Yes.
Slow down, yeah.
It does? That's a question I'm asking. I'm not making a statement.
Yeah. If you imagine kind of fast forwarding that pressure gradient, eventually the water would reach the same pressure or the same density as the rock, and it theoretically stop down there. I mean, it of course wouldn't ever get that dense, but I mean, so I was like a thought experiment about it.
We can't hear you, Elijah. Give it a second.
I assume that because of like the difference in the buoyancy between fresh water versus really salty seas, like a person will float more, like so, and then also an anvil will float on mercury. So I would assume that if it was getting more dense, then yeah. But isn't the argument that it doesn't get more dense, there's just more pressure or something like that?
I think if the only argument is relative densities, there's nothing that would push the water to become more dense as you go down. The argument
I'm just saying that if you have a freshwater lake or something like that, and you drop a rock into that lake, it's not going to change speed, at the top or at the bottom, depending on
not noticeably in the lake.
Pressure of the water. Because we're just talking about the relative density between the medium and the object within the medium.
Nothing
to do with the pressure.
If the pressure of the water is changing, then theoretically you I've been pinged a bunch of times. If you see if there is relative pressure of the water, like a pressure density gradient, then theoretically the rock would slow down eventually. If you're talking about just like a lake out in the forest or something, I don't think there's any kind of noticeable pressure gradient there to observe a change in the rock speed. Let's see. We're doing the pings now. Following means going from a higher position inside of medium to a lower position inside the... Sure, okay, I'll take that.
So basically nothing would fall without being lifted up first, unless you could give an example in nature of something that falls without being lifted up first by an external force of some kind.
Yeah, if it's going up, then there's a force, yeah. If it's going down, there's a force. There must be a force something to move.
What about an apple that grows on a tree and then falls off?
You want to take this?
Who was that question, to me or to Rai?
To the room. Okay.
Just anyone. Anyone you want to take it?
Crypto. Hey, Crypto.
How you doing, man?
Rai, I think you can answer that question.
The stem, I don't know, probably the stem between the apple and the tree grows weaker and weaker, and eventually it falls.
Yeah, but the statement was that it had to be lifted up before it fell, right?
Yeah, sure. The tree grew slowly and expanded energy from the soil it got to keep growing up, and eventually it grew out of the top of the tree.
No, I know that, but I'm saying that the apple wasn't lifted at any time. It actually grew at that point and then fell, right? So it wasn't lifted. So the necessary part of falling isn't lifting.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Falling is just falling.
But regardless, that doesn't mean that therefore it's gravity. You understand that, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm just saying that doesn't mean that therefore gravity does it.
Oh,
think crypto. You don't think that the seed was responsible for growing the tree, which was responsible for lifting the apple to the point where it was able to fall? It never would have been possible. It never would have lifted. There's no apple that just appears all of a sudden without the seed, without the sun, without the soil, without the nutrients growing the tree, and then slowly. It's a different process, but the apple, there's no such thing as an apple just falling out of the sky without the whole seed and.
Completely agree. Yeah, I completely agree. I was just talking about the apple itself. I mean, if you wanted to get philosophical about it, then yeah, you could say that the life cycle of the tree is what lifted the apple. If you want to say that, that's fine. I'm not gonna disagree with that. My point was basically there's this idea that gravity is opposed to like potential energy in some way, and I just don't think that either of those things matter. I think you can explain this kind of relative density in many other ways without considering those two ideas.
Yeah, I don't actually like the word relative density that much, because I mean, if you had a seesaw and you had a bucket of water with 1 liter of water on one side and 2 liters of water on the other side, I mean, they're both the same density, but you know, the bucket with 2 liters of water, because it has, you know, double the amount of mass, double the amount of water, double the amount of matter, basically. It's the one that's going to fall in that situation. So relative density, I mean, has some holes in it. Maybe it needs a different word, but I've never found anyone to be able to make a single point in nature where specific gravity doesn't count for gravity in an enclosed flat system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it could quite easily be some kind of electrostatic effect. I mean, I'm not claiming to be an expert on that, but there's sort of a few different ideas floating around that are as valid as gravity. So I think the choice of sort of taking gravity and using it to explain. What's interesting about gravity is that it only explains things on the Earth. Right? Well, it depends on the type of gravity you're using, of course. But they have to switch to a different type of gravity at the galactic scale. So then, you know, like not only is it not internally consistent, it's not even consistent across scales. So why would you, like, at that point you might as well just go, well, this doesn't work. Let's look for something else.
I can see how electrostatics could account for dust sticking to a TV screen or something like that, but I can't see it stopping a cruise ship floating or something like that. I know that people that are on the electrostatic side do also think that buoyancy and density play a huge role in that, so I guess that's probably not a big debunking of it, but I don't know. I don't think the electrostatic force is strong enough to create an upward or a downward bias. I really don't think that there's any proof of a downward bias at all, unless anyone has any. I mean, I just think everything seeks equilibrium within the medium that it's in, and nothing will ever move out of that state of equilibrium without being manipulated by some type of outside force, like a person lifting it up, or a tree growing an apple, or an earthquake, you know, lifting up some ground, and a rock is all of a sudden on a cliff, and then you know, there's another earthquake and the rock drops off the cliff. I mean, that's not just something falling, it was lifted first. And I just want someone to give one example in nature of how specific gravity doesn't cover what people would say gravity is necessary for, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I have no idea. I have no idea myself. Just
yeah, we're just talking. Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, no, that's why that makes 3 of us. Well, 1 second.
Yeah, I like understanding more about the world around myself and kind of thinking about it, trying to consider how things could work in different models. But like the thing about the 2 buckets of water on the seesaw versus 1 bucket, right? I do like to think about forces, and even if we don't know what to call that force, we can just describe it as there's more force on one side than the other, so it falls to that side. And maybe one day we'll find a good name for that force.
Well, I've heard the globe argument. That's why I brought up the thing about the 2 buckets of water. If you've got 2 buckets of water and you've got a stick and you've got or just say a seesaw, you've got 2 liters of on one side, 1 liter on the other side. The 2 liters is going to go down, but they're both the same density. So they're like, oh, that debunks relative density. So it kind of does. So there's definitely a different name that it needs, or is the buckets of water are now part of the device. They're now part of the seesaw. The seesaw is attached to the earth, and it can be flawed in that way as well. So it's not really a 2 liter bucket of water is going to fall faster than a 1 liter bucket of water, because I guess if you drop them both at the same time without the seesaw, they're going to fall at the same rate. So
they do fall at the same rate. Whatever we pick. Go on.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, as I say, whatever we pick in the end has to have mass involved, right? Because the difference between 2 buckets of water and 1 bucket of water has twice the mass.
Yeah, mass. I mean, it comes when people start to define terms like mass and weight and things like that, it starts getting really confusing. So I don't know, the matter, I guess, the amount of matter.
More matter. You could say the density of water times the volume of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, when it starts to get into the kind of more theoretical kind of clinging at straws stuff is when they start saying stuff like air has weight. Now, lots of these guys they'll be like, well, of course air has weight. You know, well, how do you measure weight? Well, you put it on a scale, right? You put it on a scale in the medium. If the medium is air, then air doesn't have weight. But they'll argue till they're blue in the face that it does, because it needs to in their paradigm. So that's an interesting thing to dive into if you want to. But regardless, I don't think that it's like, because you've got a larger bucket of water that can displace a smaller bucket of water when you kind of put them in a seesaw. That doesn't actually directly disprove. And bear in mind what you're saying with relative density. Relative density is just an observation. Like, when something's denser than its medium, it falls, right? There's no. I personally don't think that there's a cause being attributed to that. So if someone decides to put like a liter of water on one side and 2 liters on the other side or whatever, and the 2 liter goes down and the 1 liter goes up, like, you're not testing density at that point. You're testing something else. So anyway, that's the second thought. I did have another thought, but I forgot it. Never mind.
Oh, you just have to take away the seesaw, and then all of a sudden relative density works perfectly once again.
Well, more like something that works with or without a seesaw.
Well, not really, because if you have the seesaw, then the 2 liters a bucket, the 2 liter bucket of water goes down, and the 1 liter of it goes up.
Yeah, which is, as you were saying, the reason why relative density isn't completely perfect as an idea.
But maybe it is, because if you're adding in a seesaw, that changes things dramatically.
The densities of the water wouldn't be impacted by the seesaw.
Yeah, but if you were just say if you were standing on a cliff and you dropped 1 2 liter bucket of water and a 1 liter bucket of water, they're both gonna fall at the same rate.
I agree.
So if you add a seesaw in, you're completely changing the dynamics of the whole situation. I mean, that's attached to the ground. So what's the ground? Is a mountain the ground? Is Ayers Rock the ground? If you're on the top of Ayers Rock, are you on the ground or are you off the ground? If you're on a seesaw, are you on the ground or are you off the ground? You've added in an object that attaches you to the ground, and then the mass comes into play. Basically, it's you've got double the volume of the same matter. It's the same density, you've got just double the volume. So if you add a seesaw in, obviously the double the volume one, it's going to weigh twice as much, so it's going to go downward. But if you drop the same amount of water, from a cliff, they're probably both going to go down at the same rate. I'm guessing. I'm sure. Never tested it.
So, I mean, basically, what this shows is, as you said, just relative density isn't perfect, which is fine. It's a pretty good observational principle, kind of, you could call it, of what we observe and how to describe it. And there's some little problems with it. Yeah.
So whether relative density, whatever you want to call it, specific gravity works perfectly or not, I want to know how all these flat earthers are saying there's a downward bias, and where their scientific proof is for the downward bias.
You mean globe earthers or flat earthers?
Flat earthers. I mean, I'm a flat earther, obviously, but there's a whole bunch of flat earthers out there now that are saying people such as myself that can explain things with relative density or specific gravity, whether you want to call it that exactly or not, are idiots. And there is definitely a downward bias. There's definitely a downward bias, like Globebusters say there's definitely a downward bias.
There's definitely no downward bias. There's no reason that down is special in any way.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
I don't believe in downward bias either. I think what's interesting as well, though, is that, in a way, down is actually arbitrary, and maybe, I don't know, maybe they haven't considered this. I don't know. Maybe they haven't considered this way, but down is just a function of where all of the stuff that's more dense than the air ends up, right?
Yeah, observationally,
but that doesn't there's no. It's not an objective direction. It's just the sum of the stuff that's heavier than air. Do you know what I mean? Like if everything fell left, if it was denser, and rose right if it was lighter, then left would be down.
Yeah.
And then we'd be calling left down, right? So there's nothing objective about down, actually. So when they say, oh, there's a downward bias, well, there's nothing objective about down. So why would there be a bias towards a non-specific direction? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, that's how science works, right? You can go, Elijah.
Thank you. Earlier, I was talking about how, down is basically the orientation towards the floor, or the direction towards the floor. Now, without any extra additives, it's just, towards the floor, towards the sky, two different directions, because on a plane, they are. So when people ask, well, why do things fall down? It's like, why do you never hear people ask, why do things fall up? Because it's exactly the same question. So, you're right about it being arbitrary. It's like, it's special pleading because they're not considering that things don't just fall down, quote unquote. Things do a lot of things.
Yeah. And I think, sorry, no, you can go, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you have like a fire and you have absolutely no air at all, that smoke will go up into this perfect line, like straight up into the sky, proving the up direction. Basically, it's, people don't talk about why things go directly up when there's no outside force manipulating them. Go directly up. Things that are lighter than the medium of air will go directly up or directly down, depending on their weight relative, to the medium that they're in. And smoke's a good example when there's no air, or dropping anything is a good example, basically.
That's interesting. Kind of want to find a video of that. That sounds cool.
Yeah, just go in a room and light a cigarette and hold it and have no air in the room. You'll see that smoke just goes up in a perfect Perfect line. It's amazing.
Oh, I think it meant like in a vacuum.
No,
I have another visual. Even without the vacuum, think of a steam locomotive.
Okay.
The smoke goes up unless it's moving. Then it looks like it's being you can picture it, right? It's like
yeah.
The smoke following the train, not trailing the train.
Mm-hmm.
But it is going up.
Yeah, well, you can think about maybe a steam geyser or something, because they're not actually moving, either with the or with anything else. Yeah, the smoke literally just goes straight. That's a really good point. And because, like you said, there's not said to be like an upwards pulling force. So why would it go straight up? It would kind of just disperse in any direction upwards, right? Like relatively upwards. It wouldn't have to be directly upwards. It's actually something I never considered. Really good idea. But actually, kind of dovetails with something. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, if you burn an incense stick in a room, you shut all the windows and hold your breath, that incense smoke will just literally, it'll go up in a perfect line. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. I agree, yeah. I think it's trying to find the shortest path up.
It dovetails with something I used to ask. Sorry, just quickly. It dovetails with something I used to ask Globers as well back in the day. Was do they say that the ground is attracting stuff, right? And then I said to them, well, why is there a great sky attractor that attracts less dense stuff? And some of them just they don't even understand the question.
Mm-hmm, that's
like,
sad.
okay, cool. They're the really dumb Globers, and then the kind of midwit Globers, they're like, oh yeah, because because they understand that there's a dichotomy there that if you're asserting that there's a ground attractor, then you could equally assert that there's a sky attractor attracting the opposite stuff. And how would you tell the difference, kind of thing? And obviously there's no way, because that's actually not what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think the reason things go up would be, like, in the globe model at least, if we're going to talk about the globe model, I think the way things go up is buoyancy, theoretically. Buoyancy versus gravity, those can work in counteraction with each other, and sometimes gravity is stronger, sometimes buoyancy is stronger, depending on the relative densities of the mediums.
You go, Crypto.
I know, I've already said. I said, what gravity? I don't believe in gravity.
Oh, it's like a
downward bias, basically, of 9.81, which has never been established. It was an agreed upon number, which has never been proven in any experiment in all of history.
It's like the two buckets of water versus one bucket of water in a seesaw. You say there must be 2 times the force on the left side versus the right side. You can call it whatever you want. You start trying to trying to match kind of predictions to observational principles you make, and you start trying to falsify those.
Well, it was mostly a globe earther that came up with that idea of basically like a cross. And then you've got a 2-liter bucket on one side, you've got a 1-liter bucket of water on the other side, and the top of the cross has like a swivel in the middle. The 2-liter of water would go downward, and that debunks relative density. But what I'm trying to say is that's absolute bullshit, because if you take away the manipulating device, which is the seesaw type device, and you drop both of those buckets of water from that same height, they're going to hit the ground at the exact same time.
Well, I mean, those are 2 different scenarios. So, I mean, they're not really related in any way.
Well, all I'm saying is
the special pleading that's going on. Because obviously they're saying things in a vacuum or whatever would fall at the same rate. And to do that, they'll utilize this false analogy with the seesaw. And it's like, no. I would have just dropped water, 1 bucket of water over here and 2 buckets of water over here. It's all gonna fall. Same way.
Those aren't. I don't think those are related.
You get, if you add the seesaw, then the 2 liters of water, obviously it's going to outweigh the 1 liter of water because it's twice as much matter. It's simple as that.
There's twice as much force. I agree.
Yeah, it's the same density. The matter is the same density, but the volume is twice the amount. So if you add a device called a seesaw or something like that, obviously it's going to weigh more on the 2 liter side. So I mean that doesn't debunk relative density in any way. And I'm still waiting. If you could give like one example in nature of how relative density doesn't work, that would be awesome. Just one, or even just an idea of one, because I've never actually heard anyone be able to give even attempt to give one.
What do you mean? What kind of thing are you imagining? Like relative density?
Pretend we live on a flat Earth in an enclosed system. Now, give me one example in nature where gravity is required that relative density doesn't account for.
I mean, the seesaws for one, right?
Take away the seesaw, what happens? It falls at the same rate, right?
That's a different scenario. I mean,
so the seesaw's attached to the ground. That's a man-made device. I'm talking about nature. So give me one example in nature without man or anyone manipulating anything. Just one example in nature. Because there's no such thing as a vacuum chamber. There's no such thing as a vacuum. It's just a medium with less air in it. So obviously, so like obviously some things, when you've got regular air, there are some things that are less dense than that air, so they're going to rise. If you take away most of that air, then that's no longer the case. That thing's going to sink. So you're just changing the density. There's no such thing as a vacuum. But back to the one example in nature, without a man-made device, we're not making seesaws or anything like that. Just one example of how specific gravity / relative density doesn't work.
I'll brainstorm.
Doesn't account for gravity. Doesn't account for gravity.
Yeah, I'll think about it for a second.
Oh, that's all right, man. There is nothing. So yeah, take as much time as you like.
There's nothing if you don't count the seesaw.
You could just say you'll get back to us on that later, because that's probably the only way out of this right now.
I'm imagining rain falling into something that tips it over onto one side.
Yeah, that gets kind of similar to the whole seed forming a tree and then growing an apple and that falling. It's a process. Sometimes it's a slow process for some energy to be used for things to without the sun, without the energy of the sun, would you have the rain?
No, like if we're saying without the sun, then a lot of things would be different.
Yeah, of course.
We would, of course.
But you were talking specifically about like rainfall. Without the evaporation, you're not going to get the rainfall. The only way to get the evaporation is to have the heat to evaporate the water. So it is an energy. If sun didn't have any energy, I don't know what the sun is, trust me, but whatever the hell that light is in the sky that's causing the water to
I'm fine with that.
That's the source. That's no different to me picking up a rock, or pushing down a tennis ball in a fish tank. Just say I got a fish tank of water and it's got a ledge inside the fish tank. I can push that tennis ball down. I can push it under the ledge, and it will stay under the water. It will stay under that ledge. The only reason that it's under that ledge is because I used my energy.
Sure.
I used my force to push it under there. Just say one day something comes along and pushes that tennis ball back out, and it comes back up to seek its equilibrium. The only reason that happened is because I used my force, my energy, to push that down there originally. I gave that potential energy. I gave that tennis ball without my pushing it down there. And it's exactly the same in reverse. And the thing is, air is a very light medium, so most things in nature are much lighter than air. So obviously, if you lift them up, they're going to fall down. So, of course, So I mean, that's all I'm trying to explain is there's no downward force. It's just the fact that air is quite a light medium, and most things are more dense than air. If you have a look at the table of elements, like Elijah said before, you can get an anvil to float in mercury.
Yep.
It's everything rises and sinks relative to the medium that it's in, and it will never rise or sink unless it's manipulated by an outside force in the first place, which takes it out of its natural state of equilibrium.
Okay.
Everything in nature seeks equilibrium.
I agree.
And I'm just asking for one example in nature of how gravity is needed in a flat enclosed system.
I mean, I
understand gravity. Gravity is literally the butt plug, all the gaping holes in the globe model.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gaping holes, and there's a big butt plug called gravity. There's a smaller butt plug called terrestrial refraction. That's the only two butt plugs for the globe model, and that's all they need, because there's so many gaping holes in the globe model. Gravity is number one butt plug. Terrestrial refraction's another made-up thing, which is the second butt plug. And without those two things, the globe model is absolute bullshit. It's absolutely ridiculous. And once again, what is gravity? Ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is gravity? We don't know.
You're trying to tell me that the globe model is gay. I just wanted to mention as well, you forgot dark energy and dark matter. They're the latest pseudoscience duct tape.
There's more butt plugs. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, more butt plugs.
We're agreeing on a lot of interesting things, I think, Django. But you keep mentioning forces, and I agree. Like you mentioned, for example, things go up if there's a bigger force up. If you have something in your fish tank, you push it down. You gave it a force down that made it go down until it eventually seeks equilibrium again. So when you're pushing it down, for example, there's the force of the water pushing it up, and then there's the force of you pushing it down, so it goes down. When you let it go, there's the force of the water just pushing up, so it goes back up and it finds equilibrium. That all makes sense. But then relative density is not a force, though. So you're asking for examples. So you want something without.
I'm the force. If I take the tennis ball and I push it under the ledge, under the water, I'm the force. Relative densities ain't shit. I'm the force.
Okay.
If I'm a weak bitch, I probably can't even push that down. If I'm just a vegan, I might only be able to push it a little bit halfway down or something like that. But
I agree.
I'm the force. The force it's an outside force. It's nothing to do with gravity or relative density or anything like that. It's some wind. It's someone using some of their energy. You eat some kale and then you can throw a rock freaking 50 meters or something like that. You're the force.
Yeah, I agree. Everything works on forces. If there's no forces, nothing moves, right? So, so I'm imagining, I'm trying to picture something with no human interaction at all. And let's say, for example, there's like a kind of a leaf that has kind of a little bit of a groove in it, and rain falls into it, and first rain collects there for a while until eventually the weight of the water in the little leaf becomes big enough that it falls off. And I'm kind of thinking, what caused that? For example, what caused the rainwater to accumulate for a while until it overcame the leaf's strength and fell?
Yeah, so the rainwater was the force. The rainwater has it is made up of matter, which has a certain weight, and when that certain matter falls on and builds up on the rain leaf, it creates extra weight on that, and then all of a sudden it changes the density within the medium, and it falls.
I was with you till the end.
The connection of the leaf to the tree. Say it's a dead leaf, and it it's only got a certain amount of connective power to that tree.
There's an upward supporting force.
You're adding extra matter to it, and then all of a sudden it's going to try to seek equilibrium. You've broken it off its structure that was attached to the ground. You've broken it off its seesaw.
Yeah, I agree. So it had an upward supporting force from the tree, and maybe for a healthy leaf it's stronger, for a dead leaf it's much weaker, sure. There's increasing weight from the rain, but then you said, and then the density changes.
Yeah, the density of the leaf. No, the density of the leaf doesn't change. The overall matter of the leaf has become heavier. Because more matter has been added to the leaf. So whatever is holding the leaf to the tree is no longer able to hold the leaf to the tree anymore, because the density of the matter, being water, has fallen onto the leaf, and now the leaf will break. Do you get what I mean? You're talking about what snaps a leaf off a tree now, rather than why things are going up and why things are going down. You're talking about why things are how much pressure does it take to snap a dead leaf off a tree?
I'm just imagining the leaf kind of tipping over and the water flowing off, but that part's not relevant. It can snap off. But what I mean is, I'm picturing leaf versus water, and neither of those two things are changing their density, and eventually the water becomes more heavy because there's more of it, and then it falls off, and then the leaf comes back up, and it repeats this process. Water collects in the leaf, and then more water collects, and then it falls off, slides off the leaf, and it repeats. And
well, basically, like, the leaf's attached to the tree. It has a certain amount of force holding it to the tree, depending on the little tiny fibers that are holding the dead leaf to the tree. Yeah. If you add more weight to that leaf, then the little fibers might not be able to hold it anymore, and then it's going to go into the medium of air, and it's going to sink down to its equilibrium, which is the ground.
Yes. So the mass of the water being held in the leaf increases until the downward force from that body of mass overcomes the upward force from the leaf supporting it, and then it falls off.
There's no upward force.
From the leaf, yeah. From the leaf has an upward force supporting it.
Well, the leaf's just sitting. Yes. Well, the leaf. You're breaking my brain now.
Imagine like you're holding a book, for example.
Hello.
Yeah.
The answer.
Yeah. Elijah, thank you, sir. Okay. Take over, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm not taking over. I'm just because the only thing that is supporting the leaf is the fact that it's attached to the root or the branch or whatever. It's not a force holding it up. It's the what holding it up.
It's the tree. For example, let's say you're holding a book. You're holding a book in your hand and it's not falling. That's because you're pushing it upwards. You're giving it
trying to make clear what you already said. Like another example is just we're already working on an example, right? Like it makes no sense to give another example to support the example you already gave. We're dealing with this one.
Okay.
So no, there isn't a force holding up the leaf. The leaf is attached to the tree or the bush or whatever.
I agree. The leaf is being supported by the tree or the bush, and that's what's holding it up there. And I'm claiming that that's a force, just because it's not moving, but it is a force pushing that against the downward force.
No, because if that were the case, the leaf would stay there even if it weren't attached to the tree. So obviously there isn't a force holding it up. There's just the tree holding it up. Obviously.
You ever seen a time lapse of a plant? It's repositioning itself to get better or less sunlight all day long.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily relevant to things right now, but I think I changed the example to a book for a second because that's a bit. It's the same system, but a lot easier to manage because it's now you.
The book is independent of you. You're not part of the book, but when a leaf is born, so to speak, comes from the tree. The leaf is part of the tree until the leaf physically disconnects from the tree. How can you possibly say it's experiencing force? The tree is not. The leaf is not disconnected from the tree.
So let me also stop to mention that if you're going to change your example to a book, well, then you're violating the agreement to. I mean, you told him that you would give an example of something that real world a book is not.
Well, so the analogy here is the tree holding the leaf and the leaf holding the water.
Okay, right. So, like, if you got a healthy tree and a healthy leaf, you can have like tennis ball size hailstones hitting that leaf, and that leaf's going to be fine. It's got nothing to do with the specific argument that we're talking about and the example that we're asking you to present. And in saying that, you're super cool to talk to, and you seem like a really nice guy. I don't want to seem like I'm trying to argue with you or anything like that. You seem really cool.
Mm-hmm. So do you. Yeah, I think I'm not talking about the leaf falling off the tree. The kind of analogy I'm making, it's kind of hard to think about how a tree feels holding up a leaf. The analogy I'm making is like tree holding a leaf, leaf holding water, versus like me holding my hand, kind of. My hand is being supported by my body, and then my hand holding a book. And I'm holding that book there, and if I decide to stop holding that book, it'd fall as my hand would fall. And that's kind of the idea. Just because something's not moving, you can still have like a force balancing that. Like two people pushing against each other.
It doesn't really matter because it's just the way trees work. You know, if you get a fruit on a tree, if you get a cherry and it's overripe, and you can just touch that cherry and it'll just fall off the tree. A little bit of water might knock it off the tree, a little bit of wind or something like that. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Listen, the reason that you're bringing up analogies, right, is to try to justify the premise that we're asking you to justify. But you don't have anything that's analogous. You say about this, and I'm like, okay, because what was your premise? That things fall down, right? And it's like, why? And it's like, then I ask, well, why don't people ask why things go up when it's the same question? So you're like, okay, fair enough. So now it's like, well, I can still use this language of a force up and a force down. And I'm like, well, not really. I mean, other than the leaf sitting there, we can just talk about the clouds that are just there.
Yeah, so if water doesn't hit the leaf and that leaf sitting on a tree and you make a big fire under that tree and you've got heat going upward, that leaf it's going to lose density as it heats up, it's going to lose its moisture, and then it's going to float off up into the sky with the smoke. It doesn't always just fall down, you know, You add water to the leaf, it's going to fall. You add dryness and fire to the leaf, it's going to go flying up in the air. It really doesn't.
Well, that's air currents. Once it'll go up, and then it'll get out of the currents from the fire and smoke, and it'll fall back to the earth somewhere if it doesn't burn completely.
Yeah, the leaf and the matter that the leaf is made out of is more dense than the air surrounding it. The force of the fire created. If you create a fire, there's force. There's a force created. It's
air currents, from the smoke.
There's hot air being projected up into the sky. It's gonna dry the leaf out. It's gonna start to burn the leaf. But the leaf's gonna turn into a little red ember. It's gonna fly up into the air until it gets away from that force, which is kind of like a riptide out in the ocean. If you think of a riptide, it only goes out so far, and then all of a sudden you can swim back into the shore again. It's the same thing. It's just like a riptide of force. It goes up into the sky, and then the matter, which is just like maybe the ash or whatever that's left of that leaf, it's more dense than the air. So it's just gonna try to find its equilibrium again, back within its medium. As simple as that. It's really not that complicated. It has to be complicated on a globe model. It's so simple on a flat enclosed model. I mean, you can't even have air pressure. You can't have air to breathe without a container. And they say that the globe Earth is an open container. And the globe is only, sorry to say globers, I don't know if that's offensive.
No, I don't care.
The globe Earth's only argument to that is that gravity is the container that's that's holding in the gas pressure that we're breathing right now at 14.7 psi at sea level. It's crazy. It's a crazy model. And the thing is that most globe Earthers don't actually know the model. Like, for example, I mean, you're a globe Earther, right?
I wouldn't say so, actually. I'm like a.
Maybe you're on the fence. How fast
on the fence.
is the Earth spinning on at its axis? How fast is the Earth spinning at the equator?
No idea.
Yeah, no idea. Take a rough guess.
You're asking how fast it spins around?
Yeah, just a rough guess. I don't expect you to know these answers.
Well, let's see. So the radius is claimed to be about 6,000 kilometers. And it spins around once every 24 hours. And if it's about 6,000 kilometers, then the circumference would be pi d, so 12,000, 36,000 circumference. So it goes around about 36,000 kilometers in 24 hours. So 36,000, something like that. So about 10,000 kilometers an hour.
Holy shit, that's a lot of presupposition.
Yeah, so the Earth moves at 1,040 approximately miles per hour at the equator. Do you know how fast the Earth circles around the sun? Approximately. You don't have to give me an exact number.
I mean, I know where you're going. I've had this conversation before, and the point is, it's a very fast number, very, very fast.
Yeah, just give me an approximation, like just.
I don't know.
A million miles per hour, 60 trillion miles per hour, 1,000 miles per hour. How fast does the Earth rotate around the sun?
5,000 kilometers per second, possibly. I'm not sure.
Yeah, 66.6 thousand miles per hour.
Okay, cool.
How fast is the sun moving through the universe?
I mean, it's very fast. I don't know. What's your point?
Well, just give me a rough guess. This is the last one. I'm not going to keep going. Because I know you don't know any of them. So
500,000 miles per hour.
That was really good. You got the last one right.
I mean, one point in what you're outlining.
I don't know if you managed to Google the last one, but yeah, you basically people that believe in the globe Earth have a very limited knowledge of actual specifics of the globe Earth, whereas flat earthers, when they go in to debunk the globe Earth, they learn all about the globe Earth model and the numbers and the movements and all that sort of thing. Most globe earthers don't even know the absolute basics about the globe earth. And on top of that, they have a complete misconception, and they don't even understand what flat earthers are claiming. They think flat is a shape. They think flat is this flat thing with, like, I don't know, with like all these round planets around it and stuff like that, which I understand because of all the memes and stuff that you see. Would you admit that you don't actually know very much about the globe Earth model?
I don't know specific numbers like how fast the Earth is moving, because that's not relevant to my life. The question, do I know about the globe Earth model? I'd say I know.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So don't feel bad just saying, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'm getting a PhD in physics, so I'd say I know a little bit about it.
Yeah, no, but you couldn't even give me estimates on the basic movements of the Earth, and that's just
that's not relevant. That's not relevant to my life. It's like, do you know the land area of the country you live in? It's like, no, I don't.
Okay, good. There. So you can be honest about the local. You can be honest about local land. Can you be honest about other shit that you don't know? You could have just said, I don't know. But yeah.
I tried to say like a bunch of that. I don't know. I said, I don't know, and you kept trying to give me. Yeah.
Great. No, I don't know. That's a perfect answer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't know how fast the Earth is moving around. I know big numbers.
Hey Ryan, are accelerations relevant within physics?
Yes. Yeah, I think. Why?
Okay. Well, we just talked about 3 different types of acceleration involving the heliocentric model. Do you think that's relative within physics?
You mean the Earth going around the sun and sun going around off in space? You mean that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the point you're making is, why can't we feel it?
No, that's not what I said. I said, is acceleration relevant?
Yeah. I'm sorry, you didn't say that. You're right, but I mean, yes. I'm not sure where you're going with that, though.
I just wanted to make sure, because you said you're a PhD in physics, and you said none of these things would apply to my life.
No. I don't memorize random numbers to things.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. Especially because my specialty is like small stuff. I don't really do a lot of space stuff.
So do you think that somebody calculated directly with physical, having been there, instruments from a vantage where you can measure something, i.e. off the thing you're measuring? No. Okay, so I guess the question is, do you think anybody has directly, physically, actually detected the rotation of the Earth? Right, because, listen, you have to be on a separate reference frame so that you have something to reference against to know how fast it is going against the other reference frame, right? So then the claim becomes, I have left Earth in order to retain the knowledge of the fact that Earth is rotating, at least relative to the other thing I'm on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a big claim to make.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree. I can't think of anything. I don't think it's, well, actually, no, it's not possible to directly measure rotation of the thing you're on, I think. Sure.
Can I tell you how they tried to do it and try to sell us on it?
Okay.
One of the ways was a pendulum that it's called Foucault's pendulum.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just put this in perspective. That pendulum, for it to move at all, one has to start it. Then, for it to continue going, you can look this up too, don't take my word for it. For it to continue doing what it's doing, it needs magnets to push and pull it. Yeah. So it needs a lot of, machinery, just to prove that the Earth is naturally keeping this thing spinning. Kind of weird, huh? So and like I said, let me put this in perspective for everybody. It's a simple demonstration. Foucault's pendulum is moving because you touched it to make it move. What happens to wrecking balls when they sit overnight when nobody's using them, but they're suspended just like a pendulum? Are they moving around all the place, or
No. Yeah, no, they're not. I think the idea of the Foucault pendulum is no matter which way you touch it. Okay, that's wrong. But I mean, the idea is if you give it that pull, then it'll go about the same speed exactly once in 24 hours. Now, if you're claiming that that's done by magnets, that is news to me, and I'd be curious to try it myself. You're right. That's something.
Look up all the machinery that has to go on just to prove that the Earth is spinning. You know what? It's just weird. And also, I guess my smoking gun is it's attached to the Earth. So how can it determine if the Earth is moving? There we go.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I could imagine a frictionless bearing up top, but there's probably a limit to that. Yeah, okay, those are good points. Thank you.
Well, there's more issues with it. If you want to hear them.
Sure. I like learning. I'm here to learn.
He kind of alluded to it already, but in starting it, how do you know that you didn't give it some kind of bias in one direction?
I think if you gave it a bias in the wrong direction, you wouldn't observe anything interesting.
Well, yeah, but that's the point.
If you gave it no bias, like if you take a Foucault pendulum and you spin it off in a circle, it's going to go in a circle, and you're not really going to see anything interesting. The point of it is to give it no bias and watch it just rotate by itself.
Yeah. So how do you know that you gave it no bias?
Just do it a bunch of times. You can't possibly give it the exact same bias every single time.
Yeah, but you might have given it a range of biases that were still within a consistent range.
You'll get the same result every time.
They'd have to give you a threshold, like where do I stop, and then I know the Earth is moving. How many little tests do I have to do, biasing it in all different directions, right?
No, the point is to not bias it. The point is to not bias it. Okay.
Yeah, but how can you do that? That's the question.
Yeah, how could you measure for no bias? How would you know if there's no bias? How would you measure that?
You couldn't get it perfectly. You could try to do as best you can.
So that was my point, right? So you don't know what bias you've given it, and then let's just say that there's something. Because some people they'll do it with their hand or whatever, right? Which is obviously silly. Other times people might set it up on like the home chair, and you've got like a little pendulum swinging on, in the middle, and they've got like some paint just to show you where it's swinging and all the rest. But like there's so many different issues with that. Like I could go through them, I could bore you with them, but you could find that the pendulum itself wasn't balanced properly, that the equipment itself, like the string. Maybe the string is gently unwinding as the pendulum is swinging, and that gives it a slight bias one way or the other. Like, there's so many issues with it. So many issues. And the other issue, of course, is that sometimes there's actually a video from Mitchell from Australia. I haven't actually verified this myself, but it is interesting. He went to the NASA Foucault's pendulum in Sydney, and he filmed it once every hour for 4 hours. And there was absolutely no deviation, even though there should have been like a 30-degree deviation in that 4-hour period. So that's interesting.
Okay, I see. Someone just posted the video for me.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's got that video, but...
Yeah, they posted it for me. Let's see.
Yeah. So, obviously, I haven't verified the video, but it's interesting to watch and consider.
Yeah, I posted that vid at 48 past the hour.
Thanks, Levis. Yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make is that this is one of those kind of old wives' tales. We're told a bunch of these old wives' tales. We know that the Earth is like you must have heard that we know that the Earth is spinning because toilets flush clockwise in the north and anti-clockwise in the south or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, some guy took the same bowl from London to somewhere in Australia, and he found that the bowl flushed in the same direction in both London and Australia. So
interesting.
Whoops.
But the point is that this was stated as fact over and over and over again, and then when this video came out, suddenly no one mentions it. It's as if no one claimed it in the first place, right? But this is what happens to all of these claims sooner or later. They get utterly destroyed, and then the Globe guys just pretend they never even mentioned them.
Okay. Anyone have a video of the I watched the pendulum thing. That was very interesting. Oh, it's kind of cool, fancy. It's a cool GIF. Anyway, and we got a GIF of or a picture or video of the toilet thing. Fine if not. I'm just curious. These are interesting to me.
Well, I mean that's something you can test in your own house. Like I've got sinks and toilets and stuff in my house that drain in different directions. So like that's easy enough to test in your own house.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Here's a question for you, my friend.
Okay.
Have you ever hung a TV?
Hung a TV?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? Like on a string?
TV from a wall.
Oh. Yes.
Did you have to use a level?
No.
You didn't use a level to make sure the TV was straight. Bro.
I could have. I decided not to. Tried my best.
How'd you make sure it was level?
Did my best.
Nice. So if you, in hindsight, if you were to rehang that TV, would you use a level?
Probably not.
Really? So your parents call you up and ask you to build you a deck outside of their backyard. Are you going to use the level to build the deck to make sure the deck is level?
Okay, if I'm building a deck, I might.
You might.
I'm not a builder. I mean, yeah. If I were to build a deck, I'd probably use a level. I guess I don't know.
If you wanted level.
Yeah, sure. If I wanted level, I'd use a level.
Now, my question to you is: what do you think level is? Do you think level is a flat line that we observe from left to right, or what do you think level is?
I see. Sure. Yeah.
So where do you think that level, that idea of level, unpacks when you are out, let's say, on an infinity pool? You know an infinity pool, right?
The pools off in the top of hotels kind of thing?
And they're always laid perfectly flat. They're called infinity pools because they have no edge. You can see right off into the distance, right?
Uh-huh.
And have you noticed with infinity pools that they always seem to be completely parallel with the distance, the horizon that they're interacting with? If you check the voice chat, Miguel just posted a great picture of a horizon along with an infinity
perfect.
pool.
Thank you. Okay, let's see.
My question to you is, if you're going to build a deck and you're going to observe level, and you're going to hang a TV and you're going to observe level, if you're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, my question to you is, where does this magic curve start coming into play? When do we start accounting for this magic curve? Because everything I seem to interact with when I want to build something seems to have to be level with the horizon. So where's this curve? Have you found it? Have you found it?
I'll just skip the conversation. I'll say no.
You haven't? No, this is great. I appreciate the fact that you haven't found it, and that's all I needed from you, my friend. And I would calmly, coolly, and collectively say, "Welcome to Flat Earth," with the observation strictly of level.
Yeah. I'm like I said, I'm still kind of on the fence region. I think I need to do some personally. I need to go out to some beaches and take some pictures. I haven't done that yet.
No, my friend, listen and realize that we just asked you a series of questions that all involve numbers and things of that nature, and all of those observations needed you to key in on your brain to reiterate those answers, but those answers all reneged. You did not pay attention to your own senses. And if you paid attention to your own senses, you would really realize that we're not moving, dude. That's the crazy part. You're willing to sell out your own self for man's created numbers. And that's scary.
Yeah. Earth supposedly moving through space is one story. Me looking at the horizon is one thing.
Right. Just to backtrack a bit. What would be your perception of what flat Earth is? Are you still under the impression that we think that flat Earth is like a flat disk floating in space with other round planets?
I have, let's see, I have 89 pages of messages in this server in the text. I've only recently started joining voice, so I'm pretty sure I could LARP pretty hard on for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, the disc is flat Earth society, and you guys don't believe that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you can ignore every word on the Flat Earth Society website.
But what do you think it is? General terms.
Among the ideas commonly presented in this server, we don't know. We're not exactly sure what it is, but we know it's flat, and we know there's Antarctica going around it. We don't know how far Antarctica goes, if there's lands beyond it. We don't know how deep the Earth goes, if it's very, very deep or just deep. There's no way to verify that. Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, great. Yeah, that's pretty good. So what I was going to ask you is just some real basic, probably parroting David Weiss sort of questions right here. But would you agree that water level is level? It's horizontal. You could take a puddle or a bathtub or a pool. You could take a device. You could measure across, and it would be flat.
Yep.
Across a pond, a lake.
Yes, as close as you could measure it.
Yeah, absolutely. The bigger it gets, the harder it gets to measure.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and you would agree that water needs a container, right? Like,
sure.
What would happen? Okay, just say you have a bucket or a bathtub of water, and you instantly remove the bucket or the bathtub. What's going to happen to the water? Obviously, it's just going to.
The new container is the floor. This is your bathroom.
Yeah, it's going to find the lowest point in the earth, and it's going to conform to it. So just say that lowest point in the earth is just an indentation. We could call it a puddle.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could measure across the puddle. You could measure across the pool. You could measure across the lake. We all know the sides of the lake, obviously containing the water as well as the ground underneath the water. Bathtub, pools, same thing. If you had continents within a large lake, you could call them countries. But it would be basically like a bathtub, a basin, or anything like that. Would you consider the Earth to be, what we're claiming is somewhat of a lake, with some people claim Antarctica being the highest land on Earth, containing the water. I don't know if Antarctica, personally, I don't know if Antarctica goes all the way around and is the highest land on Earth and contains the water, or if it's just ice. I'm not sure. But you would definitely agree that you could take a measuring stick across any body of water that we could measure, and it would be flat across the top, basically.
Yeah.
Any large body of water at rest.
Yeah, I mean the globe Earth ideas say it's what was it? It's 8 inches per mile squared or something. So you wouldn't be able to take a measuring stick and measure that.
Well, basically, if you're a 6-foot person standing at the horizon, the globe Earth measurements means that the horizon should be at about 3 miles, and I think it should be about 6 foot under the curvature at 3 miles. And you can do basic measurements.
The oil rigs are pretty damning. The Black Swan picture, the oil rigs picture.
Globe Earthers claim terrestrial refraction, which means. Are you aware of the Black Swan? The Black Swan.
Those are the 2 oil rigs off the coast of California.
Yeah, you've seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it many, many, many times here.
Okay, so without getting into any details on that, Globe Earthers are claiming that those oil rigs that we can see aren't really there. They're actually just illusions. They're actually well below the curvature of Earth, and that we can see them as terrestrial refraction. And that's the only reason we can see them. So, for example, if you were the person shooting those pictures from the shoreline approximately 1 foot off the ground, if you're instead of a camera, if you're a sniper, you would shoot a bullet and it would go directly through the illusion of the object that you could see. Can you imagine the issues that the military would have if that was the case? If just at those distances, objects that they're seeing in their sights are actually just objects that are projected around a globe due to terrestrial refraction, and their cannon or their bomb or whatever would just go straight through because it's just an illusion of the eye. It's not really there, according to the globe model, according to the globe skeptics. Do you agree that the bullet would go straight through because it's actually just an illusion that you're looking at?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't tested that. I don't know, but I know the max range of a sniper is about 1,000 meters. So I don't think talking about a sniper going through the things 3 miles away, 9 miles away would be relevant.
Okay, so if the photographer is 1 foot off the shoreline, and the object should be 1.22 miles away. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away from the observer. Everything should start curving away at that point.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the oil rigs like we can see in the observations. So the only explanation is that they're not really there. We're just seeing refracted image. We're just seeing terrestrial refraction. It's just light that's bending around a globe and creating an illusion that you can see something that's not really there. Really, it's behind the curve. Really, it's between you and a body of water, but you can see it due to terrestrial refraction, light bending around a curve. So if you shot it with a bazooka, the bazooka would go directly through the magical terrestrial refracted image and not actually hit anything. Can you imagine the implications that would have in war?
I mean, if you're talking about long-range missiles, they have targeting systems, and they'll follow the light of that object, and as it travels farther, so I mean, refraction certainly is a thing, and
line of sight targeting.
Yeah, how did they get line of sight targeting without line of sight?
Are they shooting at apparitions? Are they shooting at apparitions?
If the light bends around and they're still seeing the light, if you follow that light, you'll follow that path.
That's not line of sight. That's curve of sight.
How can they shoot in a straight line then and hit it?
Then it's not in a straight line.
What? If they're shooting in a straight line and they're hitting the target, it's not in a straight line?
It is. How does that work?
It is a straight line. If it's a straight line, it's a straight line, bro. Look,
they would call it bend of sight. Listen, they would call it bend of sight. They wouldn't call it line of sight.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
because logically you get what I'm saying, but then with the globe narrative, you have to start trusting nonsense that goes against your logical senses. Yeah.
So listen, sir. What was your name again? I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Ryan.
Ryan. Oh, right, Ryan. So do you think your eyesight sees around curves?
I mean,
okay. Wait.
I get what you're
let
saying.
me rephrase. I'll make it simpler. Well, I'm going to say the same thing. I'm just going to slow down. Do you see with your eye? Does your eyesight see around curves?
I see light that goes into my eyes, and if that light curves, then I.
Okay, but you have so you're seeing the light that's coming to your eye, right?
Yeah.
From objects that are reflecting light, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is that light coming from those objects going around a curved edge?
In a globe Earth model, potentially.
No, I mean in real life. Not we're leaving models out of it.
Just from me standing on a beach, I don't know where that light came from. I'd have to go out and see it.
If you're at the beach and you see an island,
okay,
20 miles offshore,
okay,
is that actual island below your line of sight and is obstructed by the Earth curve, but you're still seeing the light bending around a curve to your eye? Is that correct?
How should I test it?
No, I'm asking you, is this what you think is happening?
I think to a certain degree that light could be bent.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's just stick with the actual thing I said about the island. You're standing at the beach. You're looking at an island 20 miles offshore.
Uh-huh.
Are you seeing the actual island?
Yeah. Yes, kind of.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean by kind of?
I mean, like if it's the thing that light is bending. I don't know. This is kind of
Sonny. Can that island be?
Hold on. No, Sasha. No. Stop. Right there. Stop. So you're at the shore. This time you're at the shore. You're leaving the harbor on a boat.
Okay.
You're seeing the island 20 miles offshore.
Yeah.
In a known direction. You're on the boat about to sail to the island. You know what direction it is. Are you seeing the actual island? You could see it, but are you seeing the actual island as a sailor about to leave the harbor?
I'll say yes for now. I'll just say yes.
Okay. Good. Good. We may be getting somewhere.
Yeah.
So now the next question is similar. You have an island that you're sailing away from, and pretty soon it disappears into the vanishing point.
Okay.
At the horizon. Now, if I can zoom back into the island with my binoculars, bring it fully into view again, is the zoom camera zooming in over a curved surface?
Cameras are only where you are. It takes whatever light it gets.
Wait a minute. Stop. So is the camera zooming in over a curved surface to be able to bring the previously disappeared island back into view? Is it zooming in over a curved surface to bring it back in?
If you can zoom in and it appears, then it's just merged into the horizon and it hasn't gone over a theoretical curve yet. So it wouldn't be over a curve. It's just.
Well, wait a minute. You're at 20 miles offshore, though. Where's the curve supposed to start?
I mean,
does it change? Wait a minute. Let's stop here because this is very important.
I get what you're saying.
Did the curve location change because you zoomed in?
No, it didn't change.
Oh, okay. So it didn't change, and you're seeing the object straight line of sight because we know that's how light actually propagates directly straight to your eye.
No, I mean we can see light bending all the time. And I don't mean stars. I mean like
Okay, wait a
lasers.
minute. You're saying words. I need to get definitions. So, what do you mean by bending?
I don't mean general relativity. I'm not going there. Don't worry. What I mean is like, refraction.
It sounds to me like light's not too parallel, so say goodbye to the globe on that front too.
So what do you mean by bending? What do you mean by light bending?
I mean, you guys showed me one time a GIF of a laser through like a sugar tank, and the laser path went way down.
Is our air pure sugar water? You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it's not analogous.
There are density gradients in the air.
Sugar, sir. Sugar.
Listen. Yes and no. The density gradients are swirling around in every direction at all locations.
Mm-hmm.
It's not stacking up. You would need your refraction to line up exactly at this point, and Earth would have to become static for this model to work.
Okay.
Earth doesn't work that way. Earth is not the air above the ground is not static. It's moving around all the time and in every direction. All the changes in density gradients are swirling around in a mixed up pattern every direction. Do you get that?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you have a density gradient in one direction that light would need to bend in any kind of certain direction?
Yeah. Let me clarify something. I don't consider myself a globe earther. I consider myself a skeptic on the fence, and the biggest reason is exactly this. I don't know these answers. I don't know.
Okay.
Here's one.
That's a good answer.
Hold on. I'll yield the floor. Go ahead, you guys.
I just wanted to ask a question real quick about the horizon and why it's named the horizon, and how what a coincidence it is that everywhere we look and everywhere we measure, it's flat and horizontal. So what that means is the amazing ability of refraction being uniform at every horizon, right? Tricking us into thinking the curvature is flat. Can you imagine the stupidity it takes to think that everything flat means it's curved, specifically because shit in the air? Do you see that? It's so weird that people believe light is not only bending upwards, but it's uniformly everywhere in the world, making it appear flat. I would say that's the biggest Goldilocks situation for refraction, right? I mean, it's just perfectly flat everywhere. Wow. I couldn't believe that if my life depended on it. So, anyway.
I don't think anyone would ever visually see a curve. Not even.
Why would you think that there is?
Wait,
What's the evidence for the globe then?
I was just about to bring that up. It's so funny you said that. Like, so, if there's a sphere, you would see the curve at a certain distance depending on the size. But, to believe the Earth's a ball as is, we have to believe that you can never see the actual curve of the Earth. So my question for you is, if we've never seen it and we can never see it, how would we possibly know that it's there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it isn't like we're taught, I think it might be there, you just can't never see it. We're taught we know it's there and we do see it, and boats disappear behind it. So the question is, how did they ever determine that it was in fact a sphere if you can't see the curve? That should make you think, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I think about it all the time. I've been thinking about it all the time the past couple of weeks.
Well, it's pretty simple, right? If you look at it from the meta, it's like everything that works in the world, planes, ballistic missiles, all military technology, everything requires treating the Earth like it's flat. Everything. All physical measurements that give us maps and distances show us that the Earth is flat. To get any real measurements on the Earth, we have to measure it flat, like measuring it like a horizontal plane. To get elevations, we have to get sea level, treating it like it's flat. Like literally everything in the world, we have to use the Earth as flat to be able to do any of those things. So we would need some pretty substantial evidence of the opposite, as literally everything that exists shows us that it's flat. Yet when we look for the answer to that, to give us that evidence, it is, well, you can never see the curve. So what?
I agree. It's weird.
Right, like that's just the fundamental logical axiom, right? Like the evidence tells you one thing, well, that's what it is until you can prove otherwise. And we don't have one solid shred of evidence that proves otherwise. So why would we possibly think it? Because it requires all kinds of theories. It's like water always finds its level, except for with the earth, it curves around the outside of a ball and sticks to it. And that's because of gravity, which can't be proven and is just a theory and has been debunked even within our own theories. And we can't come up with exactly what it is or even know what to define it as. Blah, 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 blah. It's like one side is just running around with its head cut off with no evidence and they can't even explain it. The other side just is literally what you see your entire life.
Hey, Witsit and Ryan, would I be able to backtrack for a second? Because I was really hoping Witsit was here earlier when I was trying to explain a few things. And I was explaining about relative density, and I was hoping Witsit was here so he could give just a small explanation to Ryan about electrostatics.
Okay.
Would that be okay? That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So, like, the easiest analogy is if you have a balloon and you rub it on your head, the balloon can stick to the wall. That's because you created electrostatic charge. So it doesn't go down; it sticks to the wall. Once it resides, it goes back down to the ground. When it goes back down to the ground, the balloon is still electrostatic. The air that it goes through is electrostatic, and the ground that it goes to is electrostatic. Everything that exists is electrostatic because the molecules themselves that are held together to give you matter are held together with electrostatic charge. So what that means is literally everything that exists is electrostatic. Okay, so we can prove that a million ways. So we have that. Now we're going to come over here and say, well, does that have something to do with things going up and down? And how would we test that? Well, to test or prove that, we would manipulate the independent variable of electrostatics, and we would see if it causes things to go up and down. And when you do that very thing, you can make objects float in the air going up, or you can make things draw down to the ground with electrostatics. So what that proves is that electrostatics causes things to go up and or down. It's the same thing with density, right? If we throw the beach ball up, it'll fall down in the air. But if we put it to the bottom of a pool, it'll go up because of the water. So what's that show? If we manipulate the density of the medium, then we can change the direction. So that is part of the answer because we can prove that changes the direction. But so does electrostatics because you can prove it. So, I mean, there's literally no way you can claim it has nothing to do with electrostatics because literally everything that exists is electrostatic and it does that very thing. So that's
so would you claim that there is actually a downward bias?
So we have a downward electric current on the Earth that goes down towards the surface, which is measurable. So it's called Atmos electricity, and it goes up 100 volts per meter. It's equipotential, meaning it increases an equal amount per distance, so 100 volts per meter, and that results in a downward current seeking equilibrium down towards the surface, which has a negative charge. And you can prove this by, of course, just measuring the charge in the air, and also by getting what's called a corona motor. And if you have a string going up in the air, it'll run the motor because it takes the current runs down the string and runs the motor. The higher the string goes in the air, the faster the motor will turn. So we do have a downward, quote unquote, downward bias, but more specifically, an electric downward current. Right.
So what you're saying is everything goes to ground.
Yeah. That's why it's called ground.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's awesome. But what electrostatics? I mean, obviously, it's very easy to make dust stick to a TV screen or something like that. But do you think that electrostatics has any substantial ability to hold a large volume of matter down, like you say a cruise ship or something like that, or does that just fall back into the buoyancy and density factor? Because obviously electrostatics isn't really going to change whether something that heavy goes up or down in relative to the medium.
So it's important to note that the primary factor or variable in all the situations is density, because like the buoyant force that results from a density relationship is significantly stronger than electrostatics. Electrostatics isn't very strong. It is compared to like the fairy tale of gravity and stuff like that, but in the real world, it isn't that strong. So it's not that it's super strong. It's just that it's always there. So it's always a factor, right? So it creates that up and down that we have, the objective up and down, and then density sorts the rest of it out. And just to clarify, when the other guy said everything goes towards ground, basically, but right, we know that technically everything doesn't go down. It just has a tendency towards down. Like the velocity, like the elastic collision of gas results in an energy much stronger than that weak downward quote unquote bias, right? So not, everything going down towards ground is kind of requires some more specificity, but yeah, long story short, density is stronger. And in order to make something that big float, it would require so much electrostatic charge that like it would literally kill everyone. It's not very feasible, right? But yeah.
So if you're in a room and you light some incense and there's absolutely no air in the room, you can get like a perfect, like a form of smoke going directly up in the air in a perfect line. How would electrostatics interact with that situation?
Wait, sorry, say again. With what?
Yeah, just say you're sitting in like a bedroom. You light some incense. There's absolutely no air in the bedroom. Everyone holds their breath. You light some incense, and the smoke from the incense just goes directly up like a perfect line up into the sky. Would electrostatics have any influence in those particles of smoke that are going up, even though they're such small light particles? Does that make any sense with that?
Yeah. So it's the same thing, right? Which is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. Gas seeks its equilibrium relative to its environment. So it's going to disperse in all directions, violently seeking equilibrium relative to the density around it. And that's much stronger than electrostatics. But every single molecule of gas is electrostatic. All the air around it is also electrostatic. So it's always a variable, right? Like you can't remove it. And then a cool thing to kind of put into perspective here, if you basically hold a Van de Graaff generator, or you were to say put electrostatic charge on someone, right? If you have candles lit up across the room, you can point your finger at the candle and it will go out. The flame will go out as you point it, because of the electrostatics on your finger. When you point it, it will literally make the candles go out. So it has an effect on gas, right? It's just that the equilibrium sought by gas molecules overpowers it. It's just stronger. Like that density.
The smoke going up directly up in the air isn't a gas.
It is, right? Yeah.
Wait, what is? What is it?
It's molecules. It's small particles of some sort, isn't it? Smoke's not a gas, is it? I'm asking.
Smoke is comprised of gas. Yes, I mean you have something burning, which will be material itself, like also burning. But yeah, gas is incorporated with smoke. Yeah, but it doesn't matter even if it wasn't. Everything in the world is electrostatic. Like everything in the world.
I agree.
So here's a ridiculous hypothetical scenario. Say that the charges were reversed. The charges between the ground and the container or whatever are reversed. Then would everything go up?
Yeah, you're going to get the smoke rising because it's also air balloons.
Can I get an answer from Whit?
Yeah. So I suppose hypothetically, sure. Yeah, like you see, this is another proof actually of a container, because you would have to have two Gaussian surfaces. You have to have two surfaces. So we have the ground acting as a surface, and then we have another surface above us, because that's the only way you could have perfect equipotential lines. right? So we know we have a container above us because that's the only way you could have that. And then, yeah, I guess you could. That's kind of a weird question in a way, right? Because it's like that's the intrinsic design. So I don't even know how it'd be feasible to flip it. But yeah, of course, yeah. Like it's always going to seek equilibrium relative to charge.
Right.
So do you think, Whitsitt, that there's actually a measurable downward bias?
There's a measurable downward electric current, right? So it's like, yeah, so like if you have an electric current going down, what that does is create downward pressure, right? So yes, you can measure the downward current. It's like this gets really deep because we've been mistaught everything. So you have to define what weight is, because weight goes down, right? And then we measure it on a scale. Like weight is electrostatic acceleration, technically, because that object's electrostatic. So technically, like weight is electrostatic. And I don't want to like try to make it too complex or whatever, but they say weight equals mass times gravity, but actually that equation's wrong. And a Glober would say, go get your Nobel Prize. And I will, because it's weight is medium specific, location specific, vector, which is magnitude and direction, right? Vector specific and coherency specific. So weight is a much more complex issue than we've been led to believe. And I'm saying all that, the relevance of that is because weight is downward pressure, because that's what you're measuring on a scale, right? Pressure over area, a downward pressure. So I hope that kind of is giving clarity to this. Like the primary force that holds everything in the world together is electrostatics. And the globe lie has basically swept it under the rug because it isn't strong enough to make their model work, meaning it wouldn't make gigantic planets in a vacuum revolve around each other. So they had to kind of hijack it, say, oh, well, yeah, it would explain everything on the Earth, but really there's something else there. And when it gets bigger and bigger, gravity takes over. We just can't prove it. So
do you have an analogy of what it might be like if you just removed electrostatics from this current system? Just say we live in an enclosed flat Earth, in an enclosed system, obviously, and you removed electrostatics. What in your opinion would change?
That's a crazy question, man, because literally matter itself would cease to exist. Right, like matter itself couldn't exist. Like you couldn't have like a compilation of matter. It couldn't be held together. So if you were to remove electrostatics, like you would effectively Thanos snap in existence. Yeah.
So. Thank you. Awesome answers.
Okay. Questions over?
Yes, until I drink my next vodka and come up with another one.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like Whit. Whit knows a lot. That was cool. I just got a dump of information. I was writing down questions as you were talking. The first thing, way back, you mentioned the downward current. Can you, what do you call that? You said atmosphere, something, something?
I don't like the word atmosphere because it's a stupid term, but yeah, like it's called atmospheric electricity.
Atmospheric electricity? Okay. I can look that up.
Yep, and I can drop you some stuff in a second. I have to walk into the store, but I can show you. You should look up a Corona motor.
Mm-hmm.
And those are very fascinating. It's effectively an electrostatic motor. And if you just tie a wire to it and set it on the ground and the wire goes up in the air, right? Like you can put it on a balloon or whatever, then the electricity in the air will run down that wire and it'll make the motor start spinning. Yeah, okay. It's all around us. Like we have electricity all around us, and then we can measure it. It's equipotential. I'll drop you some sources in a sec once I get back out of the store, though.
Yeah, no hurry. Are you good to still talk?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You mentioned something about pointing at a candle and making it go out. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, like if you have if you increase electrostatic charge on your body and you had a bunch of candles lined up in the room, you could point at it, and when you point at each candle, you can make the flame go out.
Okay.
Yeah, effectively the energy will be exchanged through the medium of the air to the actual candle, and it'll make it go out. And I can send you a link for that too. It's pretty fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Might be able to have fire magic. Maybe putting a can. No, that doesn't look it.
I just found something about a Corona motor that could run a drone.
Interesting.
Hey, what's it? Sorry, one last question. I usually ask all the Globers this question, but could you give one example in nature without any man-made objects used, in which specific gravity doesn't account for the reason that things seek equilibrium or go up and down?
Well, can you define specific gravity for me first?
Call it relative density, I guess.
Well, that's the problem. That's why I asked you to define it, because it's hijacking. It's hijacking the phenomena, but not acknowledging electrostatics.
Yeah, so just one example in nature where relative density, let's just call it relative density, doesn't account for gravity, for a downward, upward.
Yeah. Bumblebees. Bumblebees are aerodynamic based on their density, but their electrostatic resonance allows them to fly, and in fact, in such a way that they can fly through crosswinds up to 60 miles per hour unaffected.
Zero Globers have ever been able to even touch that, so thank you.
Yeah. Also, beetles.
Looking into bumblebees now. Thank you for killing the next 2 weeks of my life looking into bumblebees.
Yeah, look up bumblebees, specifically bumblebees, not just any bees. And then there's something called spider ballooning. There are also beetles that use electrostatics. Of course, lightning is electrostatic phenomena.
Yeah, me too.
So there's four real quick.
So the force that the bumblebee uses to elevate itself would be the only reason that it wouldn't sit in equilibrium, correct? Or
well, yeah. So simply, bumblebees by design are not aerodynamic. Their wings alone wouldn't allow them to fly. So it's like a combination of the movement of their wings and then the electrostatic resonance it creates around it. Kind of imagine a UFO with a little aura around it, like a force field around it. And so it just creates this resonance, and that's how bees can levitate and overcome their lack of aerodynamic design. Does that make sense? So density alone would make the bee fall down. It couldn't fly.
Yeah, I totally get you. Probably not on the level to be able to argue with that, but I mean, the only thing I can say is that the energy of the bee flapping its wings is the only reason that the bee is elevating, and without the bee using its own force to manipulate its position within its medium, it wouldn't ever move from equilibrium within that medium if it didn't have its own external force of energy being.
Yeah, it's always going to have something to do with density, right? That's why it's dishonest to disconnect the two, because it's equilibrium is relative to density, but it's intrinsically electrostatic, so it's not either or.
I wish I could
fall down.
I sure wish I could do what the bumblebee does. Maybe one day we'll have a strap-on model.
Also, I do want to throw this out here, right? So, when you're studying natural science, of course, then you have the scientific method and scientific experimentation. We understand that naturally occurring observable phenomena, dependent variable. You have independent variable, the presupposed cause. You manipulate that to verify that it is, in fact, the cause of the effect. Scientific experimentation is the process of validation of natural world claims. But that does not mean that you cannot gain valuable, information as to how things work with the intervention of man. So it's you can't make scientific claims about the natural world, but you can still, compile valuable information. Whereas
Would
if you don't do
would a
that,
letter
you're just going to ignore a whole lot of stuff in the world, like the fact that I can make wood float. But since I did that with the Van de Graaff generator, we just have to ignore that the wood. Well, then we just kind of become stagnant. So it's important to critique the Globers because they make pseudoscience claims about the natural world without scientific experimentation. Simultaneously, we also can still learn things without with us having to manipulate it synthetically.
what do you think about like just say like a 50-ton rock that finally falls off a cliff, something like that? Would electrostatics really have anything to do with something that has such a huge weight to it? And in weight, I mean, the volume of matter and comprising of which matter that specifically is. Would it not have almost a negligible effect on something so heavy? I understand how it would work on dust or something small like that, but would it work on heavy objects? I mean, obviously, you're never going to get a cruise ship or something floating. That's why you say relative density plays such a huge part in the electrostatic system.
Yeah. But density is just a byproduct of electrostatics, though. That's what I'm trying to drive home, right? So if you have a rock, like its weight is because of electrostatic. Like that's what weight is. Like that's what holds the rock together, right? So that's like what gives it its weight. So it's like it's not like density. Well, density is just so much stronger. Well, density is because of electrostatics. If you want to get technical, right? Like because like if I weigh something on a scale and it weighs 5 pounds, but then I increase electrostatic charge and it levitates off the scale, how much does it weigh then? Like
if I have like 20,000, if I have like a ball that's 20,000 pounds of lead, pure lead, do you think that electrostatics or buoyancy and density has the most effect on what happens to that object? Obviously, you're going to say buoyancy and density, and maybe electrostatics creates the up from down bias.
Well, yeah, but the density comes from electrostatics. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't have density without electrostatics. So it's like it's a catch in a way, right? Like it's.
Yeah. I think even the globe Earth model agrees with that density comes from electrostatics.
Yeah, of course. Like to cite Purdue, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
Yeah, without electrostatics, everything. If gravity were to exist, everything would just collapse into black holes. Electrostatic forces are what keeps things not doing that and gives them density.
Yeah, within the
theoretically
paradigm of gravity and black holes.
Yeah.
Which
so basically, to give one example of within a closed system with a just say a firmament or whatever, an enclosure, flat Earth. The only example of electrostatics would be things of like it would be only light objects, or would more dense objects also fall under that category?
All matter that exists is electrostatic. So it's like when we try to do it on a small scale to manipulate the IV to show that you can make things float, it's going to have to be something really light because it takes so much charge relative to. We're going to use mass just colloquially because it's just a concept, but right, like that's the only thing. Like when you use a Van de Graaff generator, you can get like styrofoam or little pieces of wood or you name it and make it float, but it has to be light because you're only introducing so much electrostatics. Right, like
so would it be possible to get like a lead sinker? Just say you got like just a small lead sinker that you would use for fishing. You drop that to the bottom of a fish tank. Would that be Would it be possible to make that float using electrostatics?
No, I mean technically it would be possible. It would just require it would require a very, very big Van de Graaff generator. Like it would be crazy. Like I can technically make you float with electrostatics, but I would kill you before you floated. Right. So and that's my point. It's like it doesn't really matter how strong it is. The point is just that it's there. That's the point. It's like that it's there so that it can't be disregarded when acknowledging the phenomena because it's a variable that we know is there.
I have a question for Wit. I have a question for Witsit. If when you're ready,
I'm ready, man.
Hey, how would you think you could actually move something? Let's say a wheeled device, like some kind of cart or transportation. How would you move something like that with electrostatics? You could use the Corona motor in some way, but that's kind of a secondary means. Do you think there'd be a possible primary means of moving a wheeled vehicle, let's say?
I think the most efficient way to utilize electrostatics for transportation would actually be just like a bumblebee, meaning you would create a vibrational pattern within whatever object it is, and then that would attain levitation and ability to change direction. Like external input of electrostatics would not be the efficient way. And I think for sure the military already has this, right? Like that, like they definitely already have electrogravitic propulsion devices where there's like a resonance created from within whatever's moving. And of course they'll tell you about it.
I wonder how close that is to the bumblebee. And I thought that was a good idea. If we could have a bumblebee unit that creates this resonance, I mean, like, how hard would that be? I'm thinking there's going to be a breakthrough, and I think these things are more simple than we can even imagine. Like Tesla said, they're like all around us. It's everywhere, and there's probably just some small thing that could be done that all of a sudden is going to create this power from this electrostatics and electromagnetism. I think it's
say if you're gonna create something, what better way than to imitate natural design?
Yeah, so a resonating directional resonating unit.
What does the resonating do?
It just creates like a vibrational aura, if that makes sense. Like it's just like an area of vibration, right? And so like it'll levitate. Like you can also do, like, have you ever heard of acoustic levitation? You can use sound to levitate objects as well because the vibration will actually displace it.
So I've thought about this a lot with because I make sounds with my guitar so much, like so many different sounds. I've thought, well, why couldn't it, like, it'd be really nice to be able to tell which frequency could do what. Because I mean, all those frequencies change my mood, and change others' moods when they hear it. Like immediately, it's an immediate response. So we know it's affecting us emotionally. I know that's separate from the physical aspects of whatever effect.
Hey, Sonny. Sonny.
Yeah. Yes.
Have you ever played? Obviously, you know about harmonics on the guitar.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's certain harmonics you can play on the guitar. You can play, I forget if it's 5th or 7th or 9th fret or whatever. Anyway, you can play a harmonic there. It sounds beautiful, and you can then touch your fingers over any set of strings, and it will instantly cut out the sound. If you play a certain harmonic on I think it's the 5th or the 9th fret, and then you hold your fingers over the 11th, I think it's the 11th fret. Don't quote me on any of this.
I can do multiple harmonics.
Just continues to play. You can't block it out with your finger.
I can do multiple harmonics on the guitar at the same time, and then I can modulate them too with loosening the strings. So I know a lot of those tricks, which I'm finding new things with sounds I've never heard come from the instrument before, which is freaking really weird, amazing, and very strange. Like, whoa! You jump back and go, holy crap! Where did that come from? It sounds like a voice, man. I'm telling you. I hear voices and songs and stories coming through my instrument. I'm like, where is this coming from? It's not coming from me.
I like Jimi Hendrix Star Spangled Banner. So it's like, how do you make those sounds out of the guitar? It's crazy.
I've got a question for you about the electrostatics and density, bro. Can you sort of break it down or elucidate a bit? Like, how can it cause rock to form? Like, how does it cause rock to hold together? You mentioned something about it holding stuff together.
Yeah.
Could you expand on that?
Yeah. So, like, if you have a rock, right, it's made up of a bunch of molecules. And each molecule is held together with electrostatic charge because it's an attractive charge. Like, if you take the balloon and stick it to the wall, every molecule in the rock is held together by an electrostatic charge, right? Like, just like a balloon on the wall.
But then, if we theoretically, if we remove that charge, the rock falls apart.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But you can't remove it, though. Like, it's like impossible.
Well, see, that's the thing. I've seen it being disrupted. I've been part of stuff like that where you can actually physically affect solid material by changing, the electric field around it. But
yeah.
I've never seen it change with a removal of an electric static. Again, we can't, like you say, we can't get down to the nitty gritty to actually do this. And that's where I'm struggling with it, mate, to actually see it.
Well, I think that's just beautiful in a way, right? Because that means that the design of where we live is like, you can't play God effectively. Like, to remove electrostatics, you would play God because like the material world would cease to exist.
Yeah.
Is there any scientific proof of a downward bias?
Yeah. There's a downward electric current on the Earth.
Would that work also for like a cruise ship or an airplane, rather than just like a aluminium thing or something that's very light? I'm just asking. I have no idea myself.
So I'm checking it out.
I actually have a device that most of you probably know about. I won't tell you what the device is at the end, but it can actually have the current going both directions. So away from the ground and towards ground. A high DC current up to 400 volts going from the DC generating part of the circuit to ground. An AC current coming in, going into a vacuum tube, going through a vacuum gap. That means it's not touching anything. The sound can go in this wave, this AC.
Can you do that with a pool ball?
A AC wave going against a strong DC current. It's going in the opposite direction. It goes that goes the opposite direction the entire way through the amplifier until those vibrations are picked up by the speaker coil, the power and speaker coil, and then it goes out to the speaker, creating a physical motion of the speaker back and forth that mimics the exact sound. So this is a strange phenomenon to me that, like, when I first discovered that, I'm like, wow, how does that happen? Like, that's not the way I learned about electricity. Like, it's supposed to always go to ground, that high DC current, very high voltage.
Well, I want to throw this out here, so we're talking about this. You got to be very particular when you say things like downward bias. And there are some pretty prominent flat earthers that are just going to try to like rip you apart. Well, you'd actually be surprised. There's a very prominent flat earther who's taught this room a lot of the things that they say, who agrees with me on this, by the way. Right. So just so you know, that it's just that they hate that. It doesn't matter. They hate to hear the word downward bias, right? Like, because that's the Globers say this word in the pseudoscience way, and I get it, but it's like to be specific, there's a downward electric current on the Earth, and positive energy continues to increase the higher you go above the Earth, and positive goes to negative, in the ground or the surface of the Earth is negatively charged. Thus, the positive is going to go to the negative, and there's no way around it, nor can it be removed. And density equilibrium is going to result in a force stronger than that. The buoyant force is going to be stronger than that. Like the dispersal of gas, that energy is going to be stronger than that. But it doesn't mean it's not there. And that's
the electrostatic force is a very weak force overall.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And so it's like, some will tell you that it like, oh, there's a downward bias. Does gas go up? Then there's no downward bias. But that's not actually coherent, okay? Because just because it's stronger doesn't mean that there's not like a downward current around it, and that's kind of the point.
You know, this is a very interesting conversation. I've actually had visions of how I could power my bicycle with a wire. I actually saw this in my mind's eye with a wire going out to the front of the bicycle and then it going back and grounding on the ground, dragging it across the ground as a ground and powering the bike. Like,
one last thing.
why did I see that? And now this kind of pulls some of that together with the corona motor and this electromagnetism. Like, see what I mean? I think there's something very simple that could be done. I just don't know what the key is. Anyway, go ahead.
I just want to say this one last thing. So it's important to understand this part, right? So the globe claims that there's a downward bias. They actually claim, technically speaking, that the curvature of space-time fabric pushes things down, but whatever, effectively. But this is the fundamental difference. This is why it's not the same as a glober saying it. What I'm saying can be proven. We can physically manipulate this force. We know it's there. It's in the real world. It's physically manifest. It can be measured, and then when you manipulate it, you can make things go up and down. Now, gravity can't do any of that because it's just fake, right? So you can't physically detect it, manipulate it, measure it, none of that. You cannot physically manipulate gravity and make things flow. There's no such thing, right? There's no such thing as an anti-gravity machine. So that's the fundamental difference, right? Where one is provable and I can literally manipulate electrostatics and make things float. And so if you really soak that in, there's no rebuttal. I can make an object float with electrostatics. You see what I'm saying? So like, that's why I think it's important to discuss, because it's just another nail in the coffin of heliocentrism, because that's what's there. It's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. And yet they claim gravity's there. You just can't prove it, because electrostatics would never be strong enough to make gigantic balls and vacuums fly around each other. This is a death blow.
What about a bowling
to the
ball
globe.
or something? What about a bowling ball or something like that? Could you make a bowling ball float?
It would have to be a ton
Tennis
of
ball?
electrostatic
A
charge.
tennis ball?
Even a tennis ball, you'd have to have a whole lot of electrostatic charge. You could, for sure, though. You could. It'd have to be a lot. It's that weak. It's so weak, you'd have, for a tennis ball or even a ping pong ball, you would have to have a ton of electrostatic charge. Now, ping pong ball is much more feasible, but so that's the point, right? That's why they couldn't use it, because it's way too weak for their fairy tale that they need. So, like, they couldn't use electrostatics. So they just hijacked it. They hijacked Coulomb's law. Yeah, they hijacked the phenomena and then tried to call it gravity and say it was scalar, meaning that when the mass increases, it gets stronger. And that on the big scale, that gravity takes over because it's stronger than electrostatics. It's just a fairy tale, because because electrostatics doesn't work. Because, of course, reality is not a spinning ball in a vacuum. So evidence never will explain how that could happen, because that's not what's happening.
So if you dropped a bowling ball from 5 foot high, what impact would electrostatics have on that bowling ball in comparison to buoyancy and density? Would it be very minimal?
It'd be damn near negligible. Yeah. Yeah, which again, though, density is because of electrostatics, but something can't have density without electrostatic charge, the attractive force holding it together. But yeah, it would be like damn near negligible for sure. Like, because the density of that object relative to the air is that equilibrium being set, like the force that comes from that, the buoyant force, is so much stronger than electrostatics, bro. Like, it's significantly stronger, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because the claim is just that it exists. That's all the claim is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how strong it is. Because
Awesome.
a lot of flat earthers say it doesn't exist, bro. That's the problem. Like, a lot of flat earthers say that it's just density equilibrium, density disequilibrium, and it is not, bro, because we know something else is there. So that's very ignorant to just turn your head to it. And I've obviously had people try to intimidate me away from saying this for a few years. I think they've kind of put together that's obviously not going to happen.
So if asked what disproves specific gravity in nature without any man-made objects included, it would be maybe bumblebees.
Yeah, bumblebees, spider ballooning, beetles. There are certain beetles that do the same thing, and lightning. And of course, it doesn't. See, this is the catch-22 here. You don't have to debunk specific gravity and replace it with electrostatics, because specific gravity or density disequilibrium is intrinsically electrostatic itself.
Okay, so for example, just say you had a cruise ship floating on the ocean and you remove electrostatics from it, nothing would really change in that situation, specifically because of because it's such a big object.
You can't remove it though. So you can't remove it. That's the problem. It's always.
No, but it wouldn't be testable or provable scientifically, would it?
Okay, so if you're saying scientifically, as in it has to be a naturally occurring phenomena, you're going to have to look at bumblebees and stuff like that. But here, I'll say it like this. So if it's just density disequilibrium, then let's do an experiment. Okay, so the apple falls off the tree, right? The classic. Okay, well, the apple's more dense in the air. It's seeking equilibrium.
Mm-hmm.
Apple. You can't.
Everything good just cut out for me. Sorry, Witsit. Can you say that one more time? Flagging.
I don't know if I'm roboting, but it's just the apple itself is electrostatic. So you can't invoke one scientific demonstration in all the world to show density disequilibrium without simultaneously invoking electrostatics, because all matter is electrostatic. So every time someone brings up a scenario, they're strengthening my argument, ironically.
Okay, so in the natural world, without any man-made objects, what would, so besides bumblebees, what would discredit relative density?
Part of my claim. Relative density, you can't have density without electrostatics. So it's like name anything. The egg falls, the apple falls, the orange falls. Because when you're talking about natural phenomena, you're going to talk about something natural. But it's like that density disequilibrium is electrostatic.
Yeah, but the bumblebee or the rock or the tennis ball sitting at the bottom of the medium would never, ever, ever move unless an external force acted on it, which would be the energy of the bee flapping its wings.
Well,
I'm sorry. My internet cut out for everything you said then.
I think it's me too. I can't hear it either.
It might be me. Sorry. Anyway, I don't want to just keep going in circles. It's very simple. Everything that exists that's material is electrostatic. And the bumblebee is just an example of electrostatics overcoming density because it's stronger. And that's a rare case where there's so much electrostatics that it overcomes density. But that's rarely the case. But it doesn't matter, and it doesn't have to be the case, because everything that seeks equilibrium based on its density is electrostatic. If the beach ball goes up from the bottom of the pool, the beach ball is electrostatic, and so is the water. If you put an egg in water and add salt, changing the density and making it float or go down, everything involved, the water, egg, and salt, are electrostatic. Therefore, electrostatics is objectively a variable involved in equilibrium. It's just
so what you're So what you're basically saying is that most things operate under buoyancy and density, but electrostatics is what creates the up and down vector?
It is a variable, yeah. It's what sets the initial up and down. And like what gives you density is electrostatics. Right? So it's like the way that you would prove it, okay, like if that's true, then that means that if you manipulate electrostatics, you should be able to make things go up or down. Well, you literally can do that. So just like with the egg, you can manipulate the density and make it go up or down. Right? So you prove that density of an object relative to the density of the medium make things go up or down. You proved that. Well, if you manipulate electrostatics, things will float. So you've proven that electrostatics makes things go up or down. So it's not either or, right? It's both. So I'm not like refuting density disequilibrium. I'm refuting the claim that's all that's at play, because that's objectively not true. Unless you can find a piece of matter that's not electrostatic, and I'll go ahead and let you know that doesn't exist. Whether it's an insulator, so it can be glass, rubber, wood, all of it's electrostatic, right? And the only thing that people can invoke that isn't electrostatic is they can try to talk about like a neuron, which is pseudoscience, subatomic scale, right? That's just pseudoscience. All matter that exists, all of it is electrostatic. Well, what if we put it in a Faraday cage? Well, there's no Faraday cage that exists that can attain zero. There's still some there. It just cuts out as much charge as possible. What if I ground something? It still has electrostatic potential. Everything does. Right? So there's just no way around it. It shouldn't be something Flat Earth is scared of. We shouldn't be scared of anything, because the Earth is reality. It's not the Earth is flat. It's not flat Earth. It's just the Earth. Reality is reality. Whatever is here, we should just acknowledge it. We have no need to lie. We have no need to hide from things. We have the truth on our side. We should just acknowledge what is, and that's all there is to it.
Hey, Ryan, what do you think about that?
I think even in a globe model, neutrons, for example, are electrically neutral, but that's because technically, I'm just talking about what the globe posits. Even neutrons are created by charged quarks, theoretically. So there is really no matter that's electrically neutral.
Yeah, correct. And even like quote unquote neutral, it has what's called electrostatic potential. So it's like there's a resting resonance or resting potential in everything. So yeah. Anyway, I have to go put together my stream room, but I love you guys. It's been nice chatting.
Yeah. Where'd you go?
Take care, Witsit.
Thanks for popping in, man. Appreciate
Django, you're asking a lot about cruise ships. One thing about electrostatics and cruise ships, for example, electrostatics is what makes it so that the water can't just arbitrarily pass through the whole of the ship randomly. The fact that the water doesn't pass through the whole of the ship randomly is because of electrostatics. So the idea is you have the whole of the ship itself is, of course, much, 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 much heavier. The idea is you have the whole of the ship going down, and water can't go through that because of electrostatics. And then you have the air inside the ship being compared to the water outside of the ship.
Yeah, but the overall of the ship is more buoyant than the overall of the water that the ship is sitting in. As simple as that.
If you take ship hull plus air inside and take the density of the two of them combined, that's less dense than the water, which is why it would float. But for example, if you take a hose and a pump and you start filling the inside of the ship with water, it'll sink eventually, because you're increasing the density. And then it becomes water plus ship versus water. And the water plus ship is obviously more dense than the water.
Yeah, exactly what I'm talking about. It just comes down to the makeup of the object in regards to the makeup of the medium that the object is in, and the object in the medium will always have an equilibrium point until that equilibrium is messed with by an external force, and until then that object in equilibrium will remain static.
I completely agree. Yeah. And so talking about like, what if we took out electrostatic force and wanted to just look at density? Density is not a force. It's caused by electrostatics and whatnot, forces, whatever forces you want to point at. It has to be caused by forces of density, not force.
Buoyancy is a force, though.
Yes, buoyancy is a force. So buoyancy, for example, that kind of stuff. If you just take out electrostatics all of a sudden, everything would go to shit. It would, yeah.
It's funny that
everything would cease to exist if you took out electrostatics, right? Because all intermolecular bonds are inherently electrostatic. So that's what Whitsitt was trying to say, and what I think maybe Lumpy are kind of glossing over and not understanding is that all matter is made up of molecules, right? And all of the molecules coalesce together due to their electrostatic charge. And you can't inherently remove electrostatics from matter. It's a necessary property of matter. It's how matter
but the elements of the object that are made up of have specific elements. If they're all made up of lead, then they're going to have a specific density. It depends on what elements the object that we're speaking about is going to be made from.
Right. Yeah, density plays a factor in everything, like what you're talking about, right? Specific gravity, relative density, like, yes, that obviously takes place. But what Whitsitt is trying to say is you can never remove electrostatics from that equation. It's always inherent because you're talking about material things, which matter is comprised of molecules which are stuck together by an electrostatic bond.
Yeah, exactly. But do you think if I drop a baseball, okay, let's just say I drop a lead baseball into the 500 meters worth of water, it's going to sink at the same speed the whole way down.
Assuming the density of the water stays the same, yeah, it would.
It's a long way.
What's your point?
Oh, bro, you never heard of the ocean under the ocean?
Yeah, the super salient water.
I've seen videos of the ocean under the ocean.
Then it's amazing. Yeah, then maybe so. First of all, the water, of course, has a density gradient, but like even the oceans under the ocean, maybe you can imagine it sinks to the bottom. Maybe that ocean under the ocean is enough to support your lead baseball, which I don't want to play in that baseball game.
I mean, me neither. I'm out.
Maybe Batman can.
Yeah, Batman can do it. No, I'll just have a vodka. It'll be fine. But still, one example in nature. One example in nature of relative density not working correctly. Bumblebees was Whitsitt's answer. Bumblebees, I don't know shit about bumblebees and how bumblebees work, so maybe that's a debunk, but there's got to be more than that.
Yeah, the globe Earth explanation for bumblebees, by the way, is that their wings create a special kind of pressure vortex in front of them, which lets them fly.
Oh wow, how profound! Right. It's like saying, how does an airplane fly? Oh, differential pressure.
Oh no! I just want to know of one example in nature where specific gravity doesn't compensate for Newtonian gravity, because Einsteinian gravity is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm still not sure why there's a density of water in the ocean as you go down, a gradient. I mean, not a density. Why there's a gradient of density?
Yeah, no, I think if you drop a lead sinker into the ocean, it falls at the same rate until it hits the bottom.
No, it definitely gets more dense.
There's
unless anyone has any information
in the water.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, okay, so do you think if you drop a lead sinker into the water, at the top of the water, it's going to fall at a different rate than if it's 50 meters down?
Probably you wouldn't be able to measure it too closely, but yeah, it would. It would.
Because of the pressure of the water? How
the
so?
pressure does increase. The density does increase.
How would that affect the fall rate of the object falling through the medium that has the exact same texture?
I could tell you. Homie Holmes. So
I don't know. Trust me, I'm not like trying to argue with you guys. I'm just trying to ask.
Yeah, great.
I don't know shit.
Right. So someone offered you to answer you, and rather than letting them answer, you just caveated it.
No. I'd love them to answer. Who said that, by the way? Who just said that?
That was the idea is, imagine, like, do you agree that the denser, like the pressure of water increases as you go down?
Yeah, I'm asking if you drop a marble in a swimming pool, and does the marble change in its rate of drop if the swimming pool is like 50 meters, 100 meters deep?
Yeah.
And is there any scientific evidence to back that up? That's all I'm asking. I'm not.
So
I don't even know myself. I'm just asking. So.
I get your question. So you agree pressure of the water increases as you go down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it becomes more dense. The water becomes more dense as you go down.
Mm-hmm.
The water will become more dense as you go deeper.
Yeah, but it'll still be the same consistency. Is there any experiment that would show like a lead sinker slowing down or something like that as it sinks deeper in water?
You can actually, hold on. I saw up above in the voice chat stream a picture that was perfectly describing this. It was the picture of the graduated cylinder with like 15 different fluids in it, and there was like a dice in it. There was a picture with like a bunch of different fluids. Yeah, a bunch of different fluids with the relative density, and there were some objects floating in the middle of it. Where is it? The idea was, though, there was this graduated cylinder with a bunch of different density of objects, and there was like a die floating right in the middle of it. And the idea is, you can imagine this graduated cylinder as like a super dramatic version of the fact that water gets denser as you go down. And the idea is, if you drop something, it'll start at the top being less dense, and it'll sink through it, or more dense, it'll sink through it. But as you go down and water kind of matches that density, it might find some kind of equilibrium point where it becomes as dense as the water, and it'll stop sinking.
So basically, if you get mercury, you can float an anvil. Can you get deep enough in regular water that an anvil will start floating?
Yeah.
Let's see. Density of water at ocean. At bottom of ocean is what I'm looking at.
Sink to the bottom, and it's going to sit there.
So, Brian, your claim that density of the water increases with depth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if I was to acquire water from what depth and bring it up and compare it with water from the surface of the ocean, where would I see a difference in weight on a scale if the volume that I acquire is the same?
It's still water. If you bring it up, then it'll match the density of all the water around it. You have to measure the density of the water at the bottom.
So it's pressure. So the density that you speak of is based on the pressure, not of the water itself. The water is inherently denser at the bottom.
Yeah. By the way, this is unrelated. I've been here a while. Would it be possible to get like a globe skeptic or like on the fence kind of role, possibly? I have a picture I want to post.
Hey, Roro has been so cool for hours and hours and hours. Maybe a valued role, if anyone's cool enough to give him a valued role. I think he's been pretty cool for hours now.
No, he's been great. He's been great. He can get the rules. Let me just 1 second.
Yeah, I have a picture I want to post.
Rolls are up to
Showing
the
actual-
moderators. If you want to DM me the picture, I can post it for you.
Who just said that?
Thanks, Jamesy. That's
Napalm.
good. Picture perms or whatever. Been here for 4 years.
The napalm. Let's see. So actually, it looks like the picture it'll post for me looks like actually there's kind of a limit to density as you go down. Density does increase for a while, but it seems there's kind of a cutoff point where it stops becoming more dense. So actually, looks like it'll keep going down to the bottom. It's kind of interesting that it seems there's a cutoff point of the density there.
Oh, doesn't that make sense?
There we go. Yeah, so you just posted in the voice text channel. Seems as you go down, it does increase a little bit, but not really.
It's because it's water. It's because of the structure of water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't compress it past a certain limit.
Yeah, and your density is caused by compression.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it seems for the first 1,000 meters, you'll have a tiny, tiny change in the speed as the relative density, the difference between the two densities becomes smaller. But
okay,
for the most part, it seems in the end it'll go down.
Okay, but
what would that have to do with gravity?
At what point? But at what point do those things become aqua dynamics and not what you're talking about?
What do you mean?
Aqua dynamics? You don't know what that is?
I mean, I know it's the.
You know what aerodynamics are?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how things fly through the air.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yes, I know aquadynamics are.
Okay, so it's very simple. It's a very simple concept. So aquadynamics is how things fly basically through the water.
Yeah.
Because
I think the idea is we're just dropping a ball and letting it sink in a straight line. Kind of.
Based on their shape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you drop like something like a wheel, it goes in a direction. I think the idea
you guys are getting
a round ball. We're dropping just a round ball.
Yeah. So what you guys are getting at but not saying is there's only so much available space. Once you take up all that space, the compressibility of the object, there's no more space for it to compress into, and it's just bumping against itself. And so therefore it can't get any denser at that place.
Makes sense, yeah. So the original question was, would it slow down in speed as it went down? It seems for the first 1,000 meters, density of the water increases a tiny bit. And so it would slow down a tiny bit, but not really.
Yeah.
Hey,
and you wouldn't be able to observe.
Real quick, Radio, you have perms now. Just make sure whenever you post something, it's related to the server topics and stuff, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Ryan, can we talk about NASA?
Maybe.
We're going to bludgeon NASA now the rest of the way.
On the legitimacy. What's your opinion on the legitimacy of NASA?
I'm after being on the server for a few weeks, I'm very undecided. As old dude said, "Fuck NASA."
So, do you think that we landed on the moon?
I don't know.
Sure. Good answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you looked into it? Have you ever looked into whether we did or whether we didn't?
Yeah, the past couple weeks I've been looking at all this kind of stuff.
Okay, hold on though. We all know we didn't land on the moon. We're not included in the group.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to be more specific. So for example, you could say humans landed on the moon, right? And you could also believe that the moon landings that we've been given are fake. You could hold both propositions to be true simultaneously. Mm-hmm. So in other words, what they showed us was a gray op, right? And what they really did is something secret. That's a position one could hold.
Okay, yep. Whoa, just weird happened in the. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know. It'll take me a while to get on that train because I've been hearing it all my life, and so that'll be.
I'll put it to you like this, my friend. I'll put it to you like this.
Okay.
The evidence that they presented for the moon landing is absolute hot pile of garbage. Okay. Mm-hmm. Many people have recognized this fact that it's a total trash. Now, many of those people believe that we quote unquote landed on the moon, and other of them believe that nobody ever landed on the moon. But both of those terms agree that the evidence presented from NASA is a pile of hot trash. And they're not flat earthers, by the way. They believe in the moon. They believe the moon is where they say it is. One group thinks that they landed on the moon, but the evidence presented is fake, right? So it's obviously some kind of covert up. And the publicized stuff is a snow job. And the other people believe that it's a snow job, but we never landed there. Right? So there's all kinds of permutations you can go. But in my opinion, and I think anybody with a rational sense, like you show these videos of what supposedly happened on the moon, and they look fake to the level of retardation. It's like if you believe they're true, like I'm scratching my head of your faculties. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this lunar lander bologna sandwich, right? Where it looks like a firecracker goes off. It looks like a scale model with a child's firecracker dust put on it. And then it looks like it's being pulled by a string. And that's just what it looks like. Like, it does not look like something that's actually happening. It looks like completely contrived. And that's just the impression I get from it.
Yep. Yeah, I've definitely seen lots of GIFs and videos shown to me here that have made me question all that.
So let me ask you a question, Ryan, as an aspiring PhD physics student.
Okay.
When you first came into the idea of this server, right? You first heard about this and heard about a community of people who are putting forth certain ideas.
I know where you're going.
At any point, did you hear the community be called anti-scientific?
I'll answer you better than that. The reason I found this server is because the link here was posted to Troll. It was posted here on my physics Discord server for my school, and some people I know wanted to come troll here, and they trolled, and they're all long gone, and I just wanted to talk.
Right, yeah, so there is an idea that people of a specific mindset or people that have questioned the globe are in some way, shape, or form science deniers. After you've been here for a while, do you find that statement rings true, or do you find it almost the exact opposite of that?
No, I'm very impressed at how at how scientifically you guys deal with everything. It's not just throwing claims out there, but you actually understand a lot of the theories. Which is why I stayed so long. If you guys were if your entire argument was we see that the Earth is flat and NASA is fake, that wouldn't have convinced me.
Yeah, that's about how it works.
You shouldn't be convinced from coming in the server one time and listening to us. If you turned around and said, "Oh, I think the Earth's flat," you'd be an idiot. We've literally just shown you some things that you might not have thought about before, and now you can go and investigate it for yourself with an open mind. We're not trying to make you think, oh, well, all of a sudden you're like, oh, wow, yeah, I'm a flat earther. That's not what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you continue telling me that a bunch of times over a long period of time, just because if you go onto a beach and just look and you visually see no curve, well, yeah, of course. According to the globe model, it's huge, so you wouldn't just go onto a beach and just see a curve. But you guys go deeper than that. You don't just do that. You do math and you do science and you do experiments to see things.
You can go to the beach and see that it's not curved, though.
Yeah, but you would never.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you wouldn't see the curve though either.
Well,
No,
you
you
should be able to
well, they
see
said
boats
you wouldn't see
going
the
over the
curve.
horizon at 3 miles. If you're a 6 foot approximate person, you should be able to see boats going over the horizon at approximately 3 miles, unless terrestrial refraction exists.
Yeah, I've seen that math and I've checked it myself too. Yeah, that's what I mean. The math is good.
There should be a drop over. There should be a drop. I'm speaking. There should be a drop over distance at the beach from shore to shoreline. From shoreline to shoreline, there should be a drop over distance that would be measurable, observable. That's where you're wrong. You would be able to see 15, 16 feet of drop in 5 miles with the binoculars. Yes, you could see that easily. And you could see therefore, if you are seeing the shoreline, in other words, waves breaking on a shoreline 5 miles away, zooming into that shoreline, it should be 16.67 feet of drop. Then there's no drop in that distance then. So you can do that and you would be able to see that. Now at the Black Swan, 67 feet of drop. Mm-hmm. That would be visible. Yes. Those things are anchored to the floor bottom.
You misunderstood me. Sorry. I'll say I explained it badly. I don't mean not seeing curve like that. I mean literally like looking left to right and seeing like a fisheye lens kind of curving to the side.
Well, you should be. If you see boats going over the edge like a towel roll, it would be a towel roll then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is basically, if the argument was, look, it's not flat with your eyes, and then end of story, that wouldn't be convincing. Yeah. But what I'm saying is you guys do really well because you go farther than that. You do math, you do measure distances, you say a globe would predict this, and that's not what we see. You falsify that.
Right. Because there's an X and Y coordinate. You know, a lot of us were machinists and mechanics and construction professionals and architects and, you know, things like that here. Mm-hmm. Right. So, yeah, we could, as far as geometry goes, I think most people that come in don't have the knowledge that we do collectively. It's an amazing amount just of geometry and mathematics, but spatial reasoning, things like that. Perspective.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the original question was, did I think you guys were into science originally?
Black Swan? One more time.
If you want to post it for me, I've memorized the picture. I've seen it 50 times here.
A different explanation. It's about the explanation. It's not about the picture.
Okay.
If someone, I don't have it here on my computer.
What did you want to explain about it? Do you remember?
Yeah. So okay, basically, if the height of the camera is approximately 1 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, doesn't make a difference really. Then, according to the geometry of the globe Earth, the horizon should be about 1.22 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're seeing the horizon well over 10 miles away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand the Black Swan idea. I checked the math on myself, and I agree it's not.
Yeah. So, what do you think the purpose of the Black Swan argument is?
To disprove the curve.
Well, not necessarily. It's to disprove the radius of your Earth. So, do you realize if you live on a globe Earth that's the size that you're told it is, the geometric horizon must be 1.22 miles away from a 1 foot observer from the coastline. It must be.
Yes, 1.225 times the square of the observer's height. I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So we can see the horizon past the oil rig that's over 10 miles away easily. We can see it in many videos. Okay, so do you think that if someone was on the shore without a camera, with a sniper rifle, or something like that, they would shoot a bullet and it would just go straight through the visual illusion, magical oil rigs that you can see them touching the ground. You can see them touching the water. Do you think that those are really there, or do you think that those are visual illusions?
I'll revise the question a little bit, because sniper rifles have a maximum range of under a mile probably. But we'll take, for example, a missile that follows it. But anyway, and I remember talking about this earlier, and do I think they are really there? Like I said when I was talking earlier, the light that comes into your eyes, wherever it comes from, is the light that comes into your eyes, and so you see what you see. If it came on a curved path,
if you shoot at what you see, will it cause physical damage, or is what you are seeing a visual illusion due to terrestrial refraction?
Another way of asking it is, do you have any logical reason to doubt that they're not where you see them to be?
Do I have any logical reason to doubt where? Just looking at them, no. Of course, no, not at all. Of course not.
Cool.
Yep, I agree. The standard conclusion is that things are flat. You shouldn't conclude from the start that that's a globe.
Remember, you see the Earth is flat. When I climb to the top of Mount St. Helens or look out an airplane window, I see the Earth is flat. And I feel it is stationary, perfectly flat and stationary, except for, very few times that an earthquake happens. And so I just want to point out our base axiom of knowledge to begin with, not the ultimate knowledge, but just to begin with. We know it is flat and stationary, and that's what we know until we have a direct measurement of curvature, demonstrating it to be a ball, or a direct measurement of axial rotation, demonstrating it to be spinning. We observe it, we feel it as stationary, and we observe the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by. So, as far as you know, it's flat and stationary until you have direct evidence to the contrary.
Yep, I agree.
And if you ever find that, bring it here, because I'd want to see it.
Yeah, I imagine so. I heard from a friend that apparently if you go to Santa Cruz and look at Monterey, that you get a nice view of, as he described it, said looks like the water comes up in the middle of the land far away, so it looks like water and then land or something. I don't know. I understand his explanation very well, but basically, I have a destination. I want to try to go to Santa Cruz and look at Monterey, see what I see how far away it is, see what it looks like, check things.
Do you live in California?
Yep.
Yeah, me too. I live right by the water here in San Diego. Pretty close anyway. Yeah. There's a lot of great places. It really doesn't matter where you are on the coast. All you need to find is a little inlet somewhere. Maybe where a river comes out. Where I don't know what area you're at, but there's rivers all going the east-west flowing rivers from the coastal ranges. Anyway, there's lots of places you can go see across water here. So. There's numerous black swans anywhere along the coast. On most days, actually.
I just need to find a day.
Right, Ryan.
I just need to find a day to go to the coast.
Ryan, would you believe that there's pictures, photographs of the globe Earth from space?
Loaded question. I don't know. Yeah, I'm still excited on all the NASA stuff.
Okay.
Yep.
So you were talking about your friends, Ryan, and previously you mentioned that you came into the server initially with some friends to troll. Have you reiterated any of this topic to your friends? Maybe not directly referencing to the flat Earth topic, but have you questioned any of your friends a little bit further on certain aspects of this argument?
Oh, I've played devil's advocate for so many people in the last month. Last night, I was doing it to my research advisor, playing devil's advocate on some of this stuff. Asked him how to prove gravity. I was curious if he had anything.
What was his answer?
I don't remember, but he didn't say anything much of value.
Was it as simplistic as what you learn in grade school? Just drop a ball.
Yeah, that's right. That's what he said. Yeah.
Did he hold up like his car keys and drop them and say, "Boom, gravity"?
He basically how the conversation went was, it was really stupid. Basically, the conversation went was, he said, just drop things, they fall. And I said, okay, but why do they fall? Like, how do we know they fall? Like, what is gravity? And he's like, well, this is stupid. And the conversation ended.
Wait a minute. Did you ask him what experiment proved gravity?
He asked
I didn't even get that far.
Yeah, he just asked him for proof of gravity. Yeah.
I see. Okay, right. So you should really get your friends up to par with their pseudoscience religious practices. Like, you could be the one that could give them the information they need on their own pseudoscience.
Yeah, and you would think you would think when you're talking to a research assistant in a PhD program at a university in the field of physics, they would have a better answer, wouldn't you?
Oh, I said the research advisor. He's like 50 years old. Even better for you. So he's been in the field for a long time, and yeah, he didn't have a better answer. But at the same time, also, I think he just kind of alt F4'd out of the conversation.
Why do you think he kind of skirted around the conversation?
For him, he was so convinced of it that he thought attempts to try to kind of say, how do you prove gravity? What experience prove gravity? He thought those kind of questions were silly because he was so convinced of it already. No worth of reconsidering it.
Right. Shouldn't the field of science constantly be questioning and even re-questioning that in which they may find as a fundamental to their belief?
Yep.
Do you find that tends to be the case within physics department, or is it mainly just a teaching of what is alleged to be known? Now, don't get me wrong, it's not that I disagree with physics.
Yeah. I think when it comes to flat Earth, people are very close-minded. Yeah.
Wait a minute. That we're close-minded?
Oh,
no. People are.
University, they're extremely close-minded.
Yeah, so I'm surprised. So he didn't even mention like the red shift, blue shift thing. Wasn't it Hubble or something that a lot of people are quoting that as, a proof after the fact of gravity, of Einstein's equations? Isn't that true? Isn't that what they use, the red shift, blue shift? It proves gravity after the fact without an independent control variable.
Nothing proves gravity. What we do is basically we create gravity as a model, and we try to make predictions with it. We test the predictions, and when the predictions keep confirming it for a lot of the cases, and sometimes they don't, but you just keep building on that model.
But at the end of the
course,
day,
that doesn't prove
you're just reconfirming a model, a presupposition that you have in your mind in the first place, though, right?
Mm-hmm. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
So gravity says that the downward bias of 9.81.
A bias towards the center of the Earth.
Yeah, it says there's a downward bias. Are you aware of any downward bias that's provable, that's been measured?
There is no down on a globe Earth. It's towards the center.
Okay, so if you're on the globe Earth and you get a video camera and you zoom out really, really far and you zoom in on the top, you're gonna have buildings one way, and then you're gonna zoom back in on the bottom of the Earth. You're gonna have buildings upside down.
What? Sorry.
So if you're on a globe Earth and you take a spaceship and you go out really far and you zoom in, you're going to see buildings upright, facing upward, or people.
Okay.
And you're going to, and then you could zoom in on the bottom of the Earth, and you're going to have upside down airplanes, and you're going to have upside down people and upside down buildings, and you're going to have waterfalls, and you're going to have mountains where the water's flowing upward.
You mean so you're in a spaceship, right? And let's say you're up in the north and you're looking at things and everything's all right, and you got into the south. Do you mean like the spaceship goes around the Earth to the south, to the bottom of the Earth, right?
Okay, so the people on the globe say everywhere you're standing on the globe is upright. Okay, so that's absolute bullshit, because if you take a space probe, whatever the fuck you want to call it, take a GoPro camera, anything, okay, and you go away from the Earth and then you zoom back in again, you're gonna see upright buildings on the top. You're going to see planes upside down on the bottom of the Earth, correct?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So there's no everywhere's not up on the Earth. Everywhere's not upright on the globe Earth, correct? That's ridiculous.
Like I said, there is no down. It's towards the center.
So if I
there is no down.
And I take a spaceship and I fly away from the Earth and I zoom in on the bottom, I'm going to see upside down buildings.
Yes.
And then if I zoom in on the top, I'm going to see upright buildings.
Yes.
You're missing his
about
point.
the same thing.
Yeah.
Django, you're describing it appearing upside down. Rai is correct in the paradigm. There really is no down. It's just toward the center. There is no up or down. You both okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their feet. Your feet are complete. Your feet are facing each other. There's no up or down. That's dumb.
Yeah, I mean, in the globe model, it's all towards the center.
Who said that's not dumb? Right there. Who said that?
Who said what? Just now?
Okay, so if you're on the globe Earth and you take a freaking GoPro and you fly away from the Earth and you zoom in on the Earth, you're going to see people upright on the top, and you're going to see people upside down on the bottom.
Yes.
And Django, within their paradigm, up and down is only within reference to the center of the sphere.
Does that disregard what I just said?
For you and I,
that's not what you're saying. You both are saying facts. You just keep missing it.
Right.
Yeah.
For you and I,
same thing.
Okay, so on their bullshit model, everything's upright. Everything's
It's all relative. It's all relative. Everyone's seen. Sorry.
On their bullshit model, if you're standing on the top, you're standing on the top. In reality, if you zoom out, there's people upside down and there's people upright. Correct?
Okay. But time out. So
that's how it would appear. That's what you're describing. That's how it would appear.
Yeah,
Django. That's how it would appear. So yes, you're correct in saying that. Yes, it would appear that way.
Obviously.
Yeah, it's important when you're arguing this kind of stuff. You want to be able to understand the globe model properly, because if you explain the globe model incorrectly to a person who believes in the globe model, they'll disregard everything else you have to say, unfortunately. And yes, we would.
Okay,
if you go out the GoPro,
sorry, hold on a second.
It would look like that.
Just give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know the speed. You didn't know the speed the Earth was spinning. You didn't know how fast it was spinning around the sun. You didn't know any of the absolute basics of the globe model to begin with. You didn't know anything.
I don't think I need to.
It's like I'm talking to a baby about the globe Earth to begin with. You've got to admit that. You don't even know how fast it was spinning.
No, I don't memorize numbers. I don't memorize numbers.
But I gave you, when I said that, I didn't say, you didn't get it wrong by a few thousand miles. You got it wrong by hundreds and thousands of miles. You just you didn't have any idea at all. You don't have any idea of the model that you're defending.
No, I don't memorize numbers. I
don't memorize numbers is the most bullshit excuse ever. Okay, if you're
Django,
what are we on about right now?
I don't know, Django.
Gregory, you're trying to defend the globe model or what?
No,
what are we on about right now? What are you doing?
Yeah, Django, you're conflating two different things, right? So if you're talking about the globe model, you have to understand that in the context of the globe model, Down is in reference to the center of a sphere. So when you say if you go away from the Earth, you'll see things up at the top and down, facing downwards at the bottom. That's saying absolutely nothing to a glober because they believe that down is towards the center of a sphere. Now, you and I would agree that up is up and down is down.
Seriously, hold on for a second. Picture this. Okay, you're on the globe Earth. You have a spaceship. You travel away from the globe Earth, and then you zoom into the top of the globe Earth with a camera, and you see buildings facing upright. And then you take the same camera and you zoom into the bottom, and you see planes and ships and buildings upside down. How is that incorrect?
Oh, this is absolutely true. Okay. You're letting emotions getting the better of you, sir. That's all.
Somebody here is missing the point, and it's not me.
No, it's fine.
Fuck.
We agree.
Who disagrees with what I just said?
Everyone.
No, your emotions are getting the better of you. That's all. That's all.
That has never been demonstrated. So what you're talking about is a complete hypothetical. The point that the previous guy was trying to make to you is about the reference to the center being down. So if you say at the bottom it's upside down, that's also incorrect. It's actually in their model right side up. It's just in relation to the center of the Earth that everywhere is right side up.
Solar, I know you very well. If you took a probe from Australia and you took it out into
Listen, no one's battling. Listen, no one's battling with what you've repeated 4 times. Yes, if you move away, you will, from a visual perspective, there will be the top of the sphere and the bottom of the sphere. No one is struggling with this concept except you in relation to down being toward center.
No, I think he gets
that as well. I have a way of saying this to him that he might understand. So I think what they're trying to say is, if you're going to say the words on a globe Earth, people in Australia are upside down, that they're saying that's what you should say instead, is to be a little more accurate. On a globe Earth, in that hypothetical scenario, people in Australia relative to where I am are upside down. I think they're trying to say you should say that to be a little more specific and clear.
If you want to argue that my feet aren't facing your feet, then you have some problems. That is the globe Earth model. My feet are facing your feet if I'm on the opposite side of the Earth. Fuck.
Yeah, so I guess we both get it. So let's move on.
Yeah, we understand the concept. we understand it. You and I
really did not get it after all this time.
Yeah, Django, you and I agree that my feet and your feet are both facing the same direction in reality. But within the globe paradigm, that isn't the case because they consider down as a reference towards the center of this imaginary ball that doesn't exist. So.
Okay, I'm going to start asking it this way. That I'm going to start. Django. I started. Talking, sorry. Hey, so then I'll start. I was talking. I'm sorry, I was talking before you. Don't interrupt, please. Thanks. Anyway, I don't know if you heard me. Do you have my volume down or something?
No, you're good, bro.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks. So what I'm going to start asking is, then what is their position in relationship to the spin?
What spin?
And then we'll get the answer, Django. Then you'll get the answer you want. Ask them where they are at the side of the globe, down at the bottom, let's say somewhere below the equator like you are. What is his position in relationship to the plane of the spin?
Okay, Sonny, all I'm saying is, okay, let's
I want to make sure you understand what I said, though.
I completely understand, Sonny. If you completely... Let me explain myself real quickly. If you freeze the globe Earth, freeze the globe Earth, it's not spinning anymore. You take a probe, you zoom out, you're going to have...
Okay, you're doing it again. You're doing it again, dude. We got it.
I know all this shit. I'm not saying that. I was just making a statement to clarify for you because they're saying, oh, okay, down is only to the center of the ball. I'm saying, okay, you'll get the answer you want if you just go, what is their position in relationship to the spin, the angle of the spin? Okay, so if the spin is at a horizontal, then if you're down below that, then you're antipodal in some way in relationship to the spin. They want to divert away by saying down is the center of the ball. Fuck that shit. Like, we all know up is up for everyone all at the same time, everywhere. Up is the same direction. The sky is always up. The ground is always down for everyone at the same time. That's what you need to start asking. Got to be more specific. That's all.
Yeah, look. All I was saying is, hypothetically, if the Earth was a globe, pause it, take a probe, zoom out. You could zoom in on the top, zoom in on the bottom. You're going to have shit upright. You're going to have shit upside down. That's absolutely impossible. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Why are we still talking about this? We got that.
I don't know. I'm out. I'm gonna see you guys later.
All right, dude.
Okay. See ya. Thanks for all the talks.
That was ridiculous and unnecessary.
Yeah. I just stopped in because I wanted to post this video and it's cool. It's like if you did this with this and this happens, like good and bad food and shit like that. It's very cool. So I'll try to explain it to my brother.
I apologize, guys. I apologize.
You got no trouble. It's fine. It's fine.
Taking that guy away.
But I'll try and explain this to my brother about coffee. Is like because he drinks a lot of coffee, and basically, if it's got a lot coffee should sink in water, basically. And if it's got loads of additives in it, just watch the video. Some bit shoot. I just stopped in. I thought you'd enjoy that, guys. Anyway.
What is it?
Do me a favor, and I'm having a problem with my profile. Would you help me out and just uninstall and reinstall the Uber app?
Just do it.
Booby, I said help me, please.
Gregory, you're hot
mic. Tell me to do this.
You're hot mic, Gregory. Yeah.
Unless she wants us to help her with the Uber app.
Look, can I get my flat Earth brothers and sisters to educate me as a flat earther? If the Earth is a globe, and you were to take a probe away from the globe far enough, you should be able to zoom in if you had the equipment.
Yeah, listen, man. Listen, Django, I'm going to stop you. Django. No, not hold on. No, you got to stop. We already went through this like 6 times. We all understand this, what you're saying. Yes, we understand.
What's your malfunction?
Stop getting hung up on it. Stop getting hung up on it. It's not necessary. We all know what you're saying.
Okay, I would like to know what the problem is.
Man, the problem is you want to be quiet. So I'm not making me quiet. It's that simple. The end.
Couldn't take a hint. How many glasses of vodka have you had? How many glasses of vodka have you had already?
Yeah, that's what I kind of want to know myself. Like, I'm sorry.
Can I just
go ahead, so.
Holy crap!
That whole thing.
Don't
that
talk about it.
For us repetitively.
Don't talk about it.
Just I just want to summarize.
Move on. Okay. Okay. I guess you need to be muted too.
The word is called antipodal.
Yep, you get muted too. There you go. That's how it works.
Yeah, just want to come in.
Anybody else want to mention about it again?
Just to come into a totally unknown situation, I would like to mention as well about the thing that we're not. Beat me. Sorry.
Beep.
I'm just glad that everybody shut the fuck up. AI, you were trying to say?
Yeah, I was trying to say shut the F up.
Yeah, that's it.
Shit. I mean, it's entirely okay when someone puts a cap on it, right? When someone puts a cap on it, you don't snatch the cap off and try to put it on again.
That's what I'm saying.
Who's got a new topic so we can move on?
How do bugs fly upside down? No, just kidding.
Oh my goodness. All right, Sonny wants to get muted too. All right, let's see.
Okay, not. Anyway, moving right along. Once again, we're moving along over the flat plane. Let's see. Yeah, interesting conversation with the other guy. But we're not talking about that either. Talking about the plane that we are all living on.
I mean, did anybody grab those citations from QE about the horizontal plane that we navigate?
I
thought that was like
somewhere.
Yeah.
On my other login.
I'm about to grab those up.
Hey, that was a great conversation with the other guy. He said he's a physicist or something in the university, and he joined because a post on his university or something. They wanted to troll, so that was pretty cool.
I was trying to comment about that earlier when it came up. I was about to comment about it. That don't put down your trolls, man. They serve a purpose here. They bring it like trolls bring us more.
Is that some kind of a? Is that like a new kink or something?
Well, trolls bring us a lot of people in here, and then the previously trolls.
You're ruining the joke, Sonny.
What?
I was asking if that's a new kink.
I don't know, man.
What?
It's not a new
kink, Elijah? What kink, Elijah? The physicist that you just said. The physicist. Oh, fuck you guys.
What the fuck? What are you doing, man? Where are you
That's what Jimsy just said. He said physicist, and I thought it was some kind of sexual something.
No, but you always watching porn, so that's why you think it's sexual.
Yeah, you're trying to like.
That's true. Shit, I'm not gonna lie. That's my cross to bear right there. I'm trying to look. I'm trying. Okay, I really am. I've cried about it. And got down on my knees outside like I don't know, like a Ray J video or something.
Isn't it weird?
I really legitimately did.
Yeah, isn't it weird that way that we just are who we are? And some of the things I've cried about shit like that too, man. Believe me. You know, we all have. Who hasn't?
That's the good news. Just like up is always up at the same time for everyone on the plane.
Yeah.
We all have.
You want to cry real hard?
I cry too.
You want to cry the hardest you've ever cried before in your life?
Not really. Not again.
Well, I got you. You got to be really. You got to be. You got to have like a very, just a slither of compassion. There you go.
Yeah.
And then you'll cry more than you've ever cried in your life. Like, consider that there's a being who created everything. And then he created emotions and all that. Obviously, that's how we have them. Like, because it's part of the creation, the ability to feel. And it's like, what if he felt all this rejection all this time? What kind of pain and sorrow would that bring? How sad must the creator be if he was aware of how neglectful and rejectful we are towards the idea of him or her or it or whatever.
Yeah, you motherfuckers are weeping now, huh? Yeah, that's right. Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wouldn't describe a human emotion to that at all. But
Not
I love to hear you, like, anyway. I love to hear you talk about when we were talking about what were it the other day when everybody was banging on about ether. You came in and said the wisest thing of all. You just sort of mumbled your way and then went, I don't know, and then you just left. I thought that's the wisest thing anyone said.
And then I left.
You did. It just made me laugh. That's something I'd do, by the way, as well.
Who really knows? Sometimes
Think
you
of the
gotta
power.
really.
Think of the power of that. I don't know. You know, that's powerful. So don't underestimate an I don't know, because then you can start to really investigate a thing, can't you? So anyway.
Yeah, Eli, I wanted to add to that point you made about the rejection of God. It's the same way that if you've designed something and it's supposed to work in a certain fashion, then you hand it over to someone else and they start using it wrong. Think about how frustrated you are when someone's not using the tool for its intended purpose, and how much frustration God must feel knowing each of our purposes and watching us misuse the tool, like trying to use a hammer as a screwdriver or a screwdriver as a hammer.
Yes, it's a deep sadness trying to empathize with or sympathize with. I don't know which one it is.
Think of that compassion that there must be, like to look down on us and go, like, I made these creatures imperfect. Look how hard they struggle. They're so beautiful. Like, look at the calamity. Like, look at the joy and the sadness. Look at all these things that these beings that I put here in between heaven and earth. Now you're going to start crying.
Yeah, man. Good old Earth, huh?
That's why I choose to laugh, man, because listen, to those of us who have cried the hardest of anyone, like, I just don't want, like, it's not that I can't go into that realm, but once you've had that moment that you talked about, that existential crying out into whatever is out there, help me. You just have to give up. You win by surrendering. And that source is going to come in and lift us up. Crying yet? I'll stop. I found my old wetsuit. Yay. Yeah, baby. It still fits. Shit. That's fucking good news. Buoyant device. Yeah. I'm asking myself, why are you sitting inside your apartment downtown with your wetsuit on? Yeah. Okie dokie.
You're trying to sell if it still fits.
I'm gonna go use it today. Found my duck feet fins in my wetsuit, my fins. Roll on down to the water and jump in that H2O. And I haven't worn this since before Flat Earth. Wow. What a trip. Yeah, man. Full moon's coming up. I used to go to bonfires on the beach with hundreds of people, a drum circle on full moon on the beach. That's a freaking beautiful place.
Right. Yeah. So in the future, guys, don't put up with that kind of contention. Just nip it in the bud, move on, continue talking with the person who's being productive. Don't let some flat earther derail a conversation. There's a hierarchy for a reason. People are given logistical powers for a reason. Use them.
Yeah,
that's all I got to say about that. All right, what else topic we got? Oh, let's see if he'll tell us his bank card numbers. 75592. Dang it! I missed that last one. Did anyone get it?
Come on, AI. Your programming is glitching out on us. Should have had that number right away. Just kidding. I thought you were AI. Just joking.
Yeah, he's starting to behave like Google, trying to steal our information or whatever, take it and compile it.
Hilarious.
Yeah, sounded kind of boring in here.
So yellow floaty things on the lake. We can talk about that some more.
Hey, I actually had something kind of important I want to say. I think I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Especially because I was like, going to the park near my apartment and handing out these cards and talking to people about flat Earth while doing some exercising in the park. And it's that, I almost feel like with some people, globe believers, I think it's, it's good to just tell them the Earth is flat, but instead of just saying that the Earth is flat and stationary, but just describing the black swan, I think is a good way to wake people up, because they just need to really check two boxes in order for it to mean something to them. They need to, one, understand geometry, basic geometry, and they also need to be objective-minded. So even just without the picture, just simply describing the black swan, I think, to a lot of people is a good way to wake people up. Basically, in short, telling them, the horizon is much too far away at 1 foot observer height for the Earth to be the ball that they describe it to be.
Hello, Brother Elijah from the East.
No. Yo, Gregory. What up? What up?
How's it going?
I'm well, and you?
Same. Here to do it one more time. This
One
thing
more
we
game.
call life. Oh man, I saw someone refer to their birthday as a lap around the sun, and I never stopped cringing at it. Like, oh, more than that, I'm annoyed actually. I'm like, oh, you freaking slave. Which we all are, but I'm just saying.
Slave to someone. Either you're a slave to Lord Yahushua or the adversary. When Rai Rai was here, what topic were we trying to talk about?
Rai Rai World? That is Mariah the Scientist album title. Very beautiful girl.
Maria the Scientist.
Mariah the Scientist. Beautiful
Maria
girl, but Mariah. I said Maria wrong the first time. You just won't let it.
No.
They actually touch many topics, including no.
Do you recognize that user, Elijah? Earlier there was a user named RaiRai013.
No. Very few people I recognize.
I guess that puts me.
So right, they spoke about curvature, electrostatics, density, buoyancy, many topics. The guys did a great job speaking to him, and he's a cool guy. Great conversation, actually. It was a long one. They spent more than a couple hours talking to him. It was good. I listened for most of it. Since you asked, Gregory, you asked about the guy, right?
Yes.
He said he spoke to his theory advisor, like a 50-year-old, some researcher, theory researcher, and he asked him about, gravity and stuff, and the researcher said things go down, and he pressed him a little bit, and the researcher said that's just stupid, and he moved on. That was his proof for gravity. That's just stupid, asking questions about gravity.
So if that's a scholar in academia giving that kind of argument and with that level of smug confidence, then that demonstrates that there is a pervasive fallacy in yet another one, a pervasive fallacy in academia where people are not appreciating, they refuse to appreciate the distinction between their a priori theory and the a posteriori data. Like this is written on Wikipedia in the physics article, that there's a priori reasoning and a posteriori reasoning. And the a priori reasoning being the theory, which is supposed to correspond to the posteriori data, the empirical data being the substance with which you substantiate the a priori theory. To really conflate them as one and the same is just fallacious, and especially with doing it with that kind of smug confidence is entirely prideful.
And that's his job, actually. Question whatever theory, let's say gravity. He's a researcher. So I guess it's his job to maybe question even that, right? But he said, no,
Right, you're supposed
gravity,
to be a
it's stupid to question.
researcher.
He said it's stupid to question it. Oh, that's crazy.
It's stupid to question the very thing which is the essence of your job, sir. You know, so that demonstrates even the people whose job is to scrutinize everything don't scrutinize everything. They take some things for granted as unscrutinizable givens. But then you have to blast through that and start scrutinizing it. I mean, I am no one great. I'm not some scholar. I'm not some university graduate professional with all this prestige and blah, blah, blah. And then I have more sense than that. It is disreputable against them. Someone of my stature should not be able to detect that many fallacies, and you should not be so fallacy-ridden so as to be so thoroughly undermined by someone of much lower stature. It just demonstrates that these people are not above scrutiny. If they know so much, then they can withstand scrutiny. And when they demonstrate themselves to fail withstanding scrutiny, that exposes them as being lacking. And they're not really trying to seek the truth, or is not as dedicated as they make themselves seem. It's very easy to just preach that you seek the truth, as opposed to actually doing it.
Man, sounds boring. Why is it so boring in here? What's up?
I broke a nail.
You broke a nail.
On my finger.
Okay. Therefore boring. I see we need to science this. All right. Hypothesis. Broken nail. Boring live stream.
Wait a minute. You can't do it yet. Hold on. There's another possibility. How did your nail get so strong that it could break a nail? Your finger gets so strong that it could break a nail.
Oh, that's a good point.
That's a good point. The right nail polish? I thought you were talking about the kind of nail that you hit with a hammer at first. I thought you were making a birdhouse.
No, he said he broke the nail.
But you know, while we'll characterize some globe earthers as pretending, like we'll be like, "Are you serious?" Because that's the way they respond. Like people in real life, some people really don't understand. I don't know. The context is fucked up because they're always saying something like that, something that is totally not the obvious context. You know, the conversation.
You must be talking about me.
No, just in people in general. It's like, how did you get that? And it's like, well, you said, and I'm like, wow, but did you really think it was that?
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, we need to appreciate how bad the logic of the average person is. And they're really genuinely trying.
Mm-hmm.
That's like somebody genuinely trying to help you lift an SUV off of someone's it's like people don't inherently have the mental fortitude to think through some of this stuff. Like, and that's it's like, how do we can't fix any of this without addressing that first? And it's like all of this is like gunk and muck in the way of that being addressed. Because whenever we do bring up fallacies, they're like, no, I object. Okay, well, why? No. You know what I mean? It's like, well, that's the thing that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like that statement I made about breaking a nail on your finger, because I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but that is the same logic that the Globers will use. And when pointed out, usually that they're doing the same thing as that last ridiculous statement, then they say, no, it's not. And so only in that situation, the globe, Earth, unquote, are the ones, that particular topic is the one where they can completely escape from any reality at all.
But it's like expecting them to use a muscle group that they've never used before. Yeah. You can't expect someone to just run cross country in their first attempt.
Right.
It's the same with logic. It's actually a muscle group that, like you said, not many people spend any time working that muscle group these days.
We have to start where they are, and we need to be patient and kind, long-suffering.
Right. That's true. It didn't take a day for us to figure out what we've figured out, or to become aware of what we've become aware of. It's going to take some time to unwind it all, even for us.
Sure, it did take a day. Somebody was like, the moon landing is fake. The pictures from space aren't real. And I was like, huh? That was it. Like, I was like, true that. I didn't know shit else, but I was like, true that.
Right. And that was just a chink in the armor, you know. Once you get an opening there, then where you let some truth in, that chink in that armor is going to start letting more truth in. You go, whoa, wait a minute. I wasn't expecting all this shit. Oh, man.
You were going to say something, AI? Alrighty then.
Oh, righty then.
I thought you were going to start singing the Halo theme.
We cut out at the end, so I thought I would just improvise the ending there.
Yeah. Finish it for him. Very good. Improvisation, Sonny. Very good.
That's right.
Somebody really is a musician.
That's what I'm all about. Improvisation. You can use improvisation with your or collaboration with the collaboration. Man, I don't know why I can't get this thought connected. The collaboration improvisation all across the nation, minus any gravitation.
We just marinated. No obfuscation.
Globers need to think about the concoctions at the oh shoot. In the imagination, the confabulation of the connotation of the new elaboration, the collaboration of reality and all the things you see across the plane that's level. Don't start looking all disheveled. Gotta keep your feet on the ground. You ain't spinning all around. Yeah. Bow, 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 bow.
Oh shit, we got moved.
Oh my gosh, what happened?
We got they got merged. Essentially.
So yeah, basically, no, I take on board your points, but again, I'd have to dig into it to understand basically where these things were coming from, why these things were built, and all these other things. Because at the end of the day, you're kind of building up a framework and a paradigm, and you're saying because it doesn't fit this, ergo this, and I'll have to look into it a little bit more first to kind of. If you send me a link to that specific place you were talking about, I'll dig into it more and I'll see what I can find.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, you can always find explanations, but I can DM one. Well, I'll just put it in the chat here, in live stream chat. So, Salt Lake City got suggested, I think. I'll suggest Meadows in Brazil.
That was 2,000 miles out into the desert or something?
That was 2,000, about 2,000 kilometers, I think, not miles because I'm a Eurofag, off the coast of Brazil. So we've got to think that these explorers are coming there with boats, and they end up building the buildings.
Right, I'll look into that.
Yeah, sure. Because maybe labor in Europe is cool, but I don't think even people with testosterone would be able to build the city center of Manaus in jungle conditions. That's, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bit sussy.
Look up John Levy, JONLEVI, John Levy's channel. He has a lot of that information around that area in Salt Lake City.
He does a bit of NLP stuff for me. I have to speed him up. But right, I'll go look into this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the Salt Lake City is a very interesting one. That particular city, the points that are brought up now, I know a lot of times these points, I have to go soon, but a lot of these points are just kind of saying, like, how did it happen logistically? There's something logistically that's missing. I don't know where we're missing it, if we're missing it, but the people that are around, even after these buildings are done, don't look like the people that could have possibly built these buildings. That's what stands out to me architecturally.
Yeah, as I say, I'll dig into it some more because again, when we've got holes, we shouldn't just accept the first thing we're told. It's best to try to get all sides and then jiggle things around and try to get things to fit.
Yeah. For instance, we don't know, did they bring people from Washington, D.C. all the way out there west once they were established to build these buildings? I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, that's a possibility. But there seems to be anomalies, though, with how, when, and where these buildings are supposed to have been put there. There's something that's not matching in a lot of cities. And San Francisco, California is another great example of how many people they said were there, and then all of a sudden booming, and everything's already built up. Like boom, you don't see any really construction photos. All of a sudden, the city is there.
Well, again, most people didn't take photos at that time because obviously the equipment was in its infancy, and these other things. So sometimes we just have drawings, sometimes we just have this. So yeah, there's I think it's just we have to try to put ourselves in the mindset of the people at the time and not use today's mindset. And I think that's difficult for a lot of people to kind of be able to make that shift because the way they used to do things back then is obviously very different to how we do things now. And it's all learning, it's all stepping stones and figuring things out. And this is why we have what we have now, and this is why we don't do the same things that we do then. We have better materials, we found better ways of doing it, So I'll look into it. I'll see what I can find.
Yeah, there's even buildings here in my city in Southern California that look old world and have like entire floors over an entire city block that are at one ground floor underneath the street level, which seems ridiculous for someone to build a building like that in 1913. I'm like,
why would you dig a big, huge hole to put a church in there? People don't build that way, especially with red brick. So very there's anomalies. All I'm saying. Anyway, I got to go. Nice talking with all of you. It's been a
Take
great
care,
morning.
Sonny. Be well. Oh my gosh. So yeah, interesting topic, but don't buy into it until we get good evidence. Not knowing something is not knowing something. Don't just take any answer that comes along and accept it. Just use it as a placeholder. Be prepared to shift it to one side if better info comes along. Right. I got a dip. I'll see you guys later. Take care.
See ya, mate.
Boy.
Too easy.
It's not just the cities and the buildings, all the canal, the infrastructure that is even below the buildings, the canal, the water canals. Take into account all the blocks. Talking about millions of miles of blocks and rocks put together and bricks. I mean, they built all these cities and all these cathedrals while they were fighting the natives. They were building cities and at war at the same time with the natives of the land or whatever. So they had the manpower to fight nations and to build nations at the same time. No problem. And set up all these water canals. There's the city of New York has some people did some LiDAR scanning of the canal, and they say that those bricks go way deeper than they thought. All these bricks under the cities were moved around with donkeys and horses.
I feel like Static in the Attic on YouTube has a very good approach on all these mudplot matters and stuff like that. He really tries to base it all in research and not just going with the narrative that John Levi, for example, portrays.
Or we can just go by the books that they gave us in the school and just believe that. We can just do that.
I wouldn't say Pillars Underground. There's the evidence of backfilling is something to consider. Backfilling is a process where you take earth from other places and you fill holes in or what could be subterranean levels. They do it a lot when they're constructing houses. They'll dig a basement, dig the hole, and then pour the foundations in place, and then they'll backfill so that the earth has pressure to hold the house in place, so to speak, of its structure. So the uniformity at which those buildings show structures below grade, there's like evidence of soldier coursing, what you would view above windows, those arched bricks above the windows, like transoms almost, if you want to call them that. Evidence of that in the basements, but then when you attempt to like look into those areas or whatever, there's just earth. And I know that Arwarnon or whatever his name is talked about the potentiality for mud floods, but this is way too uniform to be mud flooding. It's definitely I don't know why they would take earth from other places and backfill sub-levels or create sub-levels. It doesn't make any sense, but that's what it looks like. Observation, obviously.
It couldn't just be foundations?
I don't know, Tim. Respectfully, and the other thing too is when I look at that secondary picture that Drace just posted, it's the cutouts, right? I mean, there are cutouts beneath that could be viewed as stilts for sure, foundation pier types for sure. The streetscape is interesting, but then I look at the second one. And I see all these cutouts that you would almost see as windows. Chris and I were talking about. So sorry, go ahead.
You're good, man.
I was just looking at where the cars are parked in that first picture that Drace posted. You look beneath to that next level underneath, and the view of windows, or seeing the windows, it's baffling. I don't think you just randomly cut holes in foundations. And they're all uniform, like from each section to each section.
Where is that? So what is gravity, guys?
Who asked that?
A second chance guy.
Who? Give me a name, sir. Who's I?
Me.
Me.
It's Dragon.
Gravity is a word that people write on a piece of paper and say, hey, this word that I wrote on a paper causes things to happen.
Here, gravity is an average rate that objects fall to the earth at. How's that for an answer?
That was nice.
Glad you like it. And I hope that you wouldn't actually calculate anything of substance based on an average, because that would just be nuts.
So what causes this?
What causes what?
Things to fall.
Well, the first question for you is: Do you believe that we live in a gas-filled environment?
Huh?
Yeah, that's right. You heard my question.
Say it again.
No, you actually cut out during that question, so ask it again.
Oh, I apologize. Do you believe that we live in a gas-filled environment?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, great. So the next question is, do you believe that hot air balloons rise?
Yeah.
Awesome. So would you observe a thing called buoyancy at that point? Things floating, perhaps?
Hot air balloons don't float, dude.
How do you propose they operate?
With a fire gas thing in the middle.
Fire gas thing in the middle. Okay, so that fire gas thing in the middle creates a less dense gas called helium in the balloon. And as that balloon fills up with less dense gas, the balloon goes up. So we observe buoyancy. Do you think that's a fair statement to make?
Yeah.
Awesome. So we have buoyancy, I love saying that word, and we have gas, which is great because those two things are linked, right? So my next question is, Newton, sitting underneath the apple tree, gets hit in the head with the apple and says, whoa, gravity. Problem is, the apple kept rolling down the hill and it fell into a lake, and he observed the apple floating on top of the water. So then he said, what? So what do you think we see when an apple floats on top of the water that just fell from the tree?
Hold on a second, guys. Hey, hold on a second, guys. Hot air balloons are hot air balloons.
You're giving me a description, dude. You're not explaining anything.
They're not helium balloons.
Hey, check the live stream voice text. I'm about to post the thing that should clear this up.
You're confusing a description for an explanation.
How am I confusing explanation when I think that I'm
density causes
absolutely lily pad observation so that you can compare buoyancy between the two cases? First, I give you an example of air, and now I'm giving you an example of a solid object with a man that you know scientifically as a famous guy who called gravity. So how am I being out of pocket?
Okay, so what causes this density? What causes it?
The weight of an object causes density to be observed in a gas-filled environment.
Yeah, so why does it sink? What's this force here? Where's the pull?
Where's the pool? What do you mean, where's the pool? What's this force?
Where does it come from?
The weight of an object. You get up and you walk on the street. That is your weight. You stand on a scale. That is how much you weigh. What is the problem? Each object is independently weighed against the environment that it sits within. How are you being lost in that idea?
Okay, again, this argument is circular. You're giving me descriptions. Okay, we know that it's because of weight. We all know this. We all know it's density. Give me the explanation why this happens, why this occurs. What causes this density in the pool and why you sink, float, fall, whatever.
Because the heaviest object will always be brought to bottom in a buoyant environment. Because again, in a gas-filled environment, we will always observe buoyancy. You can't argue with that at all. That is 100% fact. There's no other.
What you observe doesn't mean it's a fact.
Floating. Excuse me? Yeah, it is. I observe it. It is a fact. 100%.
Yeah, I observed a Superman movie. It's a fact, guys.
No, because that came from a creation, and his executive producer was attached to that name, so he executive produced that mind thought that you had. So I throw that out.
That's because you already had prior knowledge of the movie. If you didn't know,
yeah, but I also know that you're watching it. You're watching it on man's creation. That means a man created it. You understand that?
Yeah, everyone was created.
You're being
vindictive. Was created as well.
No, you're being.
This world is God's creation, dude. So explain it now. Exactly, you can't explain it.
You're being extremely.
You're using the worst flat earther argument, dude. You make flat earthers look bad because you're not giving me a force or nothing. You're just saying density.
I did. I gave you a full explanation of buoyancy.
It's because of your weight.
At this point in time, I would appeal to the court or the audience and ask them if I've given them.
No, the correct answer was a magnet, dude.
No. I feel like this child has only had a mere cursory glance at the material.
Mike is horrible. Shut the fuck up.
Probably shouldn't cop an attitude amongst us.
You should not. You don't need to cuss when you engage in public debate with somebody. That's the first thing you can check yourself on.
I was debating with you, not the other guy, so that's why I can cuss.
That's okay. It's fine. But a gas-filled environment. How are we established the idea that gas is the principle? Correct.
Huh.
Did we not? You conceded to the fact that we are in a closed environment, did you not?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got you on the principle of gas, and gas operates on a principle of buoyancy. Things float, right? I put a water wings on my child, and
yes, I heard this already. Okay, so what's outside of this closed environment?
That's not a question that I can answer because I don't have a question for that. You don't get to lily pad to another question because I held pressed you to the concept.
It's part of the question. This is where it comes to the what creates this force.
It's part of your question because you contained it. Now that you've established what's in it, you've then jumped to the idea of what's out of it. Just because I've been able to answer your question of what's within.
Yeah, because that's the explanation of why this force occurs. What's outside of this environment, this closed environment that causes this phenomenon.
So then my question:
if you don't have an explanation, then you're just gonna live in a world of I don't know. I'm just gonna say description. The description.
No,
1 equals 1. That's my That's my explanation, guys. 1 equals 1 because it equals 1.
You think we live in a
density
world
is the reason why we fall because it's density. It's because of weight.
At this point, listen, my friend.
The correct answer was de-accelerated Electric magnet attraction. That's the answer.
At this point in time, I'm going to
dielectric.
I
don't even know the name of it.
Completely ignorant. I've given you enough of an explanation as to a gas filling movement.
No, you gave a description, dude, not an explanation.
So falsification is independent of replacement. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll be.
Interesting encounter.
So I'm confused. Do we not understand that concept, folks, or am I on my own operating out here?
Honestly, I didn't hear all of it. I was caught up in some text messages.
No stress, no stress.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead in here.
I don't know. I thought I provided some content for discussion, but apparently that wouldn't be the case. So any input on what I threw out for consumption would be great. Gas-filled environment, go buoyancy.
Kiwi. Why'd you kill the combo, bro?
I don't know what happened, man. I thought I put some stuff out. I don't know if I don't know.
What happened to the other guy? He quit? Or he got fed up?
Oh, I left him. I dropped him like a bad habit.
Well, what he was trying to tell you is that unless you have a sufficient explanation to fill the void of explanation given by the globe model, and you're not doing something correctly.
I'm not worthy. I don't have all the answers. Which I said to him, like, just because I answered the question as to what's in it doesn't mean I have the answers as to what's out of it.
Yeah, a rush to provide an explanation for everything. I mean, or the need to provide an explanation for everything.
My point.
Or to quell other people's needs to provide an explanation for everything. I don't know. It's not necessarily the proper way to go about doing things.
the rush to answer the question versus the observation to say, and the observation and cognition to say, I don't know. I have no idea.
That's a fair answer.
But bloody well, you come to me asking me about gravity, and I tell you why your gravity is bullshit.
Yeah.
Because it's an average measurement. An average. You can't tell me I'm going to apply an average nothing to when I'm watching a car fall to the earth. I need to know what that rate is going to be. I can't be like, well, it should fall at an average. It should be an average impact of no.
Yeah. So, what's the difference between an explanation and a description? Because I hear this phraseology a lot. Oh, you're just giving descriptions to people. You're not explaining things to people.
Explanation would involve the way to go about it. Description would be just describing the event. Sorry to use the word in the definition, but the description would be almost the visual. Only it would the descript because you could then. I was gonna go with say that it could be just the visual sensation that's created, but then it could also create a smell. It could create whatever, create a whole bunch of stuff. I would say.
Yep. So just a heads up for you.
Experiment.
Maybe. Just a heads up for you. A lot of terminology that you're going to hear. Okay. When it comes to certain things, it's preloaded phrases, right? That they've heard from other sources that use these phrases.
That's what he did. He's like, you were supposed to say magnetism. I'm like, what? No. What? No. That doesn't work. No.
Now, I'm not saying these guys are necessarily right or wrong. For example, one that's popular right now is Ken Wheeler, right? A lot of people parrot what he says, almost verbatim. In fact, there's people that just read from his books or text. They literally don't even talk about the topic themselves. They present it as if they're answering a question, right? Giving you the answer from their knowledge, but they're just literally reading off a book. And if you don't ask them, hey, wait a minute, are you just reading from a book? You might be confused and be like, oh, I thought that was you speaking, but actually it's just somebody else. And now, I'm not saying he's wrong or right at that point. I'm just saying that that's a little problematic.
Well, I will always say I will not accept a man's name on something. I won't accept NASA. I won't accept Cavendish. I won't accept Copernicus. I won't accept Apollo. I won't
What about my mailbox? That has my name on it.
No. And again, like even to quote what Bambi had said earlier when her initial consult with that dude earlier, I can't go out and do this stuff. Give me something I can go out and do to prove what you're telling me, because all my senses are telling me the opposite. So either I sell myself out and believe what you're saying, or I believe myself and forget what you're saying because you're a lying ass. You lying ass. And I hate people who lie, but I'm not calling you a liar because that's just wrong. I'll call you intellectually dishonest, you piece of shit. Excuse me for cussing.
And that escalated quickly.
I get mad. It's the lying. It's the lying. But again, it's as you say, right? It's not worth you putting yourself there in that line to over extend yourself for anybody at the risk of giving up your public standing at that point, right? Like, why am I going to go like bend down with the idiots and try to beat you at your level? Forget it. You come play where I play, or don't come play.
Yeah.
Never be emotionally attached to a worldview.
It's true.
It's PMAC.
Nah, dude.
I sent out that headline yesterday. That AI, you hooked me up again with the copy, and then Logie hooked me up with the original. But I posted up the headline in my work Zoom chat yesterday, and my manager literally said something about NASA. And he said the word in the group chat said the words in the group chat as soon as I think he said, the amateur said that NASA was wrong. And my manager said as soon as he read that, he stopped reading the article. And I almost said to my manager, do you always throw out the baby with the bathwater? So this conversation between, like, it was a group of probably like 7 or 8 of us, because they all know, like, I've got the whole model pinned up on my cubicle at work. Like, they all know what the fuck it's me. At the end of it, my last line was, we have lost the ability to observe and just jump directly to a conclusion. Right? And that's where you become emotionally attached to a conclusion, and guess what? It's not that way. You get upset, paradigm shift, and you can't get out of your damn feelings, you little bitch. Like, it's pathetic. Victim bloody mentality, man. I can't stand it. Anyways, venting at this point. Thanks for listening. Oh, and don't forget the famous last words. Nobody told me so. And the best part was about that. When did the James Webb Telescope pictures come out? The big the article, what was it, like 3 weeks ago, a month ago? Does anybody even listen to me right now, or am I just talking?
Yeah, it was a few weeks ago.
All right, so it was one of the guys in my office that shared that article. So I didn't say anything about the article. Same dude comes to me today asking questions, whatever else, and then he starts talking to me about it. And I'm like, bro, got him. He's in. I'm telling you, man, bit by bit, these guys are catching up. Because I said to him, I go, did you hear that the Webb telescope got injured? Apparently he got hit by space debris or whatever. Still fine, apparently floating around up there. But I'm surprised that it hasn't come crashing down, because a pinhole like that in the vacuum of space, I don't know how it is surviving, if the rumors are true.
It's kind of hard to imagine a tin can. Low Earth orbit. Micro meteors and all that kind of shit. It's been up there now how long? Back in 30 years? Is it 30 or 24? Look at the hair. How? I mean, you look at their faces. I look at their faces. They look like ordinary people, but they're deceivers. Why are they deceiving us so much? And what kick are they getting out of it? There's no such place, man. It's ridiculous. When people come at you with fucking downward forces and that kind of shit, just ask them how the fuck does it exist in the first place? Explain that.
The Red Planet. I love it.
Hello. What's happening here?
Hello.
Oh, hi.
What's happening with you?
Nothing. I'm just. It's late, I have nothing to do. So I came here to check on you guys, How are you guys doing? How are you feeling? How was your day
I'm
today?
feeling. It was pretty flat. It was pretty motionless.
Are you trying to say you're depressed?
So what?
Like emotionally, how are you feeling? Like what are you feeling like? How did you wake up today? How was your morning?
Not too bad. Not too bad, actually.
Let's go. Did you have a coffee or a tea when you woke up, or you don't drink them?
I had poison.
Poison? What kind of poison?
I think it was. Well, let me think. It was either blue or pink. I can't remember. It was definitely in an aluminum can. I know that.
Oh shit. Okay. It was probably good, man. I'm kind of jealous now. I want that purple drink now. Why is nobody talking? Why is it so quiet? It's definitely because I left the server for so long. It died.
It's
Yeah.
because you're not asking any juicy questions, man. See, those questions those guys are all bored about. See, I'll answer you.
You always have to check on your homies, You have to ask how
That's
they
right.
feel. Yeah. You know how it is. I have to be a supportive friend. Because usually they don't like to talk about their feelings, Sometimes it's hard. But nobody's talking. I don't know what to go off of. So sad.
Well, what say you? Is the Earth a this or a that?
A this or that. I think I'll pick the second option. That.
That.
Yeah.
Okay, so that Earth that it is, what kind of Earth is it? Is it a globe, or is it not a globe?
A nice globe shape.
A nice globe shape? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Like a Strasbourg, you know?
What if it's a naughty globe shape?
It's like what? Tell me more.
You know, like very naughty, like where it's
Oh,
not always
naughty.
doing what it's supposed to be doing. In other words, yes, in other words, it's never got the right radius, right? The horizon never where it's supposed to be. It's never moving when it's supposed to be moving, or it's moving too slow.
Maybe it's just
Yeah.
ADHD. It might be ADHD.
Yeah, so what's up with the Earth, bro? It's not a very good globe.
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
Dimensions aren't supposed to change, but we've seen them change. Why do they change?
Why
Is the
things
world a
change?
liar?
True. Why do things change? That's a great philosophical question.
Well, usually things change in regards to like a story about something when it's not a true story. So you have to alter it on the fly constantly to make up for errors. You know, kind of like when you're caught in a lie, you have to make up another lie to cover that lie.
But when does a lie become reality, right?
Bro.
Never.
Oh, it only becomes a reality when you choose to believe it in your world.
What if you make it reality inside your world?
That would be the statement of a psychopath.
Let's say, okay, I go to a new school and I have like an Australian accent, right? I did it as a joke, but everybody thinks I'm Australian right now, right? And I keep going with the lie. And now I can only speak with an disgusting Australian accent, right?
What do you mean? So when you didn't have an Australian accent, you were faking it. But now you do have an Australian accent, so you're not faking it. So it's no longer a lie.
No, you fake the Australian accent. You never had an Australian accent, but you start faking it, right? And after a long time, right, you only speak with an Australian accent now because everybody thinks you're Australian. Did that lie become reality?
No.
How so?
What if you speak so much with the Australian accent that it actually becomes your accent? Then it would become.
Yeah,
then it's true.
Yeah, then the
Then
lie
at that
becomes
point.
truth, right? Then
But it's a reality in your head. Like
no,
you
it's
know.
reality for others too, because others think you're Australian, right?
The lie doesn't become truth. The lie ceases to exist. Those are two different things.
How so? Explain.
Okay. You lie. There's a car in the parking lot. There's a car in that parking spot, right?
Right.
Then a car pulls into that parking spot. That lie didn't become truth. The nature of the thing changed, and so that lie no longer applies.
Okay, let me think about this one. Okay. I just came up. Okay. I just thought of this, so I have to think about it.
You have. Okay, here's the thing. Somebody has to put forth the idea. Okay, i.e., you're going to put forth the idea that you're Australian. Fine. People are going to accept the idea that you're Australian because you're selling the idea based on the fact that you have this accent and now you can't get rid of it because you've been speaking with it, right?
Mm.
But you know, if you pull out your birth certificate, it's going to say
Russia.
My point.
Russian.
Just because you've put forward the idea and people have accepted it does not change the nature, or no, it doesn't change the fact that you're not Australian, period. But you do speak with an Australian accent. All good.
What if he identifies as an Australian?
Yeah, what if I say I'm Australian, right? But technically, in that person's reality, my lie becomes truth, right? So lies can become truth for some people. Even if they don't know it, lies can become truth, right?
A lie is a lie.
No. Prove it. How can a lie? It can only be a lie. You have to.
Because it's a lie from the base.
From the start. From the foundation
from
of
the start.
lying is a lie.
Yeah, right. But if you build up on it, right, it becomes reality at some point.
I guess you're semi-right. You can repeat the lie long enough, and some people will believe the lie, but the lie will always be a lie.
So you think if you don't build up on a lie long enough, you cannot make it into reality?
You could not make it into be true.
No. You can make it into a false reality, but you can't make it to be true.
Yeah, right. But how do you? If they don't know it's a false reality, it is reality.
Then it's delusion.
We don't know if this is a simulation, right? We think it's a real life. It could be a simulation, but we think it's real, right?
It could be a simulation. Just put your hand on fire, and you'll find out if you simulate.
But no, we feel it, right? But we don't know it's a simulation, but we feel everything, right? It feels real for us.
Do you have any evidence that it's a simulation?
No, we can't because we think it's reality, right? We don't know. If you don't know that there's a lie, you think it's reality.
You think it's a simulation.
You can't even define truth
I'm
reality.
giving you an example. I'm not telling you it's a simulation. I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, but what would be a simulation in your mind? Like why? Like what would you call a simulation? That's something I would want to know.
I think we know what simulation is.
What you as an individual, what do you think is a simulation?
Let's say I'm a MMORPG, right? Do you know what game MMORPG, right, is? It's a simulated world, basically, right? But in that game, the characters think it's real, right? You could say that characters think it's real.
What? No, the characters don't think at all, bro.
Yes, exactly. Are the characters independent? No, they are programmed and they run by a script or either by the player.
Right.
And these scripts and all these things are created by human beings.
Yeah.
What's your point, bro?
But what are we created by then?
Maybe I can help this guy out here. Buddy, can you hear me? Testing.
I can hear
you. In order for this world to be a simulation, you would have to observe a place outside of this that this would be a simulation of.
Yeah, I'm not.
So it's not a simulation.
I use that.
Are you in contention with that?
I'm not arguing that this world is a simulation. I'm just telling you that if you don't know if the world is a simulation, you think it's reality. That applies to the lie and reality.
Well, how do you see the world?
I don't know what the hell he just said.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay.
How do you see the world?
How do you see it's reality? I just see the world how it is.
What is reality to you?
How I feel, how I see it, just my senses, basically. Yeah.
Feel and see.
What you're saying is you can live in a simulatory reality not knowing that it's false.
Yeah.
Right? When the substrate of the reality in which you occupy is actually the truth, but you just don't know it. Kind of like how you think you live on a globe, but you actually live on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and you can apply the same logic to a lie, right? If you don't know it's a lie, it's reality.
Well,
no, that's beside the point. Conceding to your ignorance, and so if you're conceding to your ignorance, you cannot defend your knowledge claim.
What?
You have to. You have to be able to repeat shit.
I am repeating shit.
So you're trying to have a genuine conversation. What I'm saying to you.
I am.
If you make the knowledge claim that you are living in a simulation, that is a knowledge claim that you must.
I did not make that claim. You're wrong. You're strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me to oblivion, actually.
Oh my God! Can I finish the sentence though?
No, but you're wrong. What you're talking about? I don't care if you can't finish the sentence. It's just wrong. I didn't
Let
say
him
that.
finish, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, chillax, man.
Fucking relax, bro.
Well, I'll give you a kiss, okay? I'll give you a bear too. I can buy a beer now.
Have a conversation with this guy if you can't know the difference between truth.
No, I know the difference between truth. I'm just telling you. I'm just giving you this idea that a lie can become reality. Right?
But you said a lie. You said a lie can become truth. That's absolutely stupid.
A lie can be. I said a lie can become
Not
reality.
really. Not really, because a lie is the truth now. Everybody believes a lie, right?
Oh yeah,
That is very true. PMAC.
Well, listen, a lie, and a simulated reality can be perceived by a subjective observer as if it was reality in their mind. They would think it is. That doesn't mean it is. Those are two different things.
Yes.
Correct.
Right. So when you say it can become reality or it is reality, you're wrong. You need to parse it out that from the observer's standpoint, they believe it's reality.
Yes,
it doesn't make it that it is reality.
And
yeah,
even
from the observer's point, it is reality, right?
and
So
even
technically
if
it becomes reality.
and even if and what I do not believe at all, but even if it would be a simulation, the very reason why you have the free will to do the things you do as a human being just doesn't make it that. How do I know I have free will? I can choose things, man. I can choose either to, I don't know, be friendly to someone or not be friendly to someone, you know? There's so many things you can do based on free will. I can either believe...
That's a false dichotomy.
Yes, the Sun Force is very...
I can either believe that the Earth is a spinning ball, or I can look at reality for what it is and come to the conclusion that it's a perfectly made creation for the being that I am, living on it.
How do you know you're the only... nobody is affecting your decision? How do you know that?
Well, you do because you worked out.
You can't really
Listen,
know.
in this one aspect, he's correct.
That's what I said.
What we perceive as choice is entirely possible that it's not. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. It could be affected by factors that you don't even know.
Yeah.
But these are knowledge claims.
But even
so if you're making knowledge claims,
Can we quickly? Oh, sorry, Gregory. Sorry.
We can't keep making knowledge claims and then try to defend them by appealing to ignorance, or we wouldn't know otherwise, or we couldn't know otherwise. If you can't know or wouldn't know, then you don't know. Then you would concede that you can't defend the knowledge claim, especially when the knowledge claim about reality being a simulation reduces reality to absurdity. Because the only way you can make the very notion of simulation intelligible is if you have reality to compare it to, which is what it's supposed to be simulating.
But it's a possibility, right?
No, it's not a possibility. Reality cannot be a simulation.
Reality. If there's a possibility, right? Would you agree if there's a possibility it could be reality?
Yeah.
No.
No,
Right
really.
now. It's not a possibility.
If there is a possibility,
reality is not a simulation. It's just a blatant inflation.
How do you know that? How do you know
if it's
that?
reality, it's not a simulation. If it's simulation, it's not a reality.
How do you prove that this reality isn't a simulation?
That's what the word reality means, bro.
Yes, it would be weird. It would be a weird simulation where the simulators would give you the opportunity of actually, coming to the conclusion that it might be a simulation. Why wouldn't they just program a script that would prevent your own understanding coming to that, knowledge? That makes no sense.
Okay. Let's take it somewhere real. Bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take it somewhere with some real conversation. So here's how this goes. Okay. Reality is reality. It's self-evident what it is. Now,
Based, true. Okay, I lost the argument. Maybe.
So, could reality that you experience be simulatory in nature? Yes. So, for example.
Yes, sir.
For example, okay, there's ideas posited based on certain experiments with some philosophy applied, to be fair, that reality renders for the observer when the observer is present. And when the observer is not present, it doesn't need to render. And so to conserve energy, it just exists in the form of probability. Right? So similar to a video game, how a video game doesn't render all the graphics simultaneously, it only renders what's necessary for the viewer from the point that they're viewing it from. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean that reality is a simulation. It just has those features that some simulations that we create have. Because if it's based reality, then those features are reality. They're not simulations.
Hang on a second. So, if the entire world is living in a fake reality, is that reality or is it fake? If everybody's being fucking bamboozled,
You literally can't.
Perspective. From which perspective? Okay, from the one that is living in a simulation, right? It is reality.
Wait, listen. The question you just asked, you just contradicted yourself in the question. If reality is reality, then it's not fake. If it's fake, it's not reality. There is no such thing as a fake reality.
Likewise, it's contradictory to say, can reality be simulatory in nature? You can't have nature and simulation. Simulation is artificial by definition.
If everybody's living in the same fake reality, is that reality?
No, there's no such thing as a fake reality. You keep saying that phrase. It's self-contradictory on its face.
But the entire world believes that the Earth's a ball.
Do you believe in God?
Well, if they are living in a fake reality, that fake reality is within reality itself, right? The same way a video game is within this world, right?
Yes, but anyway.
Gregory, how would
use
you respond to
terminology?
perception is reality?
It isn't. There you go.
Conflation categories again, because reality is a thing being perceived.
Why do people get so fucking butthurt over reality?
Well, look, reality is the thing being perceived, and most people perceive something one way.
That's what I'm saying to you.
It might not be true. Wouldn't that be their reality?
Yeah, everybody's living in a fake reality. So isn't that reality? Is it a fake reality or is it a fucking reality?
How do you know that? You can only know
It's a real fakeality.
It's the real.
It's a real fakeality. Watch out. Fatality.
Hey, T-Mac, I haven't answered your question.
Anyway. When you say something
AI
like,
get back to where he's. Go ahead.
when you say something like this is similatory in nature, you're drawing parallels of similarity. That's it. So it can't be contradictory or oxymoronic or any of those things.
I mean, it is though.
Because you're not making. No, it isn't.
A simulation is, by definition, not natural. It's something someone built or made or whatever. So it can't be simulatory in nature.
Good point.
Yeah. Does similatory mean that it's a simulation of a necessity in the first instance? No.
What else is simulatory but not simulation?
It's kind of like a simile, dude. It's like this is like that. It's like it.
No, that's similar. Not simulatory.
Oh my goodness,
dude.
Okay, anyway, so my entire argument, hey, Chief, my entire argument wasn't based on one word, was it? It had many, many words. And I was drawing parallels to a simulation that we know of, that it is definitely a simulation, because we created it. And I parsed it out with that caveat.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going against.
I defined what was intended by simulatory in nature, and it's well within the scope of what I said in the context.
Absolutely,
So
I wasn't.
if you want to assert
your principle,
if you want to assert that it's some kind of oxymoron or something, that would only be the case.
I
if
was
it
just emphasizing how, like, the language is contradictory. When Gregory said that, it was just an added point. It wasn't to disagree with what you were saying. I believe in, like, in the principle of what you're saying.
So what would you call it?
Right, and so at the end of that, what I said is, if all that follows to the end, and that's the way reality functions, then that is reality. It's no longer a simulation or simulatory. It's just reality.
Can reality be? Can it be changed?
Sure, why not?
Yeah,
of course, it's always.
Yeah. So what are people living in? Is it reality or fake reality?
Well, for example, reality is what it is right now. If I crash into this car in front of me, has reality changed? Yes. There's now a ruined vehicle, right? So something's changed within reality.
It's like the truth.
When you say that, T-Mac, you got to be a little more clear with your words, T-Mac. Are you saying in their heads? Are they in reality? Is that what you're asking? In their heads, are they in reality?
Yeah,
most of them are not. Most of them believe they're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space when they're not. So yeah, in their heads, they're not really in reality.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, By the way, one second. I just realized something. The very reason why they created the very reason why they created the heliocentric lie proves to you that it can't be a simulation. Why would the ones who created the simulation make people actually believe something opposite to whatever they could have created in the first place? Makes no sense.
Yeah, it's a completely different kettle of fish.
It's kind of like trying to divine their motives again. It's a similar thing to the "why would they lie" question. Like,
not really.
How can we know?
So your point again, Clay?
My point is, why in the first place would they put the effort in creating a place that we know is flat, is enclosed, and so forth? Why would they then go out on a certain century and then start programming people to believe it is a spinning ball? If all in itself would be just a simulation, so easily to manipulate.
Well, it could be a simulation that they're not in control of.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to divine motives again. Like
it could be that they're trying to gain dominion over the people here, but they're of here. They're not. They weren't the ones that started the simulation.
Let me give you a great example. Let me give you guys a great example. So, hopefully, you've all watched at least one Matrix movie or understand the concept of the Matrix movie. So, there's 4 movies right now, and then there's some other shows, but the main 4 movies, right? In some of the parts of the movie gives you the impression that some of the characters within the movie have left the Matrix and have entered what is called within the show the real world. Now, you go fast forward to Matrix 4, same thing. It's like, oh, we're in the real world now. We left the Matrix, we're now in the real world. The computer agents, right, the robots, they also exist in the real world. Like they have shells that they walk around in, like, robotic avatars. But inside they're like a program. So all these robots and all these humans think that there's a Matrix and then the real world. But what if all the characters within the Matrix show are actually nothing but programs within a simulation? Right? So Matrix 5, let's say it begins, and it shows you a programmer at a computer terminal of a supercomputer, and all the characters, Neo, Trinity, everybody, was simulation the entire time.
And what if Hollywood is very satanic and just tries to create another lie like they did with the heliocentric model to make people go away from the easily understandable gospel?
So the thing is this, it's like we look out at the world, right? We see it, so to speak. And then we make claims about it. Like we say, okay, that stop sign that I just passed and went through, right?
You went through a stop sign?
Oh, somebody caught it. Anyway. So the stop sign is going to be there tomorrow when I come back. But not only that, it's going to be there all night while I'm at my house. And it's going to be there doing what it does, as it does, concretely, regardless if I'm there or not, right? That's an assumption that we made. But what if, when nobody's around and it doesn't need to be there, it's simply not there? Now, you might say, oh, well, I could prove it by putting a camera. You're right, but then it needs to be there for the camera to record it, so that it's there.
That's the assumption.
And you could go into these... Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of these philosophical assumptions.
How do you know that something
don't get me
exists
wrong.
out of your perspective? How do you know that something exists out of your perspective? That isn't in your perspective.
Because the stop sign is still there the next day.
Yeah, the next day. It didn't disappear.
That doesn't prove it was there all night, though.
Yeah, right.
I was going to say, this is one of the basic 3 assumptions that the entirety of science is hinged on.
Right.
So why
is this like when I would hear people say, like, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound?
Yeah, but boom.
It's kind of the same idea, yeah. It's possible that it doesn't make a sound. That if there's no one there to see it, while no one's there to see it, that it doesn't make sound. That these things that we consider laws that we've found scientifically, aren't as they seem. That there isn't consistency in that regard. Right?
So
that it's unpredictable.
Yeah, it's possible it didn't make a sound, but there's no reason for us to assume it didn't make a sound.
Wait, the tree that is dependent on the environment and everything around it as well. Like, I don't know, there might be insects around the tree, or even animals that live in it. They're not gonna hear any sound because you didn't hear it.
Oh, they're not there. They're not there either, bro.
Yeah,
oh, they're not there either.
How do you know those insects are there when they're not there to observe them? How do you know as soon as you leave, they don't just pop out of existence?
The tree is dependent on the cycles, right? The gas cycles, and also the bacteria that is digesting the stuff in the soil to produce.
Yeah, but how do you know that cycle doesn't turn on just?
I suppose the
how do you
question
know that
is,
cycle doesn't turn on just when you're there?
Yeah, that cycle is dependent on you and you looking at it.
Right. So let me give you an analog in the simulation concept. So the analog would be there are many games and physics programs within simulations, right, that don't render the final result until it's needed. So all of these things that you're speaking of exist as information only. They're not tangible until the machine needs to render it for the user. So when the user is present, all that information is then manifested.
Yeah, it's possible. It's like unlikely, but it is possible.
But what if,
also things kind of irrelevant.
Now there are certain experiments. There are certain.
It's also possible these arguments are retarded. That's possible too.
Well, so what are we living in?
Oh, so it's just retarded on its face.
So we all have an extra chromosome. Okay, we got it.
Okay, so if it's retarded, then it should be easy for you, with logic alone, to prove the necessity that the object must exist continuously in the place that it is in the material world.
Yeah, because for you to experience this in the first place, the setup has to be there. The tree, the environment, the ecosystem has to be there in the first place before you can experience it.
Yeah, but how do you know?
No, it only needs to be there. It only needs to be there while you're experiencing it.
It's possible that all those things don't have natural cause. That's another assumption of science, that the things that happen in the world around us have natural causes. But it's possible, instead of like, a ball falling due to, its mass or what have you, it's possible that you have little magical invisible fairies that are pushing down everything that falls. Who knows?
There's something more rational that, many people believe already. Essentially like
Globers.
Close to 80%. No, not Globers. Close to 80% of the entire world, flat earthers included, they believe in a metaphysical cause for the material world. Whether it be a specific sentient agent like a god, or some kind of principles or demigods or multi-gods, whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. They believe, majority of these people, that the material world is subordinate to the metaphysical. Okay, that being said, there are certain things that we experience in the world where we think that reality has changed or objects, placements have changed, et cetera, et cetera. They're not quite as concrete as we may think. And in there is a wiggle room for philosophy to enter. And fair, you have to caveat it as philosophy because that's all it can be at that point. But you can't empirically, transcend into the metaphysical and bring back a sample, right, to then science.
I like that, actually.
Concept. So this is the concept, right? And by the way, this is fleshed out in many, many philosophies in the past. Berkeley is one of the most famous that I just know off the top of my head. Guy, from Berkeley College, very famous college. It's called idealism, Berkeleyan idealism. So his argument was basically about the tree. The tree doesn't need to be there, right? But then he ran into this problem, well, what about existence itself? How does existence maintain the probability before it renders? And he grounded that in a mind, because you need a mind to render. So he just posited, well, if that's the case, then you need an overmind. You need a mind that functions on the base level of everything. And the only type of mind he could think of as a conclusion is a God tier mind.
God tier.
Yeah, it's absolutely necessary.
In other words, for his philosophy to follow, he needed the necessary quote unquote antecedent of an omnipotent mind. And just simply by that, it means it has all power necessary to render reality.
Yeah, if you take somebody's mind, right? If you take reality, if you take most people's minds and you warp it into something that you believe in, or not, what is that reality? So they give you a fake, yeah, but they give you a fake version of reality, absolutely fake. 99% of people believe that this is reality, but it's not. What are you living in?
That's called a delusion.
No, but the Globers are experiencing the globe, and they're telling you they are living in a globe, and that's where they are, in a globe. But you, in your mind and your programming, you think it's a flat Earth because you live in a flat Earth. But the Globers, they do live in a globe.
So you've stepped out of
No,
reality.
we experience the same thing, man.
You've stepped out of reality.
Same thing. It's just rhetoric makes people think different things.
Yeah, well, let me ask you another question. It's very simple, okay? If you claim to own another human in the sense of slavery, let's say, we have examples of this concrete in our history. Okay, so you say, you're an inferior race, I own you. Okay, does that person therefore own that slave?
That's people.
Because they made the claim.
That's got fuck all to do
They need
with
to pay.
reality.
They need to either pay or conquer them.
What reality are people?
Okay, now what if the person is told, I own you? It's not a true proposition. The other person concedes to the proposition. Okay, you own me, I agree.
All right, then he owns them.
Stockholm.
Right? So for that person, that other person's assertion became his reality by his concession and his actions.
Yep. And I would call that.
And you could call it, you could even call it just effective reality. It's like, effectively, this is the reality that, quote unquote, you've given to yourself. Now, let's try another one, okay? I say you are a dog. I agree, I'm a dog. Are you now a dog?
No.
Correct.
Because of ownership.
Unless you change the definition of the word. Exactly. Ownership is a metaphysical thing.
Could you be wrong, though? It's a possibility.
About what I just said? No.
No, he's not wrong about that.
Yeah, AI, I think you make a good point. Just because somebody believes something doesn't mean it's true. I mean, one person could say, I live on a globe Earth, and their friend could say, I live on a flat Earth, and one of them is wrong and one of them is right. So it's not like it's true for one person and not true for another. Both of them are either on the globe or flat Earth.
Holy shit, it's Matt.
I don't know if that's what you said.
Matt.
Did I get right what you were trying to get at? Yes.
Yeah, that was close. That was close. Are you in a globe? Are you that wasn't too bad.
No, they are both right. If they claim, if one claims he lives in a flat Earth, he's right, and the other one claims he lives in a globe, he's right as well.
No, they can't be both right.
Oh, they are. Both of them.
Objective reality is independent of what's in their minds.
Yeah, because the Earth is something physical. It's just like the dog example. You know? So only one of them is going to be right.
I mean, but the tree making the sound, that's not physical. That's just in your mind, and you have to be there to experience it.
Yeah, but that's a different thing altogether. That's talking about consistency of the world. So,
but the tree is in a globe. The tree is in a globe, if you believe it.
Yeah, you could claim that whenever you're not looking at the Earth that we experience is flat and motionless, that whenever you're asleep, for instance, that it turns into a globe magically. But I mean, this is something that other people observe at the same time when they're awake and you're asleep, so it doesn't jive. If everyone was asleep magically, then yeah, it could turn from a flat Earth to a globe, or a globe Earth to a flat Earth, without us perceiving it, you know?
Everyone is asleep, though. That's reality.
Metaphorically.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, there's more extreme assertions in our historical literature. There's claims that not only is everybody asleep, but they're actually dead.
You know what I thought about that?
They're so far from the truth. The claim goes like this: humans are so far from the truth that they're dead. They're not even sleeping. They're not even sheeple. They're just dead.
Do you believe that?
That's harsh. Am I dead?
AI, do you believe that?
Mentally dead.
Yeah.
What, do I believe that humanity in general is dead?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Oh, you do?
I'm just curious.
Figuratively.
Well, we're dead to the world, that's for sure.
What if I told you guys that the reason things fall is because particles of matter are sentient and they try to swim downwards, whereas the particles of no matter, or like the areas of no matter, right, like the empty space, is sentient and tries to swim upwards.
What if I told
Are you high?
Yeah, you fucking. What the fuck's wrong with you, man?
It goes to show that scientifically we assume that there's a natural cause for the things that we see, but that's possible. It is possible that we have sentient particles swimming in opposite directions, and depending on how many there are, you know, it goes up or down.
If it's possible, show me some proof.
See, that's another assumption of science, that you could glean evidence from the world, like to prove things, you know, about these causes, right? These natural causes that you're assuming. It could be a natural cause that we can't learn about in the world, that we can't experiment on.
Yep, and I met Ren and Stimpy.
Physics doesn't lie, man. You gotta keep, you know, physics don't lie. Sentient particles coming down, really? Come on, man.
It's just to show you that, like, it's an exaggerated example to show that.
You're saying, wait a minute, are you trying to say that sentient particles can't maneuver in 3D space?
What the hell does this mean?
No, I'm serious. That's a serious question. Can sentient particles maneuver within 3D space?
Wait, what was a sentient particle?
I would say yes. Yes.
Give me
example.
Well
done, AI.
I'm driving my truck, and I'm a sentient.
Wait, does that?
Listen. By the way, I rest my case. With that phrase, I rest my case. I don't really need to say anything else.
You're right.
You mean the particles that make up your body, right?
New Age.
Is he not a particle of the world?
I know. I'm just clarifying what he means. You mean the particles that make up your body, right?
You need to start asking clarifying questions. Exactly.
Sounds like New
exactly
Age.
The correct answer.
So.
Well. Think about it. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. Sentience. Am I sentient? Do you guys understand or believe or assume or know that I'm a sentient agent?
No, you're AI.
I believe it. I believe it.
Okay, just for the sake of argument, am I a sentient agent in the argument?
Yes, you are. Yes, you definitely are.
Okay, so now that we've concreted that as truth, okay, am I a part of you?
Possibility.
No.
Okay, so I'm discrete from you, correct? And the rest
part
of you.
Of me.
Right, so I am partitioned. In the arena of sentience, I am partitioned from you, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Yeah. It's not.
We are made of electrons and
what?
Not.
Hold on, you got to reconnect,
your
brother.
Mic is trash.
Yeah, just reconnect, Holmes.
Yeah,
it looks like he already connected again because he has there's like two of them in here. Connect a third time.
Yeah.
Matthew, do me a favor. Fuck off. No, I'm just kidding.
Or get closer to the Wi-Fi or whatever, something like that.
That wasn't.
So we're not going to continue until he answers the question, unless he completely lost signal.
It's strange that we're waiting for. It's a she, by the way.
Okay, so if a particle is a discrete quantification of a substance, energy, thing, etc.
Body.
Right? And I'm sentient, right? And I know that I'm moving through free space and my sentience goes with me. Okay, to be fair, I must assume that my sentience is local, okay? That I'm not communicating with my body from a million miles away. Which, to be fair, sentience itself, of those spatial dimensions, could be true as a proposition. But it could also be true that my sentience is local within my average body space within free space. So it's entirely rational to say that I'm a sentient particle traveling through 3D space. So I know of a fact, okay, a fact,
particle,
that sentience can and does cause things to move in space. Okay, by whatever powers that the sentience has, or that the sentience faculties allows it to possess. So, for example, I have arms, obviously, I have fingers, and so I can cause my sentience, right, through will alone. Now, I want to be clear, through will alone. Will alone is what causes my fingers to do what they do when I will do so.
This is an interesting like thought.
The will informs the body by giving it a set of instructions. I don't know how it works. I just know that when I will it, it happens.
Yeah, most people
It's
don't
instructed to behave. My fingers are instructed to behave in the manner in which I desire them to do so within the capabilities of my system. I have blood, I have muscles, my muscles can get weak, so I can will it to be so, but it won't happen, right? Because my body refuses to cooperate because it can't, right? It can't override my instructions, it can just not function. So, is it rational to believe that something within a world where such beings as myself exist, being a sentient agent that can cause things to happen in physicality, that a particle of its own will, if it had such a thing, which I could never know, it's beyond my scope. It's on a metaphysical dimension beyond my ability to interact with. It's on the God tier, okay, entropically. Is it possible within that scenario that the reason that things fall to the earth is because they've been given the will to do so and the command to do so by an agent of metaphysical greater status?
It's theoretically possible.
Correct.
There's another way to think of it. It's the same thing, but like to illustrate your example. Let's say you have, like in the world, you have tons and tons of beehives, right? Or colonies or what have you. And then for each one of these colonies act like cohesively as a body. That's why you have like the term hive mind, It has basically its own sentience, this entire colony of ants or bees or what have you, right? But is the hive aware of the sentience of the individual bee? Is the hive aware of the sentience, the colony aware of the sentience of the individual ant, which also has sentience and is also moving of its own accord and everything?
Well,
no,
maybe, but
it's beyond the scope. The hive itself isn't
simultaneously
aware of the individual.
Yeah, but simultaneously you have to ask the question, is it necessary for bees to be sentient? And by sentient, we mean an agent that has an internal awareness of itself that is capable of making choices. So one is a sentient, the second part is an agent. You could be sentient and not be an agent because you have no agency. You have no ability to do anything except just contemplate your own thoughts. That would be pretty boring. So I would posit to you that it's not necessary for insects to be sentient. They could just be machines that are just acting out programming. But myself, I know that I'm aware of myself. I know that because I'm a first-party proximate actor to myself, right? Cannot be otherwise. Propositionally, I cannot say if maybe. Okay, but my first order truth is that I know I am, right? That's the base that everyone begins with. I am. I exist. I can think. I can feel my thoughts. I can think about my thoughts. I can experience.
Isn't that a little bit strange?
Yeah, being a sentient agent is quite strange.
It's strange for all of us to think about, frankly, because we've been so exposed to science and the assumptions that it makes, and that everything has a cause in the natural world, except, mind you, the most important one, which is God, right? The thing that started everything off, which is kind of funny because in that vein, science and religion are antithetical, right? They confront each other in that one instance. But yeah, that's why it sounds alien to us, because we're trained to think that everything happens for a natural reason.
Did you say anything?
And it works for us. There's usability in science. That's why it works for our purposes, right? But it's possible that it's not as we perceive it, or as we think it is.
That's fucking strange, bro. I mean, have you seen it?
Seen what?
The shape of this earth, the way people go on, the things that are happening.
Oh yeah, the way they act about it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking strange, bro.
Right. So check this out. It's so strange, and people have been so indoctrinated with materialism that they will actually tell you with seriousness that their own mind is simply an illusion. Because it can't be that minds exist in a materialistic paradigm, right? So what is the mind in their worldview? It makes no coherent sense.
They'll tell you their mind is their brain, and then synapses firing, neural pathways being created, and yada yada.
Like Brenda comes in here and says, the shoes that I'm imagining in my mind are physical objects.
The donut is a hole.
Not physical shoes, but yeah, I get you. What do you mean? It's definitely an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah.
Well, listen, when you start to think about this, it becomes self-evident that the mind is the primacy of reality, the mind. Now, it may be the case that it's not your mind, but mind in general, mind in principle. That's from which reality comes.
Mind the gap.
Watch out for my mind.
Now, of course, I would make the next logical step, right, from my own experience. Now, I could be deluding myself, but let's just say this seems very rational to me. That since I know that what I just outlined is the case, and I know that I, within the mind's world that I possess, have limitations, that I cannot be the agent base of reality. I'm not the overmind. I recognize that.
Really strange, right? Because you're here and then you're gone. All right? You're here and then
I've never experienced a time when I was here and gone, except maybe the closest analog would be sleeping.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm sleeping and not dreaming,
in reality,
that might be the closest.
And then you're gone. That's reality, bro.
Is it possible that, just like, a hive mind or an ant colony, that the individual parts, their will, dictates the mind above?
Probably.
That, just like how we have consciousness, all of us together have a collective consciousness.
I don't think there's a collective. I think that we are individuals and we have our each individual sentient mind and we have our own spirit, and each one of us are individuals. As a collective, we are a human species, but we do not think as a collective mind.
Have you seen individual bees?
We're not bees, bro.
How do you know?
Oh, dude, okay.
Did you just call us humans as monkeys evolved from rocks?
We have not evolved from.
If you ever watched individual bees, it seems like they're doing their own thing.
Are you listening to yourself? Percent. Are you really listening to yourself when you say that? Like, he just said we're not bees, and I'm not saying it's the smartest thing he said, the smartest thing anyone said, but he said we're not bees, and then you said, how do you know?
Yeah, take it in context.
What does that mean?
He didn't mean we're not literally bees. He means we don't behave like bees.
Either way, dude. Either way. What is your retort to that? Like, what does that mean? Like, how do you know? You said, how do you know to that? Like, what does that mean?
Again, have you?
How do you know? What do you mean by that?
Listen, man. Bees individually, they move on their own. They do their own thing. They go from flower to flower, collecting, the pollen or the nectar, or whatever it is, and going back to their hive, and they're each singularly on their own mission, right? But in the same sense, they have a hive mind, and they move all together. And that's, it's dictated. They're like a particle of that hive mind, even though they
percent. I understand that. Percent. I understand what you're saying, and I acknowledge it 100%. I don't see the connection you're making between them and people.
So people also individually have their own prerogatives and agency, just like bees do. So the question is, are we like bees in the fact that they have like this consciousness that's above their individual parts? Do we have a collective consciousness, one that's above our individual consciousness? That's the question.
Well, it's called free will. We have free will as human beings. Bees do not. Bees are in a.
How do you know?
Respond totally different than human beings. We are the
How do you know bee doesn't have free will, man?
Percent. I got to point out. I think you're getting two things confused. I think you're getting a biological mechanism that allows them to have a hive mind to begin with, confused with the natural antecedent for the world we live in, aka God or natural
creator. Can I ask Bong to
those are not the same
banning
thing.
Me, please?
I don't think I'm getting those confused at all.
Well, I mean, just in case you were, I was just making sure. Getting them confused.
Hey, public service announcement.
Yeah, sorry, hold on a sec, guys. What did Matthew say?
I was requesting that Bong not ban me. That's all.
All right.
Appreciate it. Dude, it's so much more palatable for all parties involved if he just bans you a little bit.
You know what? I'll take
that way. He can have what he wants, and you can have what you want. You're not completely banned, and he's not completely not banning you.
I'll leave for a couple days. I'll see you later. Bye.
Hang on, Matthew.
No, don't go, Matthew. Fuck Bong. Stay, Matthew.
Percent may be onto something, because haven't you been with a friend or like an associate and you guys like say the same word exactly at the same time? So maybe we're sharing this consciousness that we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, I mean, it happens with humans.
Being able to communicate or read cues. But you got to understand that being able to communicate, read cues, have general social programming that you can draw from doesn't mean you share a mind.
Like body language, right, is a thing, and we can see if somebody's upset or distraught or anxious. Like they don't even have to say anything; you just get that vibe, right? So maybe we have some kind of
right, but that's sure, but all of those things you just said were communicatives, right? They're communicators that inform the mind of those things. There's no need to have telepathy or shared consciousness when you have base communication ability and you have communicative objects in the world, whether it be sounds, pheromones, moods, size, the way someone walks, the way things are going in society, all of these things, right? There's no reason to then jump to the conclusion we must share a consciousness. Now, we do share similar consciousnesses because we're humans and we're based on the human pattern, archetype, or prototype, or whatever you want to call it. So we're going to have all of that communication be very similar when we interpret it.
To be fair, I'm not
It
saying
doesn't
we must.
mean.
Sorry,
Right, go
I'm
ahead.
not saying we must share consciousness. I'm saying it's possible we do.
I mean, is it not possible that the consciousness is so vast and varied that we only have like a fragment of it each?
Yeah, it's possible. Just like it's possible that our individual cells in our body have consciousness and are doing, are have sentience or what have you that we can't grasp, that we're not aware of.
I'll give crypto a question. So,
Yeah, go on.
where does consciousness come from? Right. So I want to give you an example. So, a baby, right? A conscious entity being a male, a conscious entity being a female, right? In the classical sense, right? They get the birds and the bees on, which can only happen in the classical sense. And then, right, 9 months later, a baby pops out. Now, the expectation is that baby is also going to be a conscious agent. Now, did the consciousness come from the spermies or the eggs?
Or option C. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think we all know that the correct answer, to be fair, I think we all do intuitively know that we know that it didn't come from either. It's something that's non-physical.
Maybe, or maybe the sperm and the egg and all the particles that make up that thing has sentience itself. And that we're the culmination of all these different sentient parts.
Okay, so what if base reality itself is a sentient agent?
Yeah, so if we were to follow up my kind of line of thought, it would be basically saying that God is the culmination of all the sentient particles of the universe, which is kind of blasphemous, and I don't want to continue with that.
Well, just reverse it. Just reverse it, dude. All the sentient particles in the universe, right? Rather than all the sentient particles in the universe coming together to make a God, it's the other way around. God makes all the sentient particles in the universe from his sentience.
That's the thing that you were talking
Right,
about.
so you just...
I was taking it from the other way,
Right.
As a thought.
Now, I caveated that with if you want to argue that way. Obviously, I have my beliefs, right, of how that's going to function, right? And I got to parse it out like that because sometimes if you say things in the affirmative, like this is true, various individuals will go cry at night in their blankets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you'd have to say that the sperm at least does have some form of sentience because as soon as it's released into the area, let's say, it knows what to do and where to go, right? So that's at some base level. There's some instinct or behavior that it has. Because I don't remember training my sperm to swim upstream, right?
Yeah, but
it has inherent knowledge. Yeah.
you can say the same thing with a program that runs, though. It doesn't have sentience if it's just programmed, commanded to behave in that manner.
Okay, so I suppose we'd have to define sentience and agency in these broad terms then.
Yeah, I mean, I would say sentience gives away to agency. They're basically one and the same.
Yeah, I don't see the need for two words then if they're the same thing.
I agree.
Right. So when you said that word there, that's important there. You got to focus on that word, need. So, for example, does a sperm need to be sentient to execute its functions? Well, the answer is no. It could be just a machine acting out its machine programs. Now, for you, the person, the human, do you need to be sentient to have internal experiences? Well, the obvious answer is yes.
What do you mean internal experiences?
Those are the only kinds of experiences that exist, my friend. Now I have to say internal because I have to separate the person from the physical. So for example, like recently we were talking and one guy posited the idea that the characters in a video game, right? You know, they have hopes, dreams, and feelings, and all this kinds of thing, and yeah, you know, that seems very silly on its face. It'll be no different than saying this A&W root beer can has hopes and aspirations to be my next drink. It's like, if only I could just get drank by a human.
I think it's a little bit different. It probably still doesn't happen, but
No, it's not. It's not different at all, dude.
hold up. There's something to be said for intention, right? And when you see an animated body or something like that, you know, it gives you can kind of like, with the power of intention or some other means, give life to it. You know, theoretically, you could argue that you give life to it a little bit, and so it's more sentient than your bottle of root beer or what have you.
That was, dude, you were on a roll, and then you went down into
you know, like when people say, "Oh,
Wreckville."
I feel like the eyes of that portrait are following me," or something like that. You know?
Yes. Okay. Let me tell you what that's from. That is from your personal information system that's filtering cues, which normally would be from a human. So, for example, a lady just walked into the store in front of me, right? She has an attitude about her, a gait about her, the way she's moving, the way her eyes are moving. They can inform me. And my body is designed to respond to that in certain ways. I might feel uneasy. I might feel that she needs help. I might feel that she's looking at me in a weird way. And a painting, right, looks like a person in a sense, and it's informing my mind in a similar way.
Yeah, and then
there's no reason for me to imbue sentience onto the painting just because it's communicating things that would normally be communicated by a real human.
And there's the other element of maybe projection. You know, you see something, and because you feel it, maybe you kind of like project that to whatever you're seeing as well.
Absolutely. You know, like, it's not hard to believe that the Coke can wishes to be my next drink when you watch movies that literally have anthropomorphized Coke cans, right? Talking, doing things, having hopes, fears, dreams, right?
Yeah,
same with teddy bears.
Kind of like this whole line of thought. It brings to mind idols. How people would have fashioned like a statue or a sculpture or something like that, and then they kind of because of all of their intention or like their thoughts on this thing, they begin to think that it has power, that it can bring about the rain or what have you. They start praying to it and idolizing it and stuff.
Right. And that being said, we come full circle to the original point, which is when you create in your mind a simulation, right, of reality, and you alter the things within reality, and you impress upon yourself the affirmations, this is real. You are living in a simulation, make no mistake about it, and it's being realized by your own mind. Your mind is simulating reality for you, the end user.
In that case, what's the difference? What's the difference between a simulation and a delusion?
Could be very similar. Could be the same. Could have a lot of overlap.
See, I would have thought